Greetings, programs. Welcome to Red Pill Sunday School. This is Season 2, Episode 9. And we're going to continue, kind of popped a little surprise on you last time with Episode 8 having to do with trusts and PMAs, etc. A lot of debunking of the so-called truth movement, the patriot movement, and its mythology. Being much worse than the mainstream, in my opinion. In fact, during this show, I even come out and say it. I got to admit it at this point that I was kind of embarrassed. I am a little bit embarrassed to have been part of this alternative movement. There are so many lies and so many mythologies, so many things that aren't true, and so many crooks, so many people who lead people in the wrong direction and profit from that. A lot of those people are in jail. They've been fined. They've lost their property. And so I've got myself a new partner. I started learning about trust law because it was really the final frontier for me. It really has to do with privacy, which is what I've been leading people to. I should say leading myself to. And it's very difficult. I want to say this right from the beginning here before we get on with this about 4 hours of shows that we did with Brandon over at safehaven.co. I think it's safe-haven.co if you want to go to his website. I'm going through the process of what we talk about. The problem with this is that it's private. It's not something that you're going to find in the public. And that is why, for the most part, we've been going in circles. You know, you're not going to find a lot of case law. The case law you do find is, of course, very supportive of the private, very protective. And, if we're being honest, that's why organized crime is so rampant, because crime is done in the private. The crossover into the public is done with the corporation or LLC model, but they're creating their own. You see, the problem with personhood, the individual personhood, as opposed to being a corporation or some other form of government person, is that the liability goes on you. You're in bond and surety. It's a form of essential slavery. It's like being a pawn on a chessboard, and every move you make is accounted for, etc., by the roll of the dice, but the dice are kind of rigged. They're rolled for you, if you will. We talk about being incorporated, etc., what that means, and I've talked about that extensively in this season. Losing your soul, essentially, is what incorporation means. Losing your spirit, your individual voice. So what this is, I'm not going to talk about it, right? I'm going to lead you people to what I've been searching for over 15 years. I'm going to lead you to Brandon, because he's the only one I've ever actually come across who, as you will see, and as you have seen, knows his stuff, and also can show primary sources, case law, etc., disproving, debunking most of the, as we call them, gurus out there selling things that just aren't true, and harming a lot of people along the way. If I'm being, again, perfectly frank here, I feel abandoned. I feel completely tossed aside ever since the censorship happened, ever since the shadow banning started happening. The word of mouth seemed to have stopped. In other words, people are not paying heed to what I'm saying and have apparently forgotten what I've said in the past, warning against all of this stuff and having a sort of religious belief in the patriot mythology and in these gurus who are unfortunately, now that the cat's out of the bag, the PMA model is out of the bag, everybody's trying to jump on the bandwagon without knowing what the hell it is. People are starting PMAs without even knowing what it means to be private. So, and you're trying to, there's one rule that we keep saying over and over: do not try to be private in the public, or at any time when you're operating in the public. You're not private. we need to remedy that. We need to fix that for people. Now, the reason I came on here just in the beginning, just as an introduction, is because I want you folks to know I am going private. If you want to find my work from very soon and on, it's going to be in a private network. It's going to be a private website that you're going to have to join. You want to get my information? You want to keep being able to obtain my books? All of these things, my past work, and also the music that I'm going to be producing, well, you're going to have to be a member of my website. Why? Because I can't operate in the public anymore. It's impossible. I've been erased. I don't know how to explain that to people, because if you already know me, then you're going to find me. But if you don't know me, trust me when I say I'm unfindable. And the few that do find me, are coming forward. It's great. But I can't operate like this anymore. I should have never operated like this in the first place. And if I would have grown up in privilege in the private, then I would have never even been part of the public arena, the radio. But I also want you to understand that this website is not just for me. It's not a money-making proposition. This website is specifically geared and going to be sort of like, I'm comparing it to the Underground Railroad, right? The private underground. In other words, what I intend to do is to organize a PMA, a private membership association, designed specifically to help people overcome their problem, which solely rests on doing everything in the public while believing that you're private, believing that you're the people, believing that you're something you're not. You're doing it in person. We need to stop doing that. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you can get rid of that person, but I am saying you don't have to use the U.S. person to do what you might call business. You can operate in the private, meaning foreign from the United States. Now, I'm not going to go. We're not going to talk and get into detail about that because it's private, and I really want you to understand. Privacy is not something that there's a reason that it's not made public. Now, I intend to change that to an extent, to the point where, hey, if you guys have followed me this far, you know what my intentions have been. Well, then, great. Keep following me, because I finally, the things I'm doing now are able to do. The confidence that I've gained from learning about this has been, I'll be honest, it's the first time I've felt good and hopeful in a long, long time. If you want to keep following the worthless, movement that never moves, as I call it, great. Go ahead. You're never going to get anywhere. We've practically disproved the whole thing. I've been doing that for years now, but especially lately, we've just been debunking almost everything. So, look, with source, by the way. In other words, we actually have the proof. We have the law. We have this and that. And these guys have nothing. They have nothing except, hey, go do this, let me watch and see if it works, because I'm not going to do it myself. Well, I've always told you I'll never do anything. I would never ask you to do anything without first doing it myself. And I've told you, nothing I say you should be trying without years and years of learning and experience. No. Now, however, I have found what I was looking for, and I highly recommend that you... I recommend that you do not just go on the internet and look up just any old PMA, creator or whatever the heck they're called, because most of them, as we're going to show you in this show, are bunk. If they're telling you to do corporation souls, if they're telling you to do this, if they're telling you to the 501(c) or the 508 or any of that stuff, that is a mistake. That is where they're going wrong, because these are public entities. You do not want to be public while trying to act private. You don't want to have those limitations. And if you're trying to form a church, if someone's telling you to form a church, do not follow that. That is a lie. All churches will be 501(c), and they do not qualify for 508 status. It's, in fact, there is no 508 status. It's a correction or an addition to the 501. All right, it's we're gonna go over that in this show. Just if that confuses you at the moment, I really just want you to understand that there's so much corruption, so much fraud out there, and I don't know whether these people have good intentions or they're just bouncing back and forth between money-making schemes, trying to sell you their paperwork. We're talking about building a real private trust, a family trust, right? And then from that point, going into the PMA, which is a special purpose trust, and other avenues to be able to still operate in the public through a model that you've never seen before. So, again, you're going to have to pay for this process, just like you're going to have to pay for a lawyer. You're going to have to pay Brandon to go to write this up for you specifically for your needs and what you want to do. He does all this different stuff, but specifically for this. Now, my intention is to eventually form a new PMA, and here's the kicker, because so many people over the years have contacted me to tell me, hey, I didn't put my child into the birth certificate. We didn't create a birth certificate. Now what do I do? And my answer is, congratulations, you're on the path, but you won't know the path until you walk it. So unfortunately, I can't tell you what to do. Well, guess what? Now I can actually help you. I can tell you what to do. We can actually create if you will, a dummy. It's not a correct term, but a dummy corporation, if you will. It's not a corporation. So that your child can do these things. I want to start helping people form private membership associations for things like private schooling, homeschooling. So your kid is able to be quote unquote socialized with other kids that are going through homeschool, right? Like the old schoolhouses. There's so much we can do in the private that we didn't know we could do before. And I'm saying just about everything. Stop going to grocery stores. Form a co-op. Form an association where you trade food. You want to feed the hungry. Well, it's illegal in the public, but in the private, why don't you get your local homeless together and have them form a private association? Then they don't have to worry about all these laws. You can actually bring them food and not get in trouble. You can actually practice God's law without being restricted by the anti-God system. I'm not kidding here, folks. This is what I've been looking for. This is what you're all looking for, right? This is it. You're either going to take the step or you're not. And I'm telling you, there is no other way to go. Unless you're going to leave the country and assign yourself fealty to some other entity, some other government. Right? That's it. This is it. You either choose it or you don't. At this point, like I said, I'll probably continue with this show a couple more instances just to really show you what the United States is, the nation-state model, etc. Really get into that. That'll be probably the next show if I can ever get it done. And other than that, if you want to continue to follow me, you're going to have to support me. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to charge a membership fee because that's what it is. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to operate in the private. It's not, I can't operate free if nobody is supporting me. So it's a small fee. And hey, guess what? I've got a real surprise for you. For those who do want to join, and it'll be a very, very minimal fee to join, you're gonna get discounts on future books, and you're going to get a very, 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 very special gift for free, which is a voiceover of book number 1, a voiceover of Straw Man. The real story of your artificial person. For a very, very dear friend is doing that for me, and we've got quite a bit done so far, and it's going to be released probably one hour a week for the next 100 or 150 weeks. So it's actually it actually feels really good for me, especially to hear it read and by such a talented, you know, a voice. So I'm very very excited about that. It's Josie. She's a female voice, and she's just doing a wonderful job. So as soon as I get that website up, stay tuned. I'll make an announcement both on my blog, if you know where that is, realityblogger.wordpress.com, and on my strawmanstory.info site where my book is currently. And that's really all I've got left. After that, everything's going to be private. So, uh, I don't know how to stress this enough because we're all so public minded. We grow up that way. It's impossible to understand until you get to the point where you can understand. You can see everything for what it is. And you start to understand that, yeah, this is the way the world works. This is the way the world is run by private associations. And if you're not private and you're not part of one of those, right? If you're not a Mason, if you're not a Jesuit, if you're not one of those private associations, the Bar Association, all of those that you know are foreign. Why? Because foreign means private. That's all it means. So, yes, they're operating outside of the law. Well, you can operate outside of the law of the nation to an extent. You still have, you don't want to practice evil or crime, but you can do as the bad guys do. Although we're teaching you the good way. We're teaching you to be good people. We're teaching you to battle the evil from the private instead of trying to do it from the public where the private is protected. And that's been your problem the whole frickin' time. You're trying to fight private entities who use the public institutions. And you're trying to go through public institutions, courts, and government to try to fight people that are foreign, that is, private from the government. That's the stupidest thing. No wonder you've got the Alex Joneses and you've got all these thought leaders and all these controlled oppositions telling you this alternative fake history, telling you keep on trucking on in this absolutely pointless alternative type of movement. Groups like We Are Change, guerrilla media, and confronting these people who we don't understand. The only difference between them and you is that they're acting in the private. Fight them where you can in the private. If you don't, they will win because they've got you in a giant open-air debtor's prison. You're bound by the person. So you want to start having some actual freedom, some actual liberty, then you're going to have to go private. You cannot find these things in the matrix. You must be without it. You must go outside of it. You must choose the proper battles. You want to fight DMV, you want to fight all that, then don't even bother. That's the lowest form of this. There is no point in fighting that stuff. Absolutely none. You want to start living a private life? Well, then start acting privately. Not in the public. Act privately from the public. And that's the big difference. You want to know how organized criminals get away with everything? Well, that's how. So, how are you going to start doing good when good is illegal in the public? Well, think about it, folks. How what have all the good organizations ever been? How about the Knights of the Round Table? You think that wasn't a private association? Right? Come on, this goes back. This is the oldest form of law. This is the oldest trick in the book. There's nothing unlawful about it. There's nothing illegal about it. It's brilliant. So, again, I'm going to leave you there. I do want to announce the new website, and I'll give you that site as soon as possible. And, I hope that you follow me. I hope that you're willing to actually, after all the time that I've spent giving you all this information, taking you along on my journey, my research journey, finding out all the lies, finding out all the stuff I've written, all the books that I'm going to release, which are updates of what I have written before and new stuff, if you're not willing to finally shell out a little, something to, I can't live like this anymore. Uh, it's just impossible. So that's where we're at, and really, it should have been that way the whole time. But now I know. Now I understand, and you will understand if you follow, if you come and stop listening to this ridiculous alternative movement. I'm sorry, it's I don't even know what to say anymore. I've uncovered so many frauds, so many lies, and the parrots just keep repeating them, right? I don't know what to say, but look, that's it, man. That's just my little rant for today. I'm going to lead you now to myself and Brandon in our little weekly call that we've been doing. Well, he's been doing it for longer. Again, it's Safe-Haven channel on YouTube and his website, safehaven.co. See, I think it's safe-haven.co. I'll leave it in the comments. So there you have it. Take it or leave it. I don't know what to say. If you continue to follow and believe religiously the guru you've been following after we expose them as the frauds they are, show you where everything they're telling you to do is illegal or a trick to make it appear that you're successful, and then 5, 3, 10 years later, they come after you with a tax lien or whatever. You see, that's the trick. As long as they can make you believe that you've won, well, then, in your mind, you've won, and you stop paying taxes, and well, this is not a tax avoidance scheme. This is nothing like that. So stop this. As I wrote once before, it's time to join the reality movement. It's time to stop this fake truth movement and come over to reality. Come over to the real truth. Come over and discover what it is you really can do. What can you do now that you have a child that is free for all intents and purposes, who's not been registered with Caesar, the district? What do you do? Well, I can now show you. Okay? Or at least I will show you once I get the website up. And if you have questions on that, I'm happy to go into it. I'm not sure I'll be able to right now, but I've got a lot on my plate. But as soon as we get that going, and I ask you, have patience. None of this is not easy to accomplish. All of this stuff, it's going to go slow. We're doing other things as well. So, like I said, first time I've had hope. First time I've ever had hope. The first time I've been excited about something I've found, instead of just like, oh, great, another thing to show how corrupt and horrible things actually are. Well, you know what? I can choose to hang there, or I can choose to hang in the private where pretty much anything is possible. So, again, you make the choice. You continue to follow the gurus and the truth movement and the patriot movement, and you can believe in the history and all that stuff. Or, as it was when you wake up from the Matrix, you look around, things aren't really, all you see is reality. Not really that exciting. Not a restaurant on every corner. Not a Starbucks on every corner. And you just kind of see, okay, hey, we're letting everything fall apart. Maybe we should fix things instead of, Anyway, I digress, and I present to you the last shows that we did, which will be about 4 hours worth. So, thank you very much, and we'll see you soon. See you on the other side, I hope.
All right, guys. Well, welcome to this week's call. And we're going to talk about how private associations run the world. And so some of you guys get to understand what private associations are, but you probably see the world through a different lens after you get to know what these associations all entail. So, what can private associations be called? Well, they can be called a club, a society, a family, a union, or even a board. And so, some of these subsidiaries within the structure that are incorporated are controlled by associations, but a lot of these are unincorporated. Some of them are incorporated. And so, on a micro level, some people living in a condo building, that's an association. And of course, HOAs, right? That's an association. We have trade unions. That's a group of employees using their collective association and grouping in to regulate employers, and in even some cases, issuing their own licensing. The bar and medical associations, they issue their own licensing and regulation as well. And so on a state level, everyone in the state of New Hampshire is in an association. Everyone in Texas is in an association. Remember, an association can be a relationship. And so in Tennessee, we have the Tennessee Franchise and Tax Board that regulates business in Tennessee. And by the way, one of the reasons not to do business in Tennessee. And so most states don't have a board like that, right? But Tennessee and California do. Well, like I said, a board like the Tennessee Franchise and Tax Board, that's a private association. Not the state of Tennessee itself, but a group of self-elected people governing this association. The Mormon Church is an unincorporated association, and there's case law I've shown in my past video, PMA myths and case law, that displays this in court documents that I presented. Now, the Mormon Church has the association, right? But they have an umbrella system consisting of the association, the 501c3, sole corporation, regular corporations, and trusts. And so on a macro level, we have militaries. Those are private associations within a nation state.
There's a law on the books. Am I coming through okay?
Yeah, audio's good.
Yeah, there's a law actually in this whole county, I believe, Salt Lake County, that says no building. Now you go downtown and you see this massive, massive building next to the church. We call it the Utah Vatican, basically, right? It's got this giant Mormon thing,
Yeah.
and it's private, but they let people on. And then next to it, right down the street, is this giant, giant corporate building, and that is the corporate offices of the Mormon Church. And you're like, what the hell is going on here? There's actually a law, just so you understand how powerful these guys are. There's actually a law that no corporation can build a tower or a building higher than the corporate offices of the Mormon Church.
Oh, wow. Interesting. You gotta wonder what the reasoning is. Do they want to be the highest supreme leader?
It's masonry. Just so
It
everybody
is.
understands what Mormonism, masonry sort of is its
Yes.
own version. But yeah,
Yes.
it's very interesting.
Well, in the Masons, and we'll be getting into Masons, by the way, later in the presentation, they have the dark art of architecture called megadopolymancy. And in this dark art of architecture that they use throughout the world, by the way, Tartaria, that's a myth. It's a distraction from megadopolymancy, what they don't want you to know. So all around the world, state capitol buildings, buildings like Clint described, they all have the same features. They have features of the megadopolymancy that encompass trapezoids and other shapes. They're sacred geometry. But really, these things actually are designed to capture demonic energy and create hexes. And so they're all over the place. And so we have that. But go ahead, Clint.
Just to, they also, like, I had a friend that took a picture of every disgustingly satanic thing on the it was actually the court building, I believe, or the city hall, the old city hall, this
Mm.
old building that just is, It's the most evil. You got to go see it yourself, but it's the most evil looking building I think I've ever seen, and it has all of that, the word you're saying. But
Megadoplomancy.
most of all, what you find are two things. In this case, children are big here. Okay, for some reason, the harming of children in Mormon thing is big, because all over this church and all over the
Yeah.
Mormon buildings are children's faces, or children being mutilated, harmed. The is really, really disgusting. The other thing you're going to find a lot in places like Philadelphia and more like City Hall buildings, you're always going to see slaves, or, if you will, the common class, holding up the building,
Yep.
holding up a pillar, holding the weight of the thing. Sometimes it even thanks the low status, commoners, for being the support of the elite. And I'm not kidding you. Go to the city hall in Philadelphia. One of the most satanic things I've ever seen in my life, and just check out the architecture. Check out
Yeah.
13 sided.
Oh.
The 13 sided,
Hmm.
what do you call it, Leo, and
Interesting number too.
all the birth signs, what is that called, this
Zodiac.
horoscope that now,
Zodiac,
zodiac,
yeah.
thank you. It's got
Very
the
good.
13, the 13, the actual zodiac, which
Right.
is 13 sides. So it's very, very interesting to look. Don't just look at these buildings as a whole, look very closely, and all
Mm.
the symbology, especially in the Mormon buildings, is just, I mean, it's all Masonic. It's all just really
Yes.
disgusting stuff when you look closely. So we're not joking around here when we say that the world is run by not only associations, membership, often clubs,
Hmm.
but also very evil. This is how evil people operate. I mean, I'm
Yes.
sorry to say that this is where their power really lies.
Yeah, so we're going to go through what that all entails and looks like. And so on a macro level, we have militaries. Those are private associations within a nation state that Clint likes to talk about a lot, the nation state. And I was doing some market research the other day because I trade the capital markets, and I came across this group called the Economic Club. And so Jerome Powell, last month, he's the chairman of the Federal Reserve. Last month, he did a conference at this place called the Economic Club of Washington. And this club, the more I looked into it, I found that it was a syndicate of people from hundreds, almost thousands of different entities influencing politics, business, economics, and even brags on their website how they influenced the diplomatic community in these things globally. And so this is a quote from their website. The featured speakers in recent years have included the presidents of the United States, Colombia, and Panama, the prime ministers of Finland, Israel, and Singapore, a former prime minister of the Great Britain, Speaker of the US House, heads of the Federal Reserve Board, every secretary of the Treasury since 1986, other cabinet members and government officials, leaders of Fortune Global 100 companies, David Rubenstein, co-founder and co-chairman of the board of the Carlyle Group, which is a very prominent private equity firm, is the current chairman of this economic club. And Clint, I think you mentioned in a past video recently,
Yeah.
there's a association you mentioned in DC.
Well, it's the building that houses them. Okay,
Okay.
I think what we have to first say is that the idea, or we could say the Patriot mythology, right? The idea that there are still countries just kind of has to go out the window. It's like if you took countries and you scooped them out like a cantaloupe and you got rid of all the good stuff and you just left the shell, and then you filled that shell with a bunch of private associations, clubs, and other lawmaking agencies and such, then you have an idea of what has happened and what the nation state model really entails. it is a complete destruction and rebuilding of what we have romantically always been taught is the, the structure of states and nation states. Don't even really, states aren't recognized. The states of the United States are not recognized internationally. Okay,
Yeah.
we're nothing. You have to understand, it's like a corporation. Like, the corporation has different branches of its full thing. It has
Subsidiaries.
telemarketing and it has this. So that's kind of like the states of the corporation. Well, England and Scotland and Ireland and California, we don't exist to the international body. There's only United Kingdom and United States. Those are the only two states that exist. Okay, that's what's happened. And I've been warning about that. I never understood it, but I've been warning about that for a long time. It's in my book that the United Nations is pretty much like the United States, where all states are captive, sort of, voluntary members of this international body. And so the states of the United States, really, what's happened is that the nations or nation states that took them over have become the states of the United Nations. And that's what we're
Yeah,
looking at today. You have to understand, that's how the world this is how the world is running. All right.
absolutely.
So to really get into that, you have to also understand, and I'm trying to look at my screen over here because I pulled these up. Now, what we're talking about is the Hall of States. In the Hall of States, this is all in Washington D.C., just very, very, very short distance from uh, the capital, the Washington D.C. The Council of State Governments is very interesting. Founded in 1933, the Council of State Governments is the nation's largest nonpartisan organization serving all three branches of state elected and appointed officials. The mission of this is to champion excellence in state government, and the organization executes that mission through four major platforms: the national office, the regional offices, its justice center, which brings together state and local officials and subject matter experts to discuss challenges and best practices. Now, best practices, in my video that I did way back when on globalism and Agenda 21, best practices are something that is created privately, put through Congress publicly, and then now, like, for instance, most countries are falling into the same comprehensive annual financial report or audit system because they're all corporations. They all have an audit, and so all the rules of all the nations are now becoming uniform, and they have uniform law commissions and all these different things. And then they have all these organizations. So what you have to know is that for every official that you have, all right, American Probation and Parole Association, Association of Air Pollution Control Agencies, Cannabis Regulators Association,
Hmm.
Military Interstate Children's Compact Commission, National Association of State Facilities Administrators, National Association of State Personnel Executives, Technology Directors, National Emergency Management Association, Hispanic Caucus of State Legislators, state international development organizations, women in government, you name it, my friends. There is a private association that is housed in this particular thing. It's called the Council of State Governments. But when I'm talking about the Hall of States, okay, it's called the Hall of States or State Services Organization. So SSO is what it stands for. Again, the staff of the State Services Organizations, or SSO, welcomes you to the Hall of the States, conveniently located just blocks from the U.S. Capitol and Union Station. The Hall of the States is home to many Washington offices of the 50 states. Washington offices of the 50 states. What is that? What do you think that means what is a state? What are they talking about? Are they talking about a real government, the people? No, no. We're talking about the incorporation of the privatization, the completely. I mean, what we have is so far removed from what we think we have, is my point. The Hall of States is home to many Washington offices of the 50 states, U.S. territories, and associations of the state officials. SSO, which manages the 225 square feet of the office space that makes up the Hall of States, is proud to offer a broad range of services to more than 90 organizations. Founded in 1976, a joint venture of the Council of State Governments, the Conference of State Legislators, and the National Governors Association. Um, Essentially, now they all have a private hall that they can meet in. So you're talking about, I mean, just to give you an idea of the collusion, I think I spoke about this before. When the National Governors Association meets, what is the national? I mean, what the hell is the National Governors? Why is there a National Governors Association? Right? Who we are, our mission. NGA is a boldly bipartisan. Through the NGA, governors share best practices,
Oh,
speak with a collective voice on national policy, and develop innovative solutions to improve state government and support the principles of federalism. All right, if you know anything about American history, federalism is the last thing we wanted. Okay, what that's saying is that all 50 governors basically get together and promote the national agenda and say, screw you, states. We're not statesmen. We're of the nation state. We're of the international body. We could give a crap. And so what they do is they bring back, they form, they collect laws. For instance, the National Governors Association owns the copyright on Common Core. They created it. Remember Common Core? How controversial it was? Well, imagine that your state governors are getting together, getting this law together, coming back to their states, and then promoting that as a uniform law. That's why it passed in almost all 50 states before it got any real, attention or people like me going after it. Because holy crap, how do you fight? How do you possibly do anything at a state level or a federal level when you have such collusion, I mean, to me, this is criminal. These are governors of
yeah.
the states, right? And every single office, the mayors, you name it, right? Founded in 1908, NGA is a collective voice of the nation's governors. Collective voice of what are supposed to be several private states, foreign from each other, so that this doesn't happen, so that laws, if I don't like a state, I can go to another and expect, because I expect better laws for my. But if all governors belong to the same association, promote the same laws, and all of a sudden all states, through the uniform law commissions of the world and through the uniform law commission that exists in the United States, I mean, you gotta understand, there's over 150 agencies, bodies, associations that make law. You think, of course, because of the Patriot mythology, you think Congress makes law, right? They're the lawmakers, after all. No, no. See, now you have to look at, besides all of this, where you have governors accepting a Common Core thing from other organizations, copywriting it, and then bringing it back to their own states, right? That should be a crime. And I don't know why it's not. I mean, I do know why it's not, because again, what we think is true is
Yeah.
real. So we go and we look at probably one of the most important things, the American Legislative Exchange Council, or ALEC. American Legislative Exchange Council, America's largest nonpartisan voluntary membership organization of state legislators dedicated to the principles of limited government, free markets, and federalism. limited government and federalism are totally different things, all right? You do not want an overarching king or DC and also have free money. This makes sense. So, what is ALEC? I mean, I could read their description, but because I did so much on it, over 2,000 members, the nation's largest individual membership association. Okay, I said organization before. Oh, now they're telling you it's an association. But it's an association of state legislators, your Congress. So you're telling me that Congress goes and meets, not only are they of the state, supposed to be statesmen for the state, not for the Fed, they go into Washington, D.C., they meet, then they go to a private club, a private association, right? America's most dynamic public private partnership.
Hmm. There it is.
Oh, what does that mean? That means that your legislators don't do crap when it comes to writing law because what happens is ALEC is a bunch of corporations actually run by the Koch brothers, right? They're heavily
Hmm.
involved in this. So you're talking about corporations and think tanks and private membership clubs and associations from all over the country and all over the world. They write legislation. Okay, they call them model legislation, just like they model laws and model this and all that. Right? They write the laws. They wine and dine with over 2,000 members. So they wine and dine your congressman. They present them with the law. And all Congress does then is put, red tape in there. Well, I want $1 million so I can build myself a shrine. Or I want $10 million so we can build a public park and maybe dig oil or whatever. They add their stuff to it. But the basis
Yeah.
of the law is not coming from Congress. It's coming from a frickin' private association of corporations and think tanks. This is how your laws are made. You want to know why everything's so screwed up, why everything's so corporatized, why everything is so protective of private associations? Because they're the ones that make all law. Congress does not make law. They sign. Do you remember when they said, well, we need to pass this bill without reading it? Right? It was the health care bill, I think. We
Oh,
should pass this because we don't have time to read it. Let's just pass it. They don't. What I'm trying to tell you is whatever you think this country is, it is so far removed from
yeah.
whatever it is you think it is. So we're we're talking about a complete takeover from the private side of things of the public sector. There is
Yeah.
nothing of the public sector that isn't run by collusively. All the members of the public, the ones we elect, are also members of private associations that are housed literally in the Hall of States. Let me just read one more thing here. Here is the when I look at the Hall of States. Here's it says our clients. All right. Now, you'd think that a client would be a person, maybe even a corporation. Well, you'd be right. It's just that their clients are Alaska, Arkansas, California, Connecticut, Florida, Guam, Illinois, Iowa, Kentucky, Maryland, and down and down and down. These are corporations. These are nation states. You have to understand everything has been corporatized. States can't be their clients. There has to be a artificial structure that was created, like we're saying you have to have a person to participate in the commerce, right?
Yeah.
And then the list, there's colleges and universities, which are another whole other subject and the
Right.
very, very large source of private associations, right?
Yes.
Then you have associations, our clients associations. And when you go down, you're going to find medical, you got language and hearing, urological association, California water agencies, metropolitan planning organizations. These are associations. California attorney generals, they all get together, right? California State Military Reserve, Employment, Security, Education, and Research, Pilots Association, Governor's Policies. I mean, it goes on and on and on. There is no office of government. The sheriff's, you've probably heard of the Sheriff's Association.
Yeah,
Sometimes they call it a fraternity. That's one
right.
word you missed, fraternity,
I forgot.
right?
Yeah,
So, I mean, this is so far beyond what any of us can ever have imagined. What has happened to what we call government, what it's become, is something so far removed from government of the people, by the people, for the people. There are no people. It's corporation. It's gone. So
yeah,
this is why we're telling you that all the power lies in the private, because the public is, I mean, as if you can't tell that, okay, if every public official has a private association where they accept model legislation from corporations and other special interest groups, I mean, that's all they're there for, is to accommodate the commercial interests of all these different organizations, corporations, international bodies. That's all government has become and was set up for in the first place, really. Over the last 400 years, that's what it's been, being transformed into. So, what is the power? Why are we telling you that unless you go private, you're not, you're in limbo, you're in nothing land, you're under the auspices of the private by being strictly in the public. Your hands are completely tied, because who makes public law? If you even say that I know who makes public law, you're wrong. I mean, I would call you on it, because I would ask you to list all of these organizations, associations, fraternities. That is who's making the law. All Congress does is drink their wine, smoke their cigars, and sign the bills that were made by ALEC and other private associations. Now, that's the reality of your situation. Now, you want to continue, again, to believe in the patriot mythology. You want to follow the gurus who say, worship the Constitution. Actually, Constitution suspended, sorry. Or you can start doing what is done. You're not going to get rid of this. This is
right.
unless you're going to form an army and going. You're not going to get rid of this. You're
Well,
not a
even if you
militia. You're
formed the
not of the
army,
state.
you still couldn't do
Right?
this. Yeah,
No, you'd have international United Nations army come in here to defeat you,
exactly. Yeah,
because that's their union. That is their association. I don't know what to tell you, folks. If you want, again, if you want to continue with the lies that we've all been told, that's fine. But this is the reality, and all of this is sourced. You can look it up yourself, but you gotta start. You gotta get out of the dream mode. You gotta get out of the delusion, the grand delusion that's been set up, because things are very different.
yeah. So speaking of internationally, we have groups that make the alternative news a lot the past years. We had the Bilderberg group, which I found out about when I was 12 years old, and I was fascinated by. And it's what kind of got me into this kind of research early on. And so we got the Bilderberg group, we got the Club of Rome, we got the World Economic Forum. But what powers are controlling these groups that I've listed and Clint's listed? What could it be? Members of secret societies controlling even the members of these subsidiary associations? And so this takes us to the mystery school cults that have been around for over 1,000 years. And so the first one I want to talk about is one that we all know: the Freemasons, the Freemasons, the Sons of Light. That's the translation in French of Mason. And so everyone who enters the lodge swears an oath to support the Constitution of the Grand Lodge of the state, and to conform to the laws of any lodge of which he shall be a member, and also to obey all regular signs, summons, or tokens from any Masons, our bodies of Masons now, whatever he may be told. Before taking this oath, after he does so, he is taught that the authority of the lodge is absolute. The covenant is irrevocable. Notice that word, irrevocable. And his
The
obligations,
trust.
yes, and his obligations are supreme. In general, in the INRIS on or at the Freemasons Guide, we read, quote, the candidate entering the lodge is on the point of binding himself voluntarily, absolutely, and without reservation forever. Webb's monitor says the covenant is irrevocable. Again, that word that's used in trusts. Even though a Mason may be suspended or expelled, though he may withdraw from the lodge, journey into countries where Masons cannot be found, are becoming subject of deposit government that persecute a communicant of bigoted churches that denounce Masonry, he cannot cast off or nullify his Masonic covenant. No law of the land can affect it. No anathema of the church can weaken it. It is irrevocable, unquote. Again, the same Masonic author says, quote, the first duty of the reader of the synopsis is to obey the edicts of his Grand Lodge, right or wrong. His very existence as a Mason hangs upon a obedience to the power immediately set above him. Failure in this must infallibly bring down expulsion, which as a Masonic death ends all of the unpardonable crimes in a Mason's is a contumacy or disobedience, unquote. Now, another thing I want to read. This is from Morris Dictionary of Freemasonry. All eminent members of the order and high in the authority, and some of those whose works are in nearly every lodge and necessarily have some effects on the members, quote, that this surrender of free will to Masonic authority is absolute within the scope of the landmarks of the order and perpetual may be inferred from an examination of the emblem, the shoe, or the sandal, which is used to enforce this lesson of resignation, unquote. Another one from Mackey, Lexicon of Freemasonry, page 183, quote, disobedience is so subversive of the groundwork of Masonry in which obedience is so strongly inoculated that the Mason who disobeys subjects himself to severe penalties, unquote. I bid, quote, a Grand Lodge is invested with power and authority over all the craft meaning magic, within its jurisdiction. It's the Supreme Court of Appeals in all Masonic cases, and to its degrees unlimited obedience must be paid by every lodge and every Mason situated within its control. The government of Grand Lodges is therefore completely deposit. While a Grand Lodge exists, its edict must be respected and obeyed without examination by subordinate lodges, unquote. Another one from Morris Dictionary of Freemasonry, page 90 or page 29. For ourselves, we deny as Masons that any civil government on earth has the right to divide or curtail Masonic jurisdiction. When once established, it can only be done by competent Masonic authority and in accordance with Masonic usage, unquote. From the Grand Lodge report, quote, a due summons from the lodge or Grand Lodge is obligatory upon him, and should he refuse obedience, he will be disgracefully expelled from the society with public marks of ignominy that can never be erased, unquote. So I have a few more I'm going to read. This one's from Oliver's Signs and Symbols of Freemasonry, page 142. Quote, hence we find that the master's authority in the lodge is as deposit, I think I'm saying that word wrong, disposit, as the sun in the firmament, which was placed there by the Creator, never to deviate from its accustomed course till the declaration is promulgated that time shall be no more, unquote. Mackey's Masonic Jurisprudence, page 510, quote, treason and rebellion, also because they are altogether political offenses, cannot be inquired into by a lodge. And although a Mason may be convicted of either of these acts in the course of his country, he cannot be Masonically punished, and notwithstanding his treason, our rebellion is in relation to the lodge, to use the language of the old charges, remains indefensible, unquote. Another one from Mackey, Masonic Jurisprudence. This is from page 344. Quote, as a presiding officer, the master is possessed of extraordinary powers which belonged to the presiding officer of no other association, unquote. Now it's important, that last part. Another one, quote, the system of Masonic law has little the Republican or Democratic spirit about it, unquote. That's from Morris's Webb's Freemasons Monitor, revised edition, page 195. Now, this one is probably the most important, everyone. This is taken from the Missouri Grand Lodge report from 1867. Quote, once a nation, always a Mason. Once a Mason, everywhere a Mason, however independent either as individuals are, as lodges, whether grand or subordinate. And we are each and all truly free and uncontrolled by anything save our ancient laws and constitution. Yet no Mason can be a foreigner to another Mason. We are all equal citizens of one common government, having equal rights, equal privileges, and equal duties, in which government, thank God, the majority does not govern, for our order and its very constitution strikes at the root of that which is the very basis of popular government. It proclaims and practices that the will of the masses is wise and good and is such to be obeyed, not that the majority shall govern, but the law in effect above mentioned, ancient law, shall govern our tenants. And it's not only that no single man, but no single body of men, however wise, are numerous, can change in any degree. One single landmark of our ancient institution, our law, is strictly organic and it cannot be changed without being destroyed. You may take a man to pieces and you may take a watch to pieces, but you cannot alter his organs and put him together again. You do. The timekeeper masonry is the living man in all other forms of government, mere convenient machines made by clever mechanics for regulating the affairs of a state. Not only do we know no north, no south, no east, no west, but we know no government save our own, to every government save that a masonry, and to each and all alike, we are foreigners. And this form of government is neither pontifical, autocratic monarch, agile, republican, democratic, nor despotic. It is a government per se. That government is Masonic. We have nothing to do with forms of government, forms of religion, our forms of social life. We are a nation of men, only bound to each other by Masonic ties. As citizens of the world and the world of Masonry brethren, to each other of the world, over foreigners to all the world, besides the above, is a Masonic address. In a nutshell, is the compressed essence of Masonic life, unquote.
So, comments?
There's so much in there
Yeah,
to unpack.
well, yeah, but I mean, if you really listen to what you were just saying, isn't that, I mean, if you compare what they're saying there, this is why you have the anti-Masonic party as a political party. This is why the Utah was not going to be recognized as a state and why they didn't want Mormons in Congress, because Mormons also take, because it is Masonry, they take an oath to the
Yes.
church that is the corporation above all things. You're going to Congress and you're already part of a nation. See, this is the hard part. There's no such thing as a nation. And that's what they're telling you right here. A nation is a
Yes.
spiritual connection between things. When the nation state is created, that nation becomes a corporation, an entity, and starts taking over everything. The nation is the compact, the brotherhood, the fraternity. Now, let me read you something that will absolutely put a very shiny bow on what all of that you just read, because here's the truth about the United States. Here's the truth about every nation, everything that's ever been created by constitution. What is the constitution? It's really the constitution of a debt. It's the perfection of debt. All right? So now I have a copy because my friend's dad was somewhere in Ohio. Now, the difference between, say, California and Ohio and back east, everybody knows about masonry. Masonry is very common. That people just know if you're in the business, if you're high in business, you're probably a mason. Okay, out where I grew up in California, these things aren't that well known, right? So the part of the country understands the old fashioned kind of thing about me. Part of the country doesn't. So it's very shocking, I think, for a lot of people to hear. It is stated, according to the Masonic Holy Bible, Red Letter Edition, Masonic Edition, Cyclopedic Indexed King James Bible, published by the John A. Herzl Company in Chicago in 1942. Here's what it says. This is the one of the first inlaid, beautifully, artistically, done pages, like the old Bibles used to be. Here's what it says, quote, George Washington, the founder of this country, was the first Grand Master of Masons of this Commonwealth, comprising the 13 original states of this land of liberty, founded on the principles of brotherly love, faith, hope, and charity, not the biblical kind. The vital breath of which is individual liberty and an equal opportunity to all of its citizens. Of the 29 I'm hearing an echo of the 29 major generals in Washington's army. 24 were master masons. Of the 37 brigadiers, 37 were master masons, proving that this land of liberty was founded by master masons. Now, as then, masonry's challenge. Listen to this carefully, folks. Now, as then, Masonry's challenge is the Holy Bible, its teachings from the center to circumference, symbols of the everlasting. What is the one thing that is like kryptonite to the frickin' Masons? It's the very thing that they use as what they call the furniture of the lodge, something they don't actually touch, right? Frickin' Bible is Masonry's greatest challenge. The Washington Monument is built of stone contributed by all the nations of the earth, meaning, I would probably say that's Masonic nations, right? Spiritual brotherhoods of the earth to honor the founder of this republic. From Arlington, it looks like a giant spike which God had driven, saying, Here I stake a claim for the home of liberty. Now it says one other thing on the same page. Of the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence, 53 were Master Masons. Now, let's talk about this wonderful United States that we're all. What is a constitution? Well, all constitutions are Masonic, I'm sorry to say. All right, so
Yes.
look, again, I don't know what to tell folks who either don't believe that or don't have a problem with that. But I want to tell you again, a private association formed this country. Do you understand? A private association that is connected with all other private associations, and wherever they go, in whatever land, whether there's a brotherhood there or not, they are always in the nation of the Masons. That includes your Mormons. That includes, okay, we're not, I don't know, again, how to express this to people, that whatever you believe about the country, and it's completely opposite of the that story that we always have been told and promote. We always worship the Constitution without reading it,
Yes.
apparently. So, look, again, this is the model that runs the world. Whether it's secret societies, as they say now, what is the great secret of secret societies? Well, one guy, his name was Captain Morgan, got his book around here somewhere. He figured it out real quick, and he went public with what the great secret of these secret societies was, and he actually got his throat slit for it because he took the oath. You want to know what that secret was? To put it in a nutshell, it's just petty organized crime. Okay, why do police officers, for instance, join the fraternity? Well,
Yes.
why don't they ever get in trouble for their crimes? They're killing people. Why don't they, that's because they're in a fraternity called masonry. The badges that they wear on their uniform that represent that fraternity are Masonic in every way.
Yes. The Eastern Star.
And they go in front of a judge. They make their little symbol. The
Yeah.
judge, therefore, being of the nation before he is of any other nation, will let the police, unless the crime is outrageous, will let the police officer go because he's a brother.
Yes.
Could I ask a
That is
question?
the crime that was
Yeah.
exposed. That's why he got his throat slit, was to reveal that this is just petty, petty, petty organized crime. These guys aren't brilliant. They're not, yeah, go ahead with your question.
My question is, first of all, I think the secret is they worship Lucifer.
Yes, they
That's
do.
something we all need to ground ourselves in. My question is, we now have created PMAs ourselves. And as someone that does not want to become one with these creatures, but that wants to be completely different from these creatures and moving in alignment with a God of love and goodness and kindness, how do we separate ourselves from everything both of you gentlemen have described tonight when it turns out we're creating the very same structure they have used to gain their power, their Luciferian power?
It's a great question.
We have to battle the dark with the light, and not in the inverted way the Gnostic groups will tell you that their light is. But to stop participating in their system, we have to stop using the US person they gave us.
Let me put it real simply. Can you fight the Matrix while you're plugged in a pod, experiencing a grand delusion, thinking you're free in a simulation, a complete hypocrisy? Do you think that you can battle the dark forces that put you into that from within it while being a public citizen of it?
What have we done here though with the PMA? Have we stepped into it? Have we
No.
stepped into this
No.
pile of shit?
The
No,
PMA,
remember, private means foreign from.
yes, and the PMA, and that the machine where you plug in the matrix, like the movie, right?
Right, I
That's
get
the
it.
US person. And so the PMA is you unplugging. And so we can have our private economies, we can have our private associations.
We're at the beginning. I mean, really,
Yes.
I truly believe that, like these people, and I'm not convinced that all Masons are. I don't think evil people become Masons and no one else, right? I don't believe. I believe at
Yes.
some point, when we read about the Knights of the Round Table, when we read about these things that were designed to, to fight against evil. This is why I keep saying the only way we're going to fight this thing is to be separate from it in the first place. So we're at the beginning of forming something here, in my opinion. And
Okay,
I
yeah,
can't I can't clearly see it yet, but we're
Yeah.
pretty much forming something not
right.
dissimilar but not also not secret. We don't. I mean,
Exactly.
we don't have to be secret that we're wanting to stop child molestation by the church. We don't want to be secret that we want to stop horrible things from happening, but we can't do it from the public. It's been proven over and over to us that we cannot do it from the public because the public provides protection for the private. The private is the guardian and the maker of the public and the public law. How do we fight evil people hiding behind privacy when the public, all we have to do it in is the public venue? We cannot, we will never win or
Okay.
or harm or do any good by having a 501c3 churches that can't even talk about politics in the public.
I agree 100%.
Yes.
So it's what you do. It's not, the PMA is not like it's a shiny badge. That's all it is. It's like holding up the cross. If I hold up the cross to a vampire, but I don't believe in God, is that vampire going to be scared? He's going to be like, it's just a symbol. That symbol means nothing because you don't have any faith in it. You're not doing anything to prove yourself. So it's how you, and this allows you to act. Now, how you act is up to you. And I think along the way, we're going to have to relearn how to be men again, male and female.
Yes.
How to be the tribe of man and sons of God again. We've lost that. So this is the beginning, in my opinion. And
Yes.
I might be wrong. We might be killed tomorrow for saying so. I don't know.
Right. I mean, we are talking about very dangerous players here. And the stuff I just shared really shouldn't be shared publicly, but I'm not scared of these people. And
I would die to expose this. I would die to stop these people. Yes, absolutely.
yes. So I will make this information public. But really, all the books I cited from, they're accessible to all of us.
Right. Mm-hmm.
They have to put it in plain sight a lot of times. And to go back to your original question, why would we use a PMA to go against these PMAs? Well, I'll give you one example. I won't say their name, but a couple of women that I'm working with, I won't even describe fully what they're doing, but let's just put it this way. We are using their PMA but we will use it to work against the people they are victimizing. Someone in the chat says it's essentially a tool, right? So whoever hands it's in would make it either good or bad. Yes, exactly. Just like the gun.
So do not let anybody infiltrate your private association like they do groups like We Are Change or InfoWars or all these crappy, things that are set up to distract us.
Yes.
Keep it private, keep it non-leader. The thing about a PMA a lot of times is again, there's not really a leader per se, although you do agree to certain things. So it's very interesting the way it can work.
I had this come up in terms of my people requesting membership in my PMA. I'm brand new to this, but I decided to put this section in that says, by signing this membership request form, I affirm that I am not a member of any group that is seeking world domination, foments wars, has a desire or agenda to destroy the white race, is plotting for the destruction of the US or any other nation, promotes or participates in pedophilia or sexual debauchery, seeks to enslave or control humanity, is attempting to genocide whole nations through wireless weaponry or use of poisonous medicine or vaccines. So I made this whole list of things to try to keep them out from trying to infiltrate.
You might just want to say are not members of another private association, and if you are, you will disclose it.
Oh, that's a great point.
Right? Or private group, private anything, private club, government, non-governmental,
but right now I've joined other PMAs like Beth's PMA, okay,
Sure,
where I heard with you last night. And so if they say yes, they're part of another PMA, that doesn't necessarily mean they're part of the
Right. So you agree to disclose all. The problem there, of course, is if you take an oath to one for secrecy. So yeah, it gets problematic. there's a reason they call these things a trust. I think
Yes.
we were talking about earlier the solution to for instance, the banking problem, and that is private banking. Because I mean, if you're not using any of the magical tools and trickery of the Federal Reserve, if you're holding the money like voluntarily, I could just have an account and I could say, hey, you want to use my account as your bank? Why not? I'll just, you trust me to just give you your money whenever you need it. If we're all in a trust situation like that, why do we need a bank? Why do we need,
Exactly.
and we're, if we're in a co op with food, if we're doing this PMA over here for, anything,
Yeah.
why do we need anything of society that as it is, if we can do it the same exact thing ourselves and not pay taxes for it,
Mhm.
at least mostly.
Yeah, and that brings up a point because early in my business life, and I won't go into what that all entailed, but basically, me and some millionaires, we created our own economy and we're exchanging with each other. And it was outside of the economy. We created our own parallel economy, guys.
But
This is the power of PMAs.
isn't that what they've done all along?
This is what they have done all along. It's
Right.
just so,
They've given
guys,
us the public.
we need to start thinking bigger than just individual PMAs. Yes, everyone does need it. Well, not everyone, but a lot of people do. What they want is through a PMA, but we got to start thinking bigger as a um, like what I just read about the Masons. See how they think, see how they've structured things. They're foreign to the country. So I'm not sharing this to just show, hey, this is what the Masons are. I'm really showing you guys what we can do for ourselves, not being evil, but trying to counteract what is out there.
I think what this really is.
Yeah, I
If
have a
we're
comment
being
too,
honest,
Brandon.
if we're being honest,
Yes,
this is the difference between taking an oath to the state and taking an oath to God. That's what the difference is here. If I
yes,
say I'm taking an oath to God on my soul that I will support and love and protect you and everybody in my, if you want to call it association, purview, whatever, my community, whatever. Um, there's a big difference between that and making a legal law that states that, right?
exactly.
Because
Yeah,
one is an action, one is an almost like an inaction. It's like a, well, it's what has caused us, like we're in this public government, we're in this public state because we don't trust one another, we can't trust one another, we're brought up from birth to be competitive, we're brought up from birth to hate one another, to always try to step on one another to get ahead. That's what we have to break, that's the conditioning we have to break, because that is what these people have done to us. And the only way we're going to get out of that is to stop thinking that way, stop acting that way towards one another, follow the law, the highest law, charity, forgiveness, love, right? And if we can, I mean, eventually, I think the whole idea would be to get rid of money altogether. Until then, of course, you're going to have to operate somewhat in their system, and so that's what we're trying to provide, is a way to do that without actually being stuck in it and bound by it.
compromised. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
pretty
Raven,
much.
you wanted to say something?
Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to comment because I'm the person Brandon was mentioning before, working with different ladies who are using the PMA um, to basically combat the system that has been used to really victimize us. Being survivors of ritualistic abuse and growing up in a secret society, you see it very clearly how they really separate everything. And as Brandon was reading that last quote, the thing that just kept coming to me is just like the hive mind, and like if you've ever watched Star Trek, the Borg being assimilated into the Borg, they just have this race that you get assimilated into, and you're just completely disconnected from everything else. And you're in this animalistic place where you're just ravaging everything around you because you are at the top of the totem, like you're top of the totem pole. So it's really just giving the power back to the people that it's been stripped from, and taking it from the oppressors and giving it to the people that have been oppressed in it. And I think it really just goes down to the people and how you're going to use it, and how much you trust yourself, and being aware and listening to those gut feelings when it feels like somebody's off. And the thing that I loved when I first met Brandon was he said PMAs are more about who you exclude instead of who you include. And I really love that, because creating a 501c3, which is exactly where we were going to go, it was like you're so limited in what you can do and what you can speak out of, where we are serious about talking about real struggles and real horrific crimes that are being committed.
Unimaginable.
And so we need to have as much safety and protection as that they have been using against us our entire lives.
Well, I mean, that's a perfect answer to the previous question. Are we delving into their world so much that we become like them? Or are we using a satanic tool? And the answer is absolutely not. It's how you use it. It's your intention that matters. And the other thing, what you'll find within the Patriot radio and everything is, especially with the InfoWars, is that they're always telling you to change the world, not to change yourself, but to change government. Let's a new government for all people. Let's change all people. Let's change. No, 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 no. This is all about discretion. This is all about exclusion. This is about a special group of people who will be a minority. Even the Bible talks about the remnant, right? You're not going to change the world. This system is created for those who cannot self-govern, who do not have the power or the will to self-govern. And if you go back and you look at quotes from presidents who say you will be governed by God or men, it is your choice. This system is set up for those who cannot ever possibly govern themselves. And what we're talking about is governing ourselves. And you can do that two ways, right? And it's all based on your intention and who is your God. Well, these people, their God is not the same God as ours. So
Yes.
it's all I can. I mean, again, it's all about your intention and what.
Developing your personal discernment and really being able to decipher what level people are compromised and how they're being used by, because literally it's spiritual warfare. Like that's what it is.
I've had to deal with witches and warlocks through various times of my life. They've tried to bring me down ever since I was young. And that still continues. This past summer, I had to deal with some things, let's say, with these creatures. And so this is very real, guys. And because I'm such a proponent of the stuff I talk about and how spiritually I am aligned with my beliefs, you have to have faith in God, or else a PMA or any of that stuff won't mean anything. I'm convinced it is that way, because now I hear a lot in the world, they talk about manifestation, but that's bullshit. Manifestation is not what people say it is. It's not even a real thing. You do not give yourself existence to something. You do not create that. There's a verse in Matthew, I can't remember the exact passage, but I believe it's in Matthew, where it says, basically, and I'm paraphrasing, when you pray for something and you believe God will give it to you, it will be given to you. So I always have to remind myself of that.
I think the other real challenge is to never let the association itself become a simulacra, assimilation, something that takes upon itself the importance, whereas you start forgetting about that it's actually a group of people. You never want to, like the Mormons support the Mormon Church, not each other. They hate each other. Trust me.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got Mormon neighbors. They freaking hate each other. They've got an assessor that comes along and makes sure that every year that they're paying 10% tithing to the church out of their taxes. Right?
Yes.
This is all about the church, the corporation, the entity. We must never allow that to happen. Oh, well, this is my association. I want it to have this picture, and this is how it looks, and this, and oh, look, it's wonderful. Meanwhile, everybody that joined it is starving or not getting anything from it. No, it has to be about the people. Right? That word is of course overused, but it has to be about who is in the trust, why we are in it, and that is to support one another, not people outside of it, right? I'm sorry, they're on their own, they can come join the trust, but you must do as the Bible says, which is exclude, or in other words, circumcise, meaning separate yourself from the world, the secular world that does not allow you to act under that highest law. You cannot practice Christianity, true Christianity, in a in a secular place that forces churches to be 501c3. I'm sorry, you
Yeah.
cannot possibly call yourself anything that's biblical, because you can't act the part. You're a hypocrite.
Yeah.
You have to be. The law is designed to make you hypocritical, to make you hate, to make you competitive, to make nothing about it. It is 100% opposed to the Bible law, and that's why it's so important to understand. And that's why it's so important to understand this quote that now as then masonry's challenge is the Holy Bible. That is such an important quote. I can't even tell you.
Wow. Very powerful. Yeah. Thanks for joining, everyone. And yeah, I do this weekly. If you guys aren't in my Telegram is Safe Haven, PMA. That's where I have a lot of unlisted videos that's not even on my YouTube. And then Clint, where can people find you?
Here.
Yeah, you're here every week. So
well, it's funny because I'll be opening a private website,
yeah.
PMA website, where I want to put all my work, future books and stuff, but I don't have that settled yet.
Yeah.
For now, just realityblogger.wordpress.com is my blog, with one G. Strawmanstory.info, you can download the book, and Red Pill Sunday School on BitChute.
Yeah.
YouTube and Odyssey is the one I update with most of my shows and stuff.
And guys, I know Clint gives away his book for free, but guys, give him a donation if you download it. Please do, because you're going to be shocked when you look at how much work he has put into this one book. That's just one of his books. So he has earned the the donation, I think. So you guys, definitely be gratuitous to this guy.
I appreciate that.
All right, hey guys, thanks for joining us today. And for those of you who know, I am a proponent of using private membership associations in the Safe Haven umbrella system. And there's quite a number of PMA teachers out there who will tell you that my way of doing it is wrong and in the public. So a lot of these gurus out there say that to truly have your PMA private, we have to have the PMA interfacing with a nonprofit structure. And these same people will say that they're a faith-based 508c1a organization. And so I wanted to share some websites that kind of go into this sort of thing. So let's see here. Let me pull that up. I'm going to share my screen here. Okay, so you look up 508 PMA online, and these will be some of the websites that pull up. And this site said, what is a 508c1a? And the 508c1a faith-based organization, FBO, is a religious nonprofit tax-exempt organization. The 508c1a FBO is separate and distinct from a 501c3 charity and unincorporated FBOs. The 508c1a is applicable in all 50 states and recognized internationally under the Hague Convention of the United Nations Charter. Okay, so interesting statement there. And we'll kind of pick that apart as we go on. But and then here they say a 518c1a is not a PMA, private ministerial association or private membership association. Interesting. Okay, so this site is unique. They say it's not a PMA. Well, let's go on this site. It says, we are a private ministerial association, faith-based 508c1a organization. Okay, so now this one, the Freedom People. What is a 501c1a? Okay, and they're pretty much saying the same thing. And they say you might want to consider a 508c1a or private membership association, PMA. By forming a 518c1a, you can exempt your business from some of the restrictions that may apply to other types of organizations. This includes free speech restrictions, IRS reporting requirements, and various rules and regulations of the IRS. Interesting. That's a strong statement to make. Now, notice they're not citing any actual law citations or anything like that. Now, I was reading the comments at the bottom of this website, and this person asked, does teaching yoga fall under faith-based? And they say, yes, it does. Well, of course, whoever's running this site's going to say it does. I don't know if I agree with that, but I guess that's kind of in the gray. This person asked, what is the criteria for a business? And they answer, a member-based business dealing with living men and women. Okay, well, I think we all are living. Okay, and I know the whole thing that they say your straw man is not your live man or what. Look, there is certain truth in that, but we'll pick that apart later. But okay, and this guy asks, how about a self-employed electrician? Can I be a 508 or a PMA? And they say a PMA would work if most clients are private. If you have some corporate clients and keep licensing, then our trust will protect you. Oh, we'll pick that apart. But first I want to get into, well, what the heck is a 518c1a? Okay, because I don't want to go just off these websites definitions. I want to read this one too. This one says non-government, non-taxable, not for state profit church. What is a free medical church clinic? What is a church? And it goes into this whole thing. Okay. This site is dedicated to a non-government venue. Okay, I mean, you can claim that all you want, but doesn't mean that's a recognized thing. Is to give place for a 501c1a non-taxable churches ordained by God and not obstructed, restricted, or impeded. Well, this is bad grammar. They should say impeded by government state organizations. Well, okay, I guess I see what they're trying to say. Keeping the true separation of church and state for the banks, as well as other organizations wishing to verify and or make donations to 508c1a church house organizations. And then they list some scripture and they try to virtue signal. What is a free church? And I don't think I have to read all this. They pretty much say the same stuff. Section 508 was part of the legislation passed in the Tax Reform Act of 1969, HR 13270, codified as public law. Okay, I'm going to address that later. This guy is misinterpreting the whole thing. So basically, these guys are trying to say that because most churches out there in charities, they're going to be 501c3 corporations, right? But these guys say they're different. They're a 508. It's different, they say, than a 501c3. So, okay, so now that we've looked at those sites, oh, and I wanted to address one more thing. At the bottom of this one, he lists 26 USC, and we'll get into that. It has nothing to do with what he's actually talking about. Now, notice at the bottom of this website, and a lot of these have this, it's a disclaimer. And it says, none of the information on this site should be deemed legal advice or should be acted upon without prior consultation with appropriate professional advisors. So, okay, that's a red flag. Whenever I see something like that, it's basically disclaiming everything that we talk about on our site. Don't take it seriously. Now, so they have a disclaimer at the bottom saying nothing they say is legal or tax advice. But then they're trying to give you tax and legal advice at the top. Why are they trying to evade liability? This makes you question if people run into problems with their system, right? If they're trying to avoid liability, why would you do what they say? And so these sites, they tell you what they deem what a 508 is. And there's endless myths about nonprofits out there, but this one is the most popular one in the private realm. And so all of these gurus pitch that a 508 is an alternative to a 501c3, which is most churches and ministries, right? And as well, we've seen that on that one site we looked at, these gurus, they tell you that your business / PMA can be a 508. And for these looking for nonprofit, and for those looking for nonprofits, the 501c3 is a corporation that's sanctioned in compliance with the government and bodies like the IRS to keep the tax exempt status. And yeah, that's true. And so these gurus will often say something along the lines that a 501c3 are government controlled and not under God. And look, I don't disagree that entirely, but then they'll go on to say that a 501c1a is a free organization that's still tax exempt and does not have to report or comply with the IRS or anyone else. Well, guys, look, the sad thing is they're misleading people because none of these selling points about the 508 are true. They're pitching you rhetoric to sell their courses or services, and they don't have any factual basis in law to back up the selling points. And so it sounds good to a lot of people because they don't know any better. And so these people that promote 508s are either completely ignorant or they're grifters. 508c1a is not an entity. It's not recognized as a structure of conveyance or recognized organizational structure. It's not a tax or religious status like these people are saying. A 508c3 is a section in the IRS tax code. It's called Section 508. And you can go to the IRS code to find this. In Section 508, you can go to US Code 26, because this has been codified as well. And so this section is just law that spells out how a 501c3 applies to get a tax-exempt status and to be recognized as such. And so I want to show you guys USC 26. Let's see here. Okay, let's read it. Now, here we go. Subsection 508, special rules with respect to Section 501c3 organizations. So just in the title, it tells you this pertains to 501c3 organizations. New organizations must notify Secretary, and this is the Secretary of State, that they're applying for recognition or Section 501c3 status, except as provided in subsection. I don't even have to read this for you guys. I mean, really, it's so straightforward. And we'll go into it in a little bit later. But as you can see, where does it say anywhere in this code that a 508 is its own organization structure? It's not. This whole section of the 508 code is explaining how a 501c3 can get the tax exemption status and other stuff about the 501c3. Has nothing to do with what these people are saying. I mean, I don't know how much more clear I can make it. And so, again, it's not a structural status of an organization. And these people, they misinterpret this section, saying this section of the IRS code says that you don't have to comply with the IRS. And it's just laughable because these people not only misinterpret this section of the code, but then they try to weaponize it against the IRS. It's just like the so-called state nationals trying to redefine what USC Title 8 and the Immigration Office code says what a national and non-citizen national actually is. And now I want to show you something else that's on the IRS website that pertains to what we're talking about. Okay, look at this. Now they claim that a 508 does not have to comply with the IRS. But look at here, IRS Section 508 compliant forms. I mean, look at all these. There's so many. I could keep going and going and going. I could click on each of these and it's going to list all the requirements. But wait, these guys said a 508 doesn't have to comply with the IRS. You see how many forms there are just for 508, Section 508. I mean, you guys, you can't make this stuff up. I mean, look for yourself. Look. So, anyways, just wanted to show you that because I thought that was funny. You know, these guys, they make strong claims about the IRS, but have they actually looked at the IRS website? Have they actually looked at the codes? I don't think they have. Or if they are, they're completely ignoring it.
Well, did you see the one word that was most important there too was compliant?
Right.
I mean, hello. The first word you come across is compliant. Are you compliant to be protected by 508 status? And the answer, as a church, sorry, no church is allowed. The whole idea behind putting a church in a 501c3 anyway is to put the church under man's law. You think they're gonna? Oh well, let's make an exception because we want the church to go back to actually worshiping God instead of the state. No, they're not gonna do that.
Right. Exactly. Yeah,
and on that note, man, where did this come from? Because I'm now kind of curious. Because ever since I've been in this truth movement, where did this notion that there's some freaking reward, right? It's always a reward-based system. There's always some kind of monetary payoff at the end of the non-existent rainbow.
Yeah.
You got to find the end of the rainbow, but there is no rainbow. And it seems like it's that way for everything. Like that is the guru sort of playbook, is that you always have to have some reward, and it's always monetary, of course, at the end of this puzzle or this maze that you have to go through. Where did that come from? I guess that's how they sell it in all cases, and I don't think you could sell it any other way unless there was some monetary or way to protect your money or not pay taxes or whatever the reward is. It's always some form of payoff where you're not going to have to pay as much taxes, or there's always some. Where did that come from? How is that the whole freaking truth movement?
Well, it's funny because a lot of this is in California. I think this is where a lot of this stuff stemmed from. But really it's branched out all across the country now. And this whole thing comes from the whole sole corporation guru movement. And that's probably been going on longer than the 508 thing. But it's all the same stuff at the end of the day, because these same 508 people think it's a sole corporation. And we're going to be getting into that, guys, what a sole corporation is. And these things are different brands, right? The the 508c1A, the sole corporation. They're just different brands for the same kind of deception. And these gurus say that you're tax-free. You can put all your assets in this church organization, your personal assets, right? Which, if you're an actual church, I mean, we'll get into all that, but basically that's a complete misuse of a church. And I mean, go look on the IRS website.
Okay, so let's put it out here at the beginning. What is a church? Now, the only way to know what a church is to go to the source, which is the Bible. You don't go to the frickin' state to find out what a church is. To them, a church, just like a family is a corporation. Well, a church is a corporation. Well, no. The Bible's against persons. The Bible's against corporations. The Bible's against flattering titles. No, none of that. It's very much like the model of the state. The states are the people. You're not the people. The state is the people. Okay, when you look up the word state, it says people, and when you look up the word people, it says state. You have a representative of the state, and that is the people, essentially, the Senate, right? So when you're talking about a state in the romantic sense, you're talking about this sort of national fervor of a nation being a spiritual concept until it becomes a nation state, like the United States. Right before that, it was a nation. In other words, a compact between people, between states. Well, a church is the same thing. It's a people, right? It's a private foreign people that are not affected by law. In other words, the church has every right, and the people in it have every right to comment on politics, to comment on this, to do this, to participate in everything. But when you're talking about a corporation, then you limit that. The whole purpose of the 501(c)(3) is to silence the church, the real church, the people, the actual physical living people who are supposed to be practicing God's law. You sever that by incorporating. What does incorporate mean? It means to get rid of your body, your soul, and become part of someone else's. You become one body with one voice. Who's the voice of, say, the Catholic Church? It's not the Catholics. No, it's the Pope. Who is the voice of the United Methodist Church? Why, the United Methodist Conference. Because it's a corporation, it has to have a conference, right? So before you could go any farther in understanding this, you have to understand that if you want to be a true church, you're not going to be incorporated at all in any way, whether it's 501(c)(3), 3C, or whether it's being subject to 508 rules, or none of that should ever, no legal standing or rule or public law should ever affect your right of religious freedom and worship. That's the whole point. So the whole point of the corporation thing and this, what you're talking about, is to numb, to deaden the ability of the moral compass and the moral law to guide the legal system. The legal system was created to be opposed to the people that are worshiping God and trying to follow God's law. That's the whole point, is to get out of the responsibility of following the law of nature. There's no point in the Bible or the legal law without one. And they're like light and dark. You can't have. There's no purpose for the Bible without the legal law. There's no purpose for the legal law without the Bible. They're directly 100% opposed to each other. That's why they exist, and that's why the Pope created both.
Exactly right. And the Catholic Church, the Mormon Church, they are what are called corporation souls. And so I want to show you guys the IRS definition of what a corporation soul is. So let me share my screen again. All right. A legitimate corporation soul is designed to ensure continuity of ownership of property dedicated to the benefit of a legitimate religious organization. A taxpayer cannot use a corporation soul created to avoid or evade income taxes as a means to exclude the taxpayer's personal income from tax. Now, it's interesting. Now that we have their definition, now look at this. IRS warns of corporation sole tax scam. So let's read that. I'm going to zoom in for you guys. Yes. All right. So the IRS today issued a consumer alert advising taxpayers to be wary of promoters offering a tax evasion scheme that misuses corporation sole laws. Oh, kind of like those websites that we looked at, kind of like these gurus out there. There's plenty of them. There's hundreds, especially in the PMA space the last couple of years.
Well, there's also the notion of the corporation sole is to, as opposed to a 501(c), is that you're not incorporating people. You're only incorporating property. That's the difference between the two in my understanding. So you're not getting any protection for you, you're only protecting your assets in a corporation sole.
Well, and we'll get into how that doesn't even protect your assets.
Well, yeah,
here in a little bit. It's a scheme, just like the IRS says. This scheme shamelessly tries to take advantage of special tax benefits available to legitimate religious groups and church leaders. Okay, yeah, so this is really just for church leaders mostly. Besides the 501(c)(3), this is what the leader would do. Unscrupulous tax promoters always look for ways to game the system and prey on unsuspecting victims. Taxpayers should be on the lookout for these and other scams. And look, this goes on, right? I don't want to read the whole thing. I mean, really, it's kind of boring. But yeah, I mean, look at it. I mean, they talk about, because a lot of these. Okay.
Look at the big sentence there at the bottom. It allows religious leaders, bishops or parsons, to be incorporated.
Yeah.
You don't want to be incorporated. We're promoting non-incorporated, because remember, to be incorporated means to lose your soul. It means to lose your ability to make it. You don't want to be a corporation.
Yeah, exactly. And so, yeah, I mean, you guys should read this whole thing, because it completely goes against all of what these people tell you what their thing is. It's the complete opposite of what it actually is. So, anyways.
It also says it's an organization. It's it's not an association, right? The church should be a private associate. The right to associate for purposes of worship.
Yeah.
Private. Not organized as a corporation.
Exactly. And we'll get into the difference between association and organization, something that Clint shared with me earlier. And so we'll be going over, his notes on this whole thing. Okay, so so the IRS gives self-declared tax-exempt status ability to two groups only. Okay, it's going to be churches. That's number one. Or number two is going to be a tiny nonprofit organization with less than $5,000 a year in revenue. And so when someone says they want to be a 508, I have to ask, do you plan to form a church? And again, 508 is not a tax status. It is a clarification of the tax code that applies to qualified 501(c)(3) organizations, churches, and tiny organizations. There is no such thing as a 508 nonprofit organization. There are 501(c)(3) organizations and these churches and tiny nonprofits that self-declared their tax-exempt status. But see, these 508 people, they say that you can be self-declared as a 508 tax-exempt entity. And so now another sales pitch these 508 gurus and corporate sale gurus claim that these things offer bulletproof asset protection. And they'll cite the Catholic Church and the Mormon Church as examples, but both have had numerous lawsuits and judgments and cases, and a lot of times rape, right? I don't even have to present the cases where this has happened because it's so well known to you guys. So remember, corporate souls, the 501(c)(3s, those are corporations. And because of that, I can sue it. Now, here's some interesting case law related to this. And this is, in quote, the right to sue and be sued is a corporate franchise. American Steel and Wire Company versus Wire Drawers Union. So you might want to think about that. The right to be sued and be sued is a corporate franchise. So these people claim a corporation's soul is not a corporation. And there are even these guys that call the 508 a corporation's soul. And a corporation's soul relationship between you and the entity can be subpoenaed and scrutinized, and you'll have to go to court, you'll have to defend a case. There's no charging order protection with this structure. The stuff that I do, we have charging order protection. But with this, you're vulnerable to writ of attachments, judgments, till takes and liens. And so since this is a corporation, you can't represent yourself in court either.
Pull up if you can. Pull up title. Shoot, I'm forgetting. Is it Title 42? That's Title 42, Section 1981.
1 sec. Yeah, let me pull that up.
Probably the most important title.
Title
probably the title. I think it's 42.
42.
Isn't that the one with Social Security and everything?
Title 42, Section what?
1981.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about this one. All right. So yeah, let's read this.
Yeah, well, in there, this is how you know you're in a corporate entity, which is the United States, because what you just said, look at what it says. You have the right to make and enforce contracts and all the terms and benefits, the contractual relationship. You can be sued and sue. You can sue and be sued, in other words. So those are your rights. Now, read that last part there. That's the most important one under C. It says protection against impairment. So the rights protected. Now, what does it say? It says that you shall be subject, in Part A, you're subject to punishment, pain, penalties, taxes, licenses, and exactions, which is essentially extortion of every kind and no other. So government can now do this to all black and white people is basically what it's saying. Equal rights means equal punishment under the law. Now, protection against impairment, what does that mean? Well, gee, this is so important that I can't even tell you. The rights protected by this section are protected against impairment by non-governmental discrimination and impairment under color of state law. Wow. That is such an important statement because that means the state, if you're acting in the United States, the state has no ability to protect you because you're not acting as one of the people. In other words, one of the states.
Yeah.
Okay? There is no way that you can protect yourself under state law because the state recognizes the Constitution, etc., as the law of the land, supreme, right? So what we're telling you is, and you don't want to ever forget this in anything we ever say, we're going back to the states. We're going back to being the people. That's the point. When you're acting privately from or foreign from the United States, you've got to understand you're going back to the state. That's where your law is now coming from. Now the United States has no discrimination or impairment of state law. So the role is reversed. That's the idea of the birth certificate, again, and the creation of the person is to get you out of the state. We want to go back into the state. We want to re-inhabit the states. Not the way that Anna von Reitz and all these bullshitters talk about, right? Not with their little, no, we're talking about really acting the part. We're actually, that's what the PMA is created for, as a sense of proof, a token, if you will, that says, hey, we're agreeing, we're in an association, we're acting privately. You can only do that in one, you can only do that in the state. You're never leaving the law. You're never leaving. You're not going somehow outside. Because remember the prisoner of war thing too.
Yeah.
Right. So it's very important that we read our state constitutions. It's very important that we get familiar with state law if we're going to act in and under that power. because that is where the power to do this is coming from. This isn't necessarily although it's based on, it's not necessarily a God-given right that we're talking about here. We're talking about a PMA forming that in the state, right, based on your God-given rights, which was the whole idea of forming the states in the first place. United States, federalism, all that, a completely different story. When the nation, the spiritual concept of the compact between people, between states to protect one another becomes a state of its own, which happened all over the world. Now you've got the United States sitting there as the conqueror, the Civil War, right? Now we're trying to re-inhabit and become the people again. You're not Americans, you're United States citizens. We want to become the people again. And to do that, we have to be private. We cannot be citizens of the United States in our actions.
Yeah.
Right? So I just can't, that code right there, anytime you have any question, well, why can they do this? Why can they charge me a ticket? Well, because you agree as a U.S. citizen that it is your right to be put in, to be subject to punishment, pain, penalties, taxes, licenses, and extortion.
Right. And a lot of these state national types or sovereignty types, they think that a contract is something that only you can sign on, right? But there's implied contract. You are using the fiction person. Therefore, because you're privy to the benefits, you're privy to the liabilities because you're using the person. And so that's an implied contract in and of itself of your use of that. And also there's express contract. So it doesn't have to be just a written contract. And a lot of these people say, oh, well, because there's no written contract that I signed, it's fraud. Well, no, it's not that simple. If it was that simple, we wouldn't have this conversation.
Well, read that quote again, because again, all persons within the jurisdiction of the United States shall have the same right in every state and territory to make and enforce contracts and to sue.
Yes.
Okay, what what did you just read about the right to sue is a corporate franchise? Well,
Right.
I'm here to tell you, if you look up the word freedom, while in the United States, freedom means franchise, corporate franchise. Voting is considered a franchise.
Yep.
Okay, that's what it's. The definition of voting is a public franchise. So again, you really got to get the idea that we don't want to be in this corporate thing. We don't want to be incorporated in any way, shape, or form, including a corporation soul. That is for, how do you say it, dude? That a lot of this stuff, the UCC and all that stuff, it's for criminals.
Yep.
It's for highfalutin corporations to get away with murder. It's not for us. Unless that's what you want to do, then go do it. But if you want to be free of all that and be a moral, outstanding man, well, then you don't go into any of this, any of the corporation soul stuff, the UCC, which is created by attorneys. No, you don't go there. Please don't go
Right.
there, because you're going to get in trouble.
Yeah, and you guys, because these people, they're trying to infest the PMA space with this junk. And look, there is good case law on association when it comes to litigation. And so look at this, a voluntary association, being only a collection of individuals, could not, at common law, sue or be sued by its associated name. Llewellyn versus Woodworker Underwriters, 1919. Another one, there is no principle better settled than an unincorporated association cannot, in absence of a statute authorizing it, be sued in a society or company name.
Why? Why? Because suing is a corporate right.
Yes.
So,
It's
I
a
mean,
corporate
right there, that tells you everything. I mean, that's so important. Like, I just can't stress. And this is, someone asked me why I don't trust anyone I've come across until I've met Brandon. This is the reason why, because we're both basically freaking bounty hunters after all these false, we're putting these people to shame just by showing you the law. that is why I love this kid. I mean, he's awesome. And we're after the same thing, which is to protect you while trying to also help you do the right thing instead of the wrong thing. All these people, whether they are intentionally misleading you or they're following because someone else told them to, or that whatever it is, it's the same model over and over. And it proves her. Just be aware that this is not, they're not doing this because they have experience. They're doing it because they want you to go do something so that they can see if it works.
Yeah. Because
they're not going to do it themselves. Like I said, I will never tell you to do anything unless I do it myself. And I'm doing this myself. And so obviously so are you.
Yeah. And so these gurus, they'll say, if you use these strategies that we teach you, if the tax liability pops up, put all your assets into this ministry. Well, look, if you got a tax liability and you go in to put your assets into this thing after the liability arises, that's going to be a fictitious conveyance. And so if you think your 508 is a real thing and you try to convey assets into it, there's no separation from yourself, since the 508 is only a section of the IRS code. So there's even more laughable in the court's eyes if you try to do that. So you still will be on the hook for everything personally, right? There is no personal separation. And so in the past ruling, Hale versus Henkel, it states, the corporation is a creature of the state. So these guys and their ideologies about freedom precludes forming corporations because they think they're morally superior to corporations. So instead of just admitting that a corporation soul is in fact a corporation, or 501c3 is a corporation, they say it's not. And a lot of these times, they don't reference actual law. It's just theory, right? Like what we saw on those websites I showed you guys. Or even law they do cite, they again take out of context and misrepresent and misinterpret. And so let's face it, all corporation souls are statutory entities and creatures of civil law. The fact they say corporation souls are unregistered is easy to prove otherwise. Corporation souls cannot have existence without first filing government forms with the Secretary of State and the IRS, where the corporation soul resides. And these gurus, most of the time, skip this crucial step, so their corporate souls fail to even exist. And it's something they made out of in a thin air. And so when the Secretary of State approves the filing, they then hand you the articles of incorporation and publicly register that entity as a nonprofit corporation. You see how fallacious these gurus' criticism of my system is. Because they say my system is too much in the public and theirs is more private. Well, don't believe me. Call any Secretary of State office that legally recognizes the corporate soul, like Nevada, Washington, Oregon. Go ahead and request to speak with the chief legal counsel in the corporation division. When he comes on the line, ask him, is the corporation soul subject to civil law and a statutory entity? And what's he going to tell you? Well, what he's going to tell you is that it's going to contradict everything that these 508 or corporation soul frauds are selling you. And so these guys that work at the Secretary of State, they're very cognizant of this fraud. It's been going on for a long time. And I challenge you to practice deductive reasoning.
Due diligence.
Due diligence, yeah. What has more weight? These gurus' interpretation of the law or the facts that I've presented, including the information on the IRS website that we looked at? And so no real truth.
I'm almost afraid of the answer that people might have to that question, you know?
Yeah.
After all this time listening, I mean, people are really, really brainwashed and confused by the alternative movement. They think the mainstream is bad. I'm telling you, the alternative, I think, is worse.
I think it is, man. You know, I keep getting comment after comment about my criticism of state nationals, and they all repeat the same brainwashed points over and over and over. And they say that I'm brainless. That's what one guy said this morning.
How dare you say we don't exist?
Right. Yeah. So kind of like what Clint said, no real church or ministry should try to use the IRS code as the single source of its legal or lawful existence.
Well, no, it's more important to say that if you do, you're not a real church. You're a corporation. I do not understand the difference. It's like,
Yeah.
what the hell? You gotta be real. Keep it real. Keep it pure. Keep it of God, not of. Call something a church. I can call it the Church of Satan. I can call it the
Yeah.
Church of Weed. That does not, do not use this word church if you don't mean it.
Right.
If you're not doing it under the word of God, the law of God, then you're not. You're I mean, what do you say? You can use all these religious terms. You're blasphemy. But I mean, it's just,
Yeah.
don't try to be a church unless you're a church, a
I,
real church.
yeah. And our authority to form a church or a private association comes from natural law, not the legal realm. And so it's even more asinine that these people say that you can operate your electrician business through a 508, like what we saw on that website earlier. If you have a business that is not a charity or charitable foundation, you will not meet the requirements to be a 501c3. You won't get a tax exempt status. So let's say in a different world, you did get those things. Well, you're still not private. And really, it would be a misuse of the 501c3 and it would be scrutinized later on. I know of lawyers that would love to pick this apart, right? This is their bread and butter. They specialize in this kind of thing. So why would you use the nonprofit for business anyway? We've already demonstrated it doesn't protect you from liability. And that's not prudent in risk management. And so I know a lot of people that have gone through the 508 status, or the process, I should say, and they're not able to open bank accounts. How could they? When a 508 is only a section of the IRS code. A bank is not going to know what the hell a 508 is. It's not a recognized thing. Now, a lot of these 508 pushers, they know this, so they'll tell people, open a trust bank account. Well, first of all, why not just start telling people about using a trust and not a 508 then? And even with the trust, for conducting business or ministry under a trust is a horrible idea.
What is the answer? Are they purposefully misleading or are they just ignorant? And I'm afraid to know the answer, because if it really is, if there really are that many people out there designated to misleading people on behalf of, this powers that be, then I mean that's a really scary thought. But if I look at for instance, the CIA involvement in the media with Mockingbird and all that, which is on their own website. I mean, how many agents do they have in the media, and how many do they have now?
Right.
I mean, it's I guess to if we're gonna really call the alternative media controlled opposition, well, then you'd have to imagine that there are that many people in it that are controlling it and misleading it, right?
And I think that's why a lot of these people don't go away, right? I mean, we talked about the gurus like David Stray and all those that kind of guys. I mean, my thinking is there's now, Clint, you've cited before that there's one reason you know of or you think of that they're not put away is because they're bringing these courts so much revenue, right?
Exactly.
But another thing is too, they're useful idiots. I mean, they're misleading people down the wrong path, and so we're never going to have people actually operating in the private doing these things. I looked at a trust that David Straight gives people in his process, and the whole thing was a bunch of gobbledygook, right? It wasn't even a trust. It was just random stuff, man. I'll have to show you guys sometime. It was just laughable. But yeah, go back to this thing, these gurus, they acknowledge that you can't open a 508 bank account, right? So they tell you, oh, well, just open a trust bank account instead. And again, this is a misuse of a trust. We should only use trusts and special purpose trusts like a PMA to separate property rights, not to be the banking function for our association. So you're telling me that when people want to pay the association, they have to write a check out to the trust? I don't want the public privy to my trust information. Your trust should be private.
And it's important to state here that the fact that we're talking about this publicly is very rare. In other words, those who are in the private do not come out from the private and share their their experience or how to become, because it would be
Right.
like I don't know, Bill Gates giving away all his stock. They profit from their privacy. They profit from the ignorance of the public that they even exist.
Right.
So my whole my whole goal and purpose might be a little different than Brandon's, in that my whole goal is to expose what this is so that more people can protect themselves, in a way, not necessarily to make money or become some grand poobah of a business or whatever, but to actually be able to form a true church, a true association of people
Yeah.
where you can actually act and do the right thing and live the life according to, and keep all the public stuff where it belongs, right? Away from you and out of your name. And
Right.
I just can't tell you how, I mean, that is the way the world works. That is how the world is run, from the bar association to everything else.
Yep.
Nation states, everything. I mean, I got to tell you, we should do a show just on all of the politicians and their associations, the National Governors Association, the firefighters, the police, the National Mayors Association. They all meet in a single building in Washington, D.C. I think it's called the Hall of States or something like that. And
Oh,
and it's fascinating because, like, the National Governors Association, a private association, they go to Washington, D.C. to be outside of their states and outside, for that matter, of the continental, the United States. They
right.
go there to meet. Guess what? That's where they have a copyright of Common Core. They created, or someone else created it, but they approved it. And what happens is, instead of passing things nationally in the federal, they go back to their states with their own copyrighted thing called Common Core and get it passed in the states. They're the governors, right? That's how politics really works, is through these private.
Yep.
There's like 150 lawmaking agencies, not agencies, but like associations, corporations, these kind of things that actually make the law. All Congress does is get wined and dined and pass the law.
Right.
They don't write the law. They don't even read the freaking law half the time.
Yeah, they're
Right?
prostitutes.
This
Yeah.
is horrible the way things actually work, but I really want you to understand it's because there's all these associations and foundations and
And clubs.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's who's running the show. So if you want to run your own show, guess what? Don't hate it. Or I mean, hate the part of it that makes it evil, but emulate, do what they do to protect themselves, then start worrying about everything else, right? Then start worrying about
Right.
fighting it. But until you're protected in a way that the public law doesn't affect your actions in certain avenues, well, then the public will protect the private no matter what,
Yep.
right?
Yeah. And I shared with Clint, I think last week, the Federal Reserve, they had their own little private club. And not to get confused, guys, because after reading and watching Clint's work, I've come to realize I believe the lie that the Federal Reserve is privately owned and all this nonsense we heard from the John Birch Society and Griffith, what's that guy's name? Creatures of Jekyll Island author guy. We'll get into that. That's going to be probably our next show, guys. How clubs, how these PMAs, they run the world. It's mind blowing, and it's so simple, guys. And people think it's this whole sophisticated thing. It's really not. It's really not, guys. It's something that we can do. It's just we gave up that power to participate in this public law system.
Well, I mean, could you technically not say that being a United States citizen is being a member of a PMA? It's just
Yeah.
that it's called the public, right? I mean,
That's-
it's like it's like a trade union. I mean, my best analogy is that it's a trade unit. It represents employees, really. That's
Yeah.
that's what most of the law is. and consumers, right? So
Yep.
it gives us these insurances and protections, just like the NFL represents basketball player or NFL. football players,
Yeah.
and the NHL, the hockey, right? They're all private associations, right?
Yeah.
So you got to wonder then, how does the NFL, which brings in billions of dollars in profits, how is it a non-profit?
Well, they use that as a cover, right?
Right.
They that's what they want the public to see. Meanwhile, the deep machinations in the background, what's really pulling the levers is the private association. Just like all these things that we mentioned. And
Well,
so
all they're doing is putting the name NFL on things. Is really
yeah,
all they're doing.
that's
It's
a
just
doing business as. I mean,
right.
that's a DBA, people.
It's disgusting. I mean, it
Yeah,
reminds me so much of the Coliseum.
it is the same. Yeah,
It is.
essentially.
It is.
So, all right. So to get back to these 508 people, why do these people try to sell you on the idea a PMA needs a 508 involved? It doesn't. A religious organization, religious foundation, or really any organization cannot be commingled with a PMA and truly have it be a private association. And so I want to share with you guys what Clint has to say about this. So let me share my screen again.
Well, let me listen to myself.
Yeah, why don't you? All right. I think one major issue that people aren't paying attention to the words association and organization and how different they are. And he sends me this link. So let's go to the link. Look at this. Organization versus association. What's an organization? The organization is I'm going to scroll down to the bottom. Let's look at this. Organization refers to an entity. Oh, notice that an entity that has deliberately been formed for achieving some particular purpose or goal. Association. Association represents any group of people who have joined together in order to achieve a common goal. Notice that. It's not an entity, an association.
So in other words, an organization like a corporation has a single voice, and if you're incorporated under that organization, you have no voice.
Yeah. And these people say, I'm a faith-based organization, but I'm not a corporate. Well, look at here. You're an entity.
I have faith in the mighty dollar.
And so members have the right to vote and determine how profits are distributed. Okay. Members for associations have the right to vote and determine how profits are distributed. Interesting. In an organization, members are directly affected by any losses, right? That makes sense. If there's a storm, it's going to affect everyone.
But I'm a 508. How can I be liable?
The association, they do not share liability for any losses. And that's why I love to use associations, particularly for business.
And let it be said that you don't have to use just one association. You can use 1,000 of them if you ever get to that point.
You could.
I mean, each one for a different purpose.
The leadership structure is informal for an association because it's private. There's no obligation to keep current on, state obligations with your organization. Look at this. The leadership structure is more formalized. Okay. So in summary,
no, read that last one, because that's a perfect way of looking at it.
An example of an organization can be your school.
The school, the whole school.
Interesting.
But what's going on inside? Or in fact, it's actually more of an outside thing,
right?
When you're what is the PTA? What does the A stand for?
Association, right?
Association.
So
the PTA is not the school.
Right.
It's not an organization. It's an association of. Well, if we're being honest, it's an association of a bunch of planted agents that are promoting Agenda 21, Agenda 2030. But, I digress that it's supposed to be the Parent-Teacher Association.
Yeah.
right? But it's, obviously been co-opted as many things have. Most of these things have.
Right.
So, but I think that's a really good way of understanding the school. Do you think a school is, and even if it's a private school, do you think it's private in the capacity that it's, not taxed and all that stuff? No. But when you're talking about a private association, yeah, that is simply a group of people acting together and agreeing that those actions are private, foreign, outside of the the system that is the father of the corporation, the organization.
Yeah. So this contradicts everything these people talk about, the 508 and the sole corporation.
And you notice the word organization is what's being used in that section, the 508, 501c3 section, not associate. It does mention that an organization can have an association, but if the organization has an association, it's part of the organization, therefore not considered to be a private.
Yep. So he expounds on that in here. If churches are organizations, not associations, then we must examine the wording of the law in question to determine whether a private association is subject to these public positive law statutes. Private is the key word, meaning foreign from the public. Let's put this in examination. Here's what the code says. New organizations must notify the Secretary of State, that they are applying for recognition of Section 501c3, status exempt, as provided in subsection C. An organization organized after October 9th, 1969, shall not be treated as an organization described in Section 501c3. Okay, so let's go into that section to see what it is described. Exceptions, mandatory exceptions, subsection A, B, shall not apply to churches, their integrated auxiliaries, and conventions or associations of churches. Any organization which is not a private foundation, as defined in Section 509A, and the gross receipts of which each fiscal year are normally not more than $5,000, like I said earlier.
Doesn't that just about shut down the whole argument when it says that that the churches cannot be 508, whatever they're calling it? But it says right there that churches are not exempt. So what? I'm going crazy. This is just basic stuff. Just look at the law. Like as you said about the Federal Reserve, no one read the Federal Reserve Act, so they couldn't possibly know that most of that shit that goes around is bull.
Right. Yeah, and look, guys, I fell for it. I mean, I fell for the longest time until Clint made me think about.
Sorry.
Wait, what actually is this? So yeah, it's your fault, Clint.
Hmm?
God. So, hey guys, this stuff isn't mental gymnastics. So, all right. Exceptions by regulation of the Secretary, extent and subject to such conditions. So maybe described, it goes on, blah, blah, blah. Education organizations described in Section 170. Any other class of organization with respect to which the Secretary determines that full compliance with the provisions of subsections is not necessary to the efficient administration of the provisions of the title relating to private foundations. So in the code itself, we already know that a church is an organization, right? And that any association affiliated with the organization is not considered to be a 501c3.
Oh, is considered.
Is considered to be a 501c3, right? There is no separation. On the other hand, a private foundation, not an organization, is exempt. So it is a private foundation. Well, let's look. Look in 26 USC 509.
No, says the gurus. Don't look. Oh. Don't look at the legitimate code. No.
Doesn't mean anything.
No, please don't. I'm melting.
For the purpose of this title, the term private foundation means a domestic or foreign organization described in Section 501c3 other than. Okay. And then, so here we are back to the private foreign membership.
What does domestic mean, right? That's the thing that might throw people. Domestic. Remember that the United States shall protect the states from all threats, foreign and domestic.
Yeah.
That means threats within the state.
Ah.
So to be the domestic is to be essentially. It doesn't mean foreign, but it basically means the same thing. It means I'm domesticated in the state.
So, okay, I'm gonna get to you guys in the chat later. I'm almost done here. So, so the main problem with this approach you seek to debunk, he's talking to me in this email, here is that a church is considered automatically to be an organization, not an association. And even association created under the organization of a church, still part of the church, so cannot be separate or foreign, private, from the public law the church organization is already under. Thus, if you ditch the organization that you call your church and just form an informal private PMA, in its stead, you can have your church unorganized congregation and avoid such federal status altogether because you are now acting private instead of in a public corporation organization. And so this very much shows, again, the power of privacy, of remaining outside of and thus foreign from the public law. Does that sound about right? I think it does, Clint. I think it does. So, I concur with, those things that Clint said. And remember, this,
You concur with the law?
yeah, I guess. I guess I will.
How will you ever sell anything if you concur with the law?
Oh, I know. It doesn't sound smooth enough, does it, as a pitch?
No, I know. It's hard. It's hard to sell the truth. I mean, I found that out firsthand. Trying.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's just you don't sell truth. You speak it.
Oh yeah. So guys, remember the story of Jesus when he walked into the temple and they saw they were conducting commerce inside of the temple. He was filled with righteous rage and he flipped the tables and told them to get out. So how's claiming your business is a ministry any different, right? You're trying to mix man's artificial law, 501c3 or 501ca, with a ministry and claiming it's under God? Make it make sense. And so if I was to form a church or a ministry, like Clint said, just have it be a private membership association by itself, not commingle with man's law. And a lot of times people in the 508 corporation soul space are just looking to get out of taxes anyways, right? Besides all the facts that I presented on how this whole thing is laughable. If you want to use this religion exemption for a tax break and for privacy, you're using a ministry for the wrong reason. There are other ways to mitigate a tax liability and obtain privacy, and I demonstrate a lot of these things. And so a religious institution, those are man-made because they are subject to man's legal system. A private membership association already exists in nature, right? They don't need a tax exemption registration or status. Does your family need an IRS section code for existing? No. Does your family need permission to exist? No. Neither does a true church. But a religious organization with a valid tax exempt status does. And more obligations like IRS compliance and Secretary of State compliance. And so I can call a group of people that meet for the purpose of, let's say, expanding their relationship with the Creator, an association. You guys showing up to meet, and the relationship is naturally an association. Since the church is the people, and the people have the ability to organize in private, they don't need some guru's packet or course to exist and congregate. The fact that these 508 instructors tout that they do God's work should insult your intelligence. So most of you guys that talk to me, you guys are really wanting to run a business, and people are often looking to have that be private. And so guys, we won't get into how to get all that. I have videos that go into that. So if you want, just watch those. But I go into what that looks like, and we don't really have to go any further into that.
Well, how about we define, because there might be confusion on the word private. Now, I had I have a kind of a troll that doesn't really know he's a troll leave this comment. He says, here's why I question private, and he left the definition of Webster's 1828 for private, an adjective from all the Latin, basically. To strip or separate, singular, several, particular to one's self, that is, separate. Okay? Now, let's just break that apart. First of all, You have the several states. What does that mean? Private foreign states. The states are all foreign from each other, and the United States is foreign from all states. All states are foreign, private from the United States. Okay? So this is a good thing. You're singular, you're acting on behalf of yourself, or particular to yourself, not towards some public interest. Okay? The next one is properly separate, unconnected with others, hence particular again to oneself, belonging to or concerning an individual only. That is not meant in the notion that an individual is necessarily a person. They're just referring to a singular, self, as a man's private opinion, business, or concerns, private property, the king's private purse, man's private expenses. Charge the money to my private account in the company's books. Now, here it's just very important to understand that there's a duality when it comes to what we're talking about in this private association thing, because to be private, again, is to be separate. What does the Bible say? Separate yourself. In other words, it says circumcise. That's the real meaning of the word, is to separate yourself from the society that does not follow the law that you seek to follow.
Yeah.
Right? Separate yourself, which is why a real good reason to form a private association instead of an actual church that they're talking about.
Organization.
My idea is more like a monastic type of society, where again you can do business, you just keep it all over here in the trust model, right? So yes, as far as the self, you're private, you're separated, you're unconnected with others, right? But here's the second definition. Peculiar. Now, you think, well, wait, this is private? Peculiar to a number in a joint concern, to a company or body politic. What's a state? Body politic. As the private interest of a family. Right? All the things we've been saying. Of a company or of a state, opposed to public or to the general interest of nations, meaning nation states.
Right.
Okay, not the good kind, and not the spiritual nation, not the belief in something, but the actual incorporation of the nation, right?
Yes.
So here, now we have two different things here. We have to be separate, or we have to be a number in a joint concern. Well, wait a minute, what's happening here? The beauty of this thing that we're talking about is first you set yourself up in your own interest. Then you form these PMAs to be part of the group interest of people that are already private. So you have a duality when it comes to privacy, that yes, it's great to be private, but if you don't have someone else to be private with, what's the point? Right? What's the point of saying I'm private if everybody else is public? Well, that means you're going to have to go public just to do anything. Yeah. Right? So the whole purpose of this is first and foremost for you to go private, meaning you're no longer in that public realm as much as possible. Secondly, find like minds and join together so that you can operate outside the public. Now, if you're going to, and to separate yourself from that, if you're telling me that is not exactly, I mean, maybe you don't know because you've never read the Bible, that is exactly what the Bible instructs you to do. It's giving you, I mean, it is basically about going private. It's just, again, unfortunately, this same type of system has been used and abused by the worst kinds of people who have now hidden it from us, especially the church. And so, I mean, I just really think it's important to grasp, again, that duality of not only privatizing yourself, meaning taking your name out of any of this, but also of the formation of a group of private individuals. It is no different, and this is the whole romanticism, the whole patriot mythology, right? It's no different than states, people, the several states coming together in a true union to protect one another. That was a private association. That is what the original United States of America, the States United, there was no contract per se. It was a spiritual nation, a common belief that we all got together and decided that we would be stronger together as private individuals until the nation states came along and took it all over. So all these people in the alternative movement that talk about the republics and going back and there's not necessarily going back. What we can do is, like I said, re-inhabit the birthright that we're given, which is the people of the state, and start acting in that capacity privately from this. And that's the only way you're going to ever. I don't even want to use the word defeat the United States, but it's the only way you're ever going to stop the authority and power of this beast system is to stop participating in it.
Right.
You're never going to get rid of it until enough people go private, enough people go back and inhabit the states, no longer just be a temporary resident, but actually have your domicile in the state. That's what we're talking about doing. It actually, surprisingly, it actually fulfills a lot of what the alternative movement talks about. It's just very different from what we all thought.
Oh, totally. So we got some questions in the chat. Is the trust formation with an LLC to use the LLC in commerce, hence our quote-unquote person, cannot be liable in public? Is the LLC liable in the public? Yeah, well, look, the trust, typically I'm not going to mingle that with the LLC. I'm going to have that separated. So I'm going to have the PMA with the LLC. And the LLC, yes, we use as the stupid person, right? Because
the dummy corporation.
The dummy corporation. We're using that as a new U.S. person that we just created, right? To replace ourselves with. And so, yeah, the LLC takes on all the liability because it has the capacity to take on all that liability.
But the difference here, remember, is what we just read, which is a company. It's a limited liability company, unincorporated.
Right. It's not a corporation. Yeah. Yeah. So, and this was at the LLC thing. Wyoming was actually the first state to implement it in 1998, and it actually comes from Europe, this LLC model, and so we've adapted it since. And it's a beautiful tool if you know how to use it right, but most of the way people use it, it's not even used properly how it should be.
If you talk about the reason for having the LLC, it's merely because the PMA is private. The PMA's existence is to be private from that public thing, and so the LLC. It's like the game of Monopoly. Again, you cannot play Monopoly without an LLC. That's the car, the thimble. Right. You have to have some person in the game to play the game because you can't play it as a real entity, a real man. You have to have some fiction so that the fictional realm that, it recognizes that as one of its fictional characters. The difference is, again, you're taking that LLC with you when that Monopoly board closes at the end of the day, whereas the U.S. person stay in the game. They're never outside the game, right? You're the Matrix. You're going into the Matrix on a landline and coming back out of it, back into your real self. Whereas everybody else is permanently stuck in the Matrix, in the legal situation.
Yeah, I want the public to see my LLC. That's what it's for, right? That's for third parties to look at, because when they look at the LLC, they like to see that, and it makes them feel good. Meanwhile, they don't know in the background what we're really doing and how we separated our property rights. But yeah, so the LLC is just a tool, and a lot of these 508 people, they hate that I use LLCs, but they don't understand the way I use them. So
Or what they are.
that too, yeah. Because in their mind, that's a corporation. Okay. Well, first of all, and anyone that's worried about liability using an LLC, I mean, look, in the title, it does say limited liability. There is limited liability, but there's a way to use it so that you don't have liability. And I show people how to become uncollectible using an LLC a certain way. We get what's called charging order protection. That's very easy to get. And
But
so,
if you're, I stress this again. Yes, this is used by organized crime,
yeah,
but if you're using it honestly and with integrity, with honor, you have nothing to worry about.
exactly.
What
Yeah.
liability are you worried about at all if you're, again, using it in order to live the life that you're supposed to live?
Oh, but Clint, an LLC is public. Okay, but anyone can look up my LLC, but they'll see my name's not on there.
Yeah.
Oh, and I show you guys how to get all that, but and this guy goes on to say, yes, I have said the public is a type of PMA. It is. Everyone, look, everyone that has an iPhone, that's a PMA. Everyone that has brown eyes, that's a PMA. There's so many that's so big. I mean, and he goes on to say, love it that you say that. You say that too. The private is making the laws, the public PMA. And then another person says, also, they claim a 501c1a is shielded from lawsuits. Right. Exactly. Well, in a way, they're right, because it's not even possible to sue a 501 because it's not even a thing. But I can sue the individual all day. I can sue the individual for whatever I want to take all your stuff. You got no charge order protection as an individual. I can take everything from you if you own everything. So yeah, and these people say, "Oh, put everything in the 508, all your assets, everything."
But look, that might be why. Again, that might be why they're telling people to do that, because there's no way to verify it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like when you tell government that your title is allodial.
Oh,
You send them a letter, you think you've accomplished something, but
Yeah.
in fact you haven't done a damn thing.
yeah.
And in the end, it catches up with you, and then you realize, oh yeah, there is liability.
But Clint, I sent an affidavit, and I said this becomes law after 30 days.
I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Congratulations. If I send an affidavit as a prisoner to my prison warden, what do you think he's going to? They're probably going to read it to his guards and have a laugh,
Right.
right?
Yeah, exactly. So, well, we got 5 minutes left, guys, before I have to go. But if you guys have any questions, feel free to pop in for questions for I or Clint or anybody. So, if you guys got any questions, feel free to shoot them out. We got 5 minutes here. Come on, guys. I know some of you guys are new. I'm sure you got questions. It's all right if you don't. It's all right if you're shy. Curtis says 100% agree. State in honor and righteous reasons. I understand the LLC is our monopoly piece. Thank you both. Yes, very good. Very good.
Mm-hmm. And it really is. I mean, if you really, really understand that we're talking about a completely fictional system, just like any video game or board game that cannot be played without an avatar, then, what do you, it's one thing to be private from it, but what happens when you then want to do some sort of commerce with someone in another state, or you want to, you have to be able to communicate with that foreign system by having some kind of hack into it, and that's basically what we're doing with the LLC, the company, not the corporation. Is to hack the system, and it doesn't know the difference between myself, who's there temporarily, and any other person. It just does its thing. And until someone tries to do something against you, well, if I'm using my person, then I'm wide open for liability, all liability. But if I'm using this, I'm not open. I'm not even a party to it.
Right.
I might be a beneficiary, but that's the most, right?
Yeah. So we got a question. Can you guys elaborate? What exactly is a limited liability? and have with it's not incorporated. How is it not incorporated? Okay. Well, I'll answer the first part. What is a limited liability, an LLC? An LLC is simply just a company, right? And so it can be started by anyone. Now the company, that LLC is not a corporation. Now the term incorporated, that term gets convoluted a lot. Just because something is incorporated doesn't mean it's a corporation, right? If you go to file a corporation, that's a whole different type of not only business class, but now that's a whole different type of filing.
If you
So
go watch a cooking show, you'll see that they incorporate butter into the fold, or they fold in
right,
sugar into the
yeah,
mix. They're incorporating something. It doesn't always take upon itself
right,
this meaning that we all have been trained to think.
yeah. Can I sue an LLC? No, I mean I can sue the individual that owns it, but I can't sue that. I can sue a corporation though, because as we said in case law, uh, litigation is a corporate franchise. So I mean, that's really the difference. It's a totally different thing. And so, when you have an actual corporation, there's all sorts of obligations you got to follow with that, right? And there's all sorts of compliance and annual reports and meetings, all this stuff. And some states do require that for LLC, so we choose the states that don't have those things. But yeah, in the ideal LLC setup, it's really just a pass-through. It can be used that way. Really, you can even use the LLC as a trust in a loose way. You can have a beneficiary in your LLC, that kind of thing. So if used correctly, you could use it as a trust vehicle, but really most of the times we just set it up as a pass-through. So yeah, that's a good question though. Thank you. So, all right, guys. Well, I'm gonna get off here. I gotta go, but good chatting with everyone. Good seeing all the newcomers. I try to do this weekly. So next week, I think, Clint, you and I should talk about how PMAs run the world.
I agree. It's
That's gonna be
really
fun, yeah.
because it really does open your eyes to this new sort of I don't know. It's you remember like the Wizard of Oz when she goes from the country farm and then all of a
Yeah,
sudden everything's in color.
right.
Like you actually can see the color for the first time when you understand this model and how everything, literally everything that has any, I won't say power, but
Yeah,
control, right?
yeah,
Difference between power and control. They don't own anything, but they control it all.
yeah,
And
exactly.
and I think once you see that, it really does colorize everything to the point where okay, now I see, for one, that I can do the same thing, but I can
Yeah,
also, again, I just hope people aren't, I just hope that by exposing this, the majority of people will see the use in fighting evil instead of becoming part of the evil, is all I can say.
all right.
You
Yeah.
know?
And to kind of go back to, the school is an organization and the parent-teacher associations are used for evil. And yeah, I acknowledge that they are, they're used to purport things like drag queen story hour, right? But that same association vehicle is being used for parents or by parents to go against the drag queen story hour time. And so they're coming together as a collective and going against this thing. And a lot of times they're shutting this stuff down, right? I mean, you saw in Dearborn in Michigan about 2 years ago, they formed an association and it really wasn't even had to be formal. They just had an association of people because it's natural. And they all went against the stuff that was being taught in the school that they didn't want to be taught based on their religious practices. So yeah, guys, we'll have some fun with that topic next week, Clint. But until then, guys, I'm gonna sign off here. Hey everyone, it's Brandon Sterling with Safe Haven Portfolio Management. You can find my website at safe-havenco.com. I'm Safe Haven, PMA on Telegram. Lots of unlisted videos are on there. So over the last year, I've had people reach out who have received PMAs from people online. And some of the names of the associations these people give you include a description like a faith-based organization PMA, a 501A free church PMA, a private spiritual church ministerial association. What a word mashup on that last one. So I find it interesting on that last one that the creator of this formatting, they formatted the wording that way. It's like they're trying to cover as many bases as possible or something. So it's definitely wordy, confusing. I think by design, and to me that's a little bit shady. So now an important foundation that Clint and I have shown in my last 508C1A video is that a 508C1A, it's not a structure. It's not an entity or organizational type. It's merely an IRS code. It's a section of the IRS code in clarification for section 501C3. And so a 508C1A, the 508C1A exemptions cannot exist without first being a 501C3 existing. So, and now no true church should use the 508 IRS code as the source of this legal authority anyways. And no PMA should claim its existence in legal authority with the tax code. And so that's not a true PMA. You just made your association public. And so no PMA should have an EIN either. Now, my model, we certainly do not get EINs for the PMA. Why would you have your association have a bank account, a private membership association? I mean, you guys should look at Title 12. This is the USC Title 12. It's the banking regulations. I mean, it's so vast. I mean, it's so many regulations inside of this code. And so you don't want a PMA exposed to all that. And I certainly don't want to expose to the banking liabilities. So what is a church? Well, if you're a Christian, hopefully you know it's not an IRS code or documents. It's, of course, the body of Christ. Well, what does the IRS consider a church? Because we need to look through the lens of the IRS and see how they scrutinize an organization to see if they're actually a church or not. And so when the IRS looks into structures that qualifies a legitimate church, they work off our criteria that's called the 14 point criteria. And so the first one is going to be a distinct legal existence. And again, since a 508 is just a subsection of the 501 code, that's not a legal existence. So number two thing that they look for is a definite and distinct ecclesiastical government. The third thing they look for is a formal code of doctrine and discipline. The fourth thing they look for is a distinct religious history. The fifth thing they look for is membership not associated with any other church or denomination. So you got to have a set denomination. Number 6 is organization of ordained ministers. The 7th thing they look for is ordained ministers selected after completing prescribed courses of study. And then 8 is literature of its own. So the 9th thing they look for is an established place of worship. And then number 10 is going to be regular congregations. And they're really looking for weekly congregations. And so the 11th thing is regular religious services. The 12th thing they look for, or I'm actually out of order, this is 13. Sunday schools for the religious instruction of the young. And then the last 14th point they look for is schools for the preparation of its members. So now I want to get into some past rulings on, how they scrutinize organizations. So one of them is the case that's called De La Salle Institute versus United States. So I'm going to share my screen real quick. Okay, so Now this one, the plaintiff was trying to say they had a tax exempt status when they actually didn't. And so they're trying to get a refund. Okay, so this was another nonprofit, looks like they're in Philadelphia, and they declared themselves as a church for tax purposes. But the IRS, they scrutinized this organization. They came to found that, again, they were using this whole nonprofit status as a tax shelter, and they were improperly using it. Just like these 508 gurus, they tell you how to misuse a nonprofit, and they actually don't even set you up with a proper nonprofit. And we'll get into that later. They didn't pass the 14-point check list that I was just going over. This American Guidance Foundation, it was concluded by the IRS that they weren't conducting regular congregations. And so they did not get the tax exempt status. They were not a church. Now, another one is Spiritual Outreach Society versus Commissioner. Yeah, these guys, they claim to be having a nonprofit for religious purposes, but, they didn't have a set denomination. They broke all sorts of the 14 points that the IRS looks for. They didn't have a lot of those things again. So, here's another example of a ministry, a church, let's say. And see, here we go. They list the 14 points that I just listed earlier. So they didn't meet the criteria that the IRS looks for. So the tax court ruled against this organization because it found that these guys, they failed to fulfill an associational requirement and certain factual requirements. And so their membership can constitute a congregation for purposes of the Internal Revenue Code, just as surely as a membership that assembles at least weekly for group services led by a minister. Now, I have something that will really blow the 508 PMA out of the water. Again, a lot of the 508 C1A paperwork that people get describes their structure as a church. Well, in American Guidance Foundation, Inc. versus US, the court said that at a minimum, a church must include a body of believers that assemble regularly in order to worship. And so it must also be reasonably available to the public. You might want to think about that again. Reasonably available to the public. This is what they're saying true church has to be. So in its conduct of worship, in its educational instruction, in its promulgation of doctrine. And so what they're telling you is, and this is from the case that I just showed you guys, this is their words, not mine, you have to be reasonably available to the public. So what about that is private? How can you have a PMA that has to be available to the public? That counters everything that these 508 gurus talk about. And so it's funny because since last year, I've seen these same gurus that push living in the private now holding Zoom church services, because some of them, there's only a couple that figured out what they were doing was using a PMA, but then they're claiming it was a church when it wasn't actually a church. And so the whole thing is just so disingenuous. And so they're LARPing to be a church because they're scared of the 14-point check that the IRS does that I went over. They're scared that they'll fail it. And then if you fail it, then you're going to get audited if they haven't already, right? And so you're putting up, these guys, they're putting up a facade, and they're not worshiping God with good faith intentions. They're putting on a show because they're scared that, they're going to get audited. So how is that private? Their decisions are being led by the IRS regulation. The church has to be openly available to the public. That's not a private membership association. In the Bible, in Matthew 8, it says not to pray in public, but to pray in private. And so then the court also noted that the IRS has developed, the 14 points I described earlier, that they use to see if you're a church or just calling yourself one to be a tax shelter, which is a lot of cases with these 508 people. They're really using it as a way that they think is going to get out of taxes. But I'll actually show you something later that it doesn't get you out of taxes. They have you file for an EIN so you can open a bank account, but some of them have you do it in a really wonky way. They say, because normal people applying for an EIN, you just apply on the IRS website. It takes like 5 minutes. It's super easy to get. But these 508 gurus are telling you that you have to print it out, write certain things. I think some of them even like stamp, this is a 508 on the paperwork. And they tell you to fax it to the IRS or even mail it. Some of these guys are telling you to mail it and then call the IRS and talk to them and, try to establish that you're a 508. And so they tell you that if you do all this, your EIN will be for a 508 only. But, somebody actually shared their EIN letter that they got following the process that the 508 people do. So this is the bottom portion. I'm not going to include the top because of their personal information. But yeah, this is, on the EIN letter that they got after following this supposed 508 process. And so, as you can see, they said, hey, you submitted your application for EIN. You check the box indicating you are a nonprofit organization. Assigning an EIN does not grant tax-exempt status to nonprofit organizations. Publication 557, tax-exempt status for your organization, has details on the application process, as well as information on returns you may need to file. To apply for recognition of tax-exempt status, organizations must include or complete an application on one of the following forms. Form 1023, application for recognition of exemption under section 501c3. Where does this say anywhere about, hey, if you're a 508, you're automatically exempt? It doesn't say that anywhere on this letter because, of course, as we know, a 508c1a does not exist as a structure. It does not exist as a nonprofit organization. It's just a subsection, a clarification of section 501c3. And here, I can't disagree with the IRS here. Hate to say it, but I mean, they're just following their own code, which anyone can read. So, yeah, and so that blows the whole narrative out of the water with these 508 gurus because they tell you, well, if you're a 508c1a, you're automatically exempt. You don't have to apply for a tax-exempt status. Here's just some further evidence of, whoever is participating in this 508c1a thing, whether you know it or not, whether, you bought this thing from a guru or you're the guru that's watching this right now, you are perpetuating a fraud and you are defrauding people that paid for a 508. These poor people, they pay thousands of dollars for a fraudulent set of documents and a fraudulent idea of a PMA. These 508 gurus want to hide this, right? Like how do they expect people to not read this after they get the EIN letter? A lot of people don't, but some people have figured it out and they reached out to me and they said, hey, and so I wanted to show you guys this because, they're either lying to their people or they know it's a fraud and they just don't care because they just want to collect thousands of dollars. So it's really too bad that it's going on, but it's so prevalent right now. Last summer, I was calling out how a 508 is not a PMA. So now another thing is it's important to know the key differences between churches and other religious organizations. Organizations, these can include non-denominational ministries, interdenominational, all sorts of these. And so the principal purpose of these organizations is the study or advancement of religion. And this is an IRS publication 1828, page 5. And so on page 7 on this IRS publication, it says that unlike churches, religious organizations that want tax-exempt status must apply to the IRS to get that status unless they receive under $5,000 per year. Okay, so that's another thing that these 508 people are pushing. They say, "Oh, we're not a church. We're a 508 ministerial organization." And there's a couple other ways they word it, but that's basically how they pitch it. But here in plain text, in the IRS publication I just cited, it says that you're not automatically exempt. And so these gurus are saying that you are as a religious organization. So that's another false thing being pushed out there. So now another thing that's in this publication, it says a religious organization is under the authority of a religious body that is a church. So that blows other gurus' narratives out of the water, because they say, "Oh, well, we're not a church. We're an organization." But you can't have the organization without a church, because some of them have figured out, "Oh, wait, I can't be a church without the 501c3. And so that's how they trick even more people. But here again, that's a fraud as well. And so in IRS publication 1828, it clearly says faith-based ministries, organizations, and associations do not fall under or qualify for mandatory tax exemption status. Notice how I said associations, right? So you can't say that you're a faith-based association and also claim tax exempt status. That's not how that works. Again, the tax exemption is only for churches that meet the requirements of section 501c3. So, look up Human Understanding versus the United States. And this was in the Court of Federal Claims. And it goes over everything I've covered pretty much. And so if you want your organization to be tax exempt, you have to apply to become a 501c3 within 27 months of starting your organization. And so in Universal Life Church, Inc. versus the United States, the court found that the plaintiff's tax exempt status was not legitimate. And this group actually was giving tax and tax-related information to its members. Does that sound familiar, guys? Does that sound like these 508 people to you? And it's funny that these 508 people at the bottom of their website say, "Hey, this is not tax or legal advice. Please seek a professional." So maybe some of them are aware of this past case, and so they're trying to hedge themselves out. But even that won't work, because they're giving tax and tax-related information while claiming they're a ministry or a church. Again, that doesn't fall under 501c3 purposes. Some of these 508 gurus have already figured out the whole 508 thing is a fraud. So they changed their organizational structure to a 501c3, and now they abide to the 14 points that can fall under this non-exempt activity. And so whenever you have a ministry case like this with the IRS, they're going to first see, okay, is this person, is it even under proper tax exempt status? Saying you're 508 is like shouting out in an empty void. I mean, no one's going to hear you or care what you're saying. So they're going to see you as a taxpayer, because this whole 508 thing, again, it doesn't exist. And you're trying to use a religious structure to launder money and evade taxes. And so the IRS and the tax court, they'll scrutinize your banking records, and they'll see if you personally have benefited from any of the ministry's funds, and they'll review that you have not been operating as a 501c3. And in this case, since the plaintiff was giving tax advice to people, that wasn't a legitimate ministerial purpose. Now, I've even seen some of these groups even claim that a 508c1a not only is tax exempt automatically, which by now we know it's a lie, but they'll even say sometimes that donors can write off their donations to the 508 in the donator's taxes. And so this is just so obviously frivolous. In order for a donor to write off a donation on their taxes, they have to get a receipt and verify with the IRS that you have a 501c3 tax exemption status that's in good standing. And so if you don't, and you told your donors that their funds are going to be a write-off, then when the donor goes to claim this to the IRS as a write-off, your 508, your organization will be immediately on the IRS radar. And this is an easy way to get audited. And that's how a lot of these cases that I presented earlier got caught in the fraud that they were pushing. And so another thing I see in the 508 paperwork is that the trustee in this 508 PMA, in the paperwork, it says the trustee claims an oath of poverty. And this oath of poverty basically just means that they will not derive personal income from the church or the ministry, and they'll give up all their possessions to the church other than the bare necessities of life. And their religious order then provides their food, clothing, and shelter, but little more than that. And so there are many IRS cases on this whole vow of poverty thing, and a lot of people use the vow of poverty to hide what they're actually doing, and they're using it as a tax scam. And so this has been going on for quite a while. And the IRS in their assessment period, they calculate the cost of your lifestyle, and they can do that by local demographics of where you are, and then they'll measure that against what you're reporting or not reporting. And then they can see that you're just using the church as a tax shelter. And so they call this what's called a lifestyle profile assessment. And so paying your personal bills with the church or ministry money cannot be construed as a charitable contribution. You can't just charitably give to your own organization and then pay your bills with it. And so that won't fit the legal criteria. And so this is a violation of the legal requirements for being and maintaining a tax-exempt status under 501c3, and the IRS considers this an abusive donation arrangement. It says no part of the net earnings of which inures to the benefit of any private shareholder or individual. And so using your family expenses to be paid by church or ministry funds, that's tax fraud. The vow of poverty, when you claim that, that's heavily scrutinized. And in the cases, the past cases that I cited earlier, you can read that they'll even pick apart monks' vows of poverty, and they'll still scrutinize them when all the monks have are robes and books. I mean, they have nothing, right? So what makes people think that even having a normal lifestyle and having the church pay for it won't be scrutinized? And so it's horrible that the IRS does this, but you have to know the consequences of all of these things, especially the vow of poverty, and especially claiming that you're a church or a ministry. And so we've seen this vow of poverty fail on in tax court time and time again, especially if you're the creator of the church or the ministry or the organization, and then you take the vow of poverty, but then you're abusing the church money for your personal benefit. Again, you're going to be heavily scrutinized. And so in IRS publication 517, only ordained ministers may receive a housing allowance. And this can sometimes be called a parsonage allowance. You know, when the pastor, has a house that's on the church property, we know that as the parsonage, right? So they have something called the parsonage allowance or rental allowance. And this is excludable from gross income for income tax purposes, but not for self-employment tax purposes. This is only applicable for 501c3s since 508s do not exist. And so another myth peddled by these 508 gurus is that the FBO, the faith-based organization or church, operates under canon law. And again, that's in some of your guys' 508 paperwork that I've seen. And they claim that since they operate under canon law, they're not under the jurisdiction of any place. They say that they're not under the civil law jurisdiction a lot of times in this paperwork that you guys get. That's another lie. And the case law I presented earlier, it demonstrates past rulings on that whole claim that you operate on canon law and is outside of jurisdiction. That's false. You are still under civil law jurisdiction. Doesn't matter if you claim canon law or not, or anything. So with all that said, I mean, that's really just a mountain of evidence that this whole 508 scam is a scam. It's just the truth, especially if you claim to be doing God's work. I mean, it's just so disingenuous. So anyways, just because somebody calls themselves in ministry or whatever, doesn't mean they have good intentions. In fact, most of the time, after what we've seen, they're wolves hiding in sheep's clothing. It's hard to change your mind on stuff that you've been told that's true. I mean, I believe for the longest time the Federal Reserve is privately owned. I believe that for like 5 years.
You know, that was one other thing I wanted to mention. I remember, and I was looking for it today, but I couldn't find where. I remember the day, and I remember talking about it, but I can't remember in what format I talked about it. That the bankruptcy of the United States, right? That all these gurus talk about.
Yeah.
Bullshit. Because last show he said, the one thing they might have got right was the bankruptcy. No, actually, I remember wanting to verify that too, because everything was turning out to be a lie.
Yeah.
And I verified that
it's
the
a lie.
United States. Who the hell does the United States declare bankruptcy to? It is the bank,
Right.
first of all.
So they can't
right?
go bankrupt. Yeah.
Right.
They wouldn't. They might go insolvent.
They can not pay their bills.
Right.
Don't get me wrong. And that's happened quite a few. Default is not bankruptcy.
That's so
true. There has never
man.
been a bankruptcy. Now, there's been one mention of bankruptcy, and that was a colloquialism that was used by the congressman that went, or the senator that went to jail. Can't remember his name. I think it was Chicago. But he said, "We're here today managing the largest bankruptcy ever." Da, da, da. But it was when he said bankruptcy, he didn't actually mean, bankrupt is a term that really refers to the personality or the irresponsibility of the person that is bankrupt, not necessarily that the action of bankruptcy. You can be morally bankrupt, is what I'm saying. So,
right.
which is a lot of what we're dealing with. So, but I just wanted to make that clear that is another mythology. There is no bankruptcy.
Yeah.
Not even states can declare bankruptcy. That's part of the bankruptcy code of the United States. So it just doesn't work that way. The bankruptcy is for corporations of a different sort. That would be, like I said, who would you be appealing to, right? These are the logical kind of things you have to think about. There's no one to declare bankruptcy to. Now, you can get into debt, like so many countries do, to the World Bank and everything, but you're still, they're not bankrupt. They're just unable to pay debts. And so they they loan money, or they borrow money, and they give things like water rights away, and are screwed for the rest of their, they pretty much have destroyed their people by doing so. I got to plug in here. Give me 1 second.
All right. But yeah, that was another thing. I believe that too for a long time. The U.S. went bankrupt 3 times. But yeah, I mean, there's a difference between insolvency and bankruptcy. So.
Well, I mean, insolvency. I mean, that's like. Well, the thing is, when you can print money arbitrarily, how do you possibly go bankrupt?
Yeah,
they can declare everything. All debts can be declared nullified tomorrow if they wanted to.
Right. And like you said, they are the banks. So how do you
Well,
bankrupt
I
yourself?
showed in my documentaries, I showed they have enough money to pay off all their debts. They just put it into
Yeah.
investments, right?
Yeah.
So the whole thing's just it's just one big fat lie. And I fell for the lie too early on in the game.
Yeah.
So I don't blame people again for believing these things. They kind of sound reasonable until you
Right.
look, but we don't look.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, man, for me, I'm almost embarrassed to say that I was a part of the truth movement. I mean,
Mm.
at this point, what it's produced is so far worse than anything the mainstream could have produced. I hate
Yeah.
to say that, but geez, what the hell, people?
It's a worse indoctrination, I would say. It's and I first heard about the bankruptcies watching a John Birch Society documentary about it. And so I
I
didn't
mean,
realize at the time that they were CIA.
it's parrots, and the parrots repeat each other. They don't actually do the research themselves. I can't
Yeah.
tell you how many documentaries have the same thing. There's quotes about the Federal Reserve that are known to be false, and they
Right.
use them anyway. And I don't know if they know this or what. I mean, it's just. I'll tell you what changed for me. I think what really. I'm glad that I started the way I started, because the first thing I really looked into, thanks to Walter Burien, or the freaking audits of government, the comprehensive annual financial reports. Man, once you look at the audit, there's no more guesswork. Like, it's all there. Anything you want to know
Right.
about the Fed, look at the CAFR. They have to print it, because guess what? They're not private.
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
independent, not private. So
Yeah.
all government corporations, and that's everything, have to have a CAFR. So you want to know anything, just go to the audit. They call it the audit. So I don't know. I I really I almost it almost makes me want to go and discover, is it a big disinformation op that I was a part of unwittingly?
Mhm.
Is it just pure ignorance? Is it a combination? Is it Who's behind this? Because it seems to me, like you've said, it's been going on for a long time, and we're just the latest parrots to come in, parrot the same thing, but suddenly
Yeah.
realize, hey, something's wrong here.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both. People just misled and the perpetuators of the deception. Um, so yeah, let's get into that. So now we're talking about the secret trusts that are out there. So there's a lot of people that message me or on a call, they ask me about accessing their all caps name trust. And so there's this thing being pushed out there where the idea is when you're born and given a birth certificate, the government creates a trust for you. And so you as a baby are turned into a surety bond worth millions of dollars, and the bond is traded on the stock market. And your all caps name is all caps because it's a corporation and trust. And so when one becomes aware of the trust doing certain procedures that people sell info on, we can access the trust money. And, some say that's worth millions of dollars. And so this trust is often referred to as the SESQB trust, also called the strawman trust. And I'm sure there's other names that I'm missing, but
Treasury Direct is what they actually use. And
yeah,
again, the Fed is very clear on their website, because so many people inquire with the Fed or leave some nasty comment that the Fed has to create a FAQ, which is a question and answering questions. And it's like, look, we only deal with banks. We don't have anything for you. Go
right.
away.
Yeah. Yeah. They only deal with banks, not individuals. And that's really clear cut if you look into it. And so often accessing the supposed trust, this process is called the redemption process. And so I see common patterns of these self-proclaimed experts on how redeeming trusts work. And so the first thing I'll see is they claim the United States is the custodian of the person's estate. The second thing I see is the SESQV trust started in 1666 and presumes that everyone is dead or lost at sea or abandoned their estate. And of course, this is assuming British venue and jurisdiction.
Right. That would be something in England
Yeah,
or
and we'll get into that later. The third thing I see is, well, you're entitled to the interest of the estate from the United States. That's what these self-proclaimed experts say. The fourth thing I see, they purport that the country went bankrupt in 1933, and then we're all collateral because they got rid of the gold, supposedly, and we're all collateral. And so, number five, there is no money, and your signature is used as credit for the debt. And then the sixth
so.
thing, I'll go ahead.
Well, just on that, we can end that right now because I have a quote somewhere in my blog and elsewhere,
Yeah.
right from Congress. I think it was Patman that says the dollar will be worth 100 cents on the dollar because it is backed by all property in the United States, not
Right.
you. I mean, your house, your car, all the things that you've registered that are considered what's the term they use? That's you're putting it into essentially this sort of trust, if you will, but the dollar is actually backed by the good faith and yeah. Well, that means that all your property is what is backing the United States dollar. And so,
Yeah.
no, you are not. And the other aspect of this, to answer most of these questions, the birth certificate is an application that creates an artificial person, okay, a status in society, the lowest possible status, the same one given to the emancipated slaves, okay? Slavery became nationalized. So that was left open to us. We're all tricked worldwide into putting ourselves, but you got to understand that the person, the status, it would be like me saying I am the character in that video game, right? It'd be like because that character has to go through hell to finish the game, I deserve some kind of monetary reward. No, that's not the way it works. You are not the person. The person is not you. It's like a car. You either use the car or you don't, right? Or you use the trust. Either or, you act in private or you act in public. If you act in public, you need some vessel, and that's why we have you create this LLC. So you're using the person. The person is not redeemable. It's not even yours to redeem. It
Right.
is part of the game. You use it to play the game. It is like a Monopoly character. It belongs to the game. There's one redeemer. And I know people don't like to hear, but who's the redeemer? Think real hard here. There's one redeemer. It's
Yeah.
actually one of the 50 names given to Christ.
It's Yahweh.
Christ
Yeah.
the Redeemer. What
Yeah.
does that mean? It means the law of nature, the law of God is your redemption. Follow the law, that is the personification, that is Christ. Follow Christ's example, that is your redemption. That means you're not going to be looking for monetary rewards. You're looking for spiritual rewards. Money's not spiritual. You don't look for artificial things to fulfill a spiritual need or a spiritual desire. You're not going to get redemption from artificial things. So stop, please.
Yeah. And that's assuming this thing is even real, right? Which will prove that it's not. The whole secret trust and the
No.
UCC and all the redemption strategies. And then the sixth thing I see that these supposed experts say is because there's no money, because we went bankrupt in 1933, that in turn means that the American people whom are the creditors, not the debtors, as the banks and utility companies would like everyone to believe. That's what they all say. I've been told that many, many times. The seventh thing I see as a common pattern is they tell you to post a schedule of fees for this trust. And this determines allowance of trust money to be self-curated. So now, with all this said, it actually astounds me how little these gurus care to know about trust law and estate planning and how it actually works. This is not how trusts work in the first place. The whole point of using a trust is to avoid having an estate. The whole point of having a trust is not to go to probate court. You only go to probate court if you have an estate. And so they have everything backwards when it comes to the trust mechanics. And the whole point of having a trust is also to be private. When you do all this kind of woo-woo nonsense, you're putting yourself in the public. And so for you to access a private trust, that's not even possible. So, okay. And then another thing is, like I said earlier, they'll tell you, and we've heard this from many gurus throughout the decades, that you're traded on the stock market. Well, guys, I trade the stock market quite a bit, and anyone can look this up. There's only around 5,000 stocks in the entire US stock market. How could there be 300 million people being traded on there? It doesn't add up. And so this is a public exchange system. So all the companies, they got to comply with financial transparency to the market and the indexes, the investors, and SEC. So for the public to see every financial and fiscal detail, they had to be real companies making real earnings and distributing real shares to the public. And so it would make more sense for the Patriot myth to be described in private equity rather than public equity, but I digress. So now another thing is, these gurus, they'll tell you to do all sorts of different types of fraud. And so this is going to involve forging endorsement on treasury checks or bonds or securities. If you look in Title Code 18, subsection 510, that's a crime to forge these types of financial instruments. And then another crime is the wire fraud. You look in Title Code 18, subsection 1343, that's a 30-year sentence and $1 million fine. The third crime is the securities fraud, and this is USC 18, subsection 1348. That's a 25-year sentence, $1 million fine.
But this is only if you don't do it exactly like they tell you, right?
Oh, yeah, right.
Right.
Yeah,
if you do it exactly in their wording, then everything will be okay, and none of that applies.
Their way is special.
If you mess up, it's your fault. It's your fault if you mess up.
Right. Yeah, and we've seen, I'll be showing you guys cases where people have tried this thing and they end up getting put away. And so it's always the same strategy, just repeated over and over. Sometimes they, put in a little caveat to make theirs a little different, but at the end of the day, they have you do the same stuff. And so this is bond fraud as well. This is mail fraud. That's USC 18, subsection 1341. Again, that's a 30-year sentence, $1 million fine. And bank fraud, USC 18, subsection 1344. That's a 30-year sentence, and again, $1 million fine. And so now a lot of times these same people that subscribe to this will say that a bill is a statement or something like that. I can't remember the exact verbiage. But guys, realize a bill is a liability. You signed and agreed to the contract as the responsible party in the underwriting. And so a lot of times you give your SSN, especially with your contracting with the power company, right? And so your all caps name doesn't mean it's a corporation or a trust. A trust name has to have trust at the end of the name to be cognizable as a trust of conveyance. Okay. All caps names comes from Roman civil law. It's how it's been done for a long time. It's a styles technique. The narrative is a corp is an old patriot myth going back decades ago, and it really became rampant in the 90s, where we had major CIA infiltration in the truth movement.
Well, you also, it's part of the style manual. Yes. So to be clear, it's another form of uniformity so that there's no confusion among things. But you're also talking about, well, I tell you what, I put it in my I put it in my video because one of the Patriot mythologies is the difference between the U.S. and the USA, and this is it. And it turns out those are also just styles. The reason that there's actually a U.S. and a USA is only because the U.S. system of styles for naming countries, and they have an office for this. I showed in my video, my Red Pill video. The office actually has a different set of, like, again, one uses US, one uses USA, and therefore it appears that there are two different entities, but in fact all it is a different naming convention from the international body and the United States. And there's an office that specifically handles naming, and it's called naming something. I can't remember, but I put it in the video because it's just another one of those things that, no, it's not true. All it is a way of defining or uniformly, expressing something, and it has to do with different laws and different, essentially it's just another way of conf- of confusing people. Basically, you go back the original Constitution, the old Constitution, the new Constitution. There's no such thing as the old or the new. I understand there's a lot of stuff out there that makes it seem that way because that's how they draw you in. They want you to think, and my message to you is, hey, it's time to go forward, not backward. We don't want to go back to the way it was. We go back to the way it was.
Yeah.
Well, then, welcome back slavery. Welcome back all the bad things, the disease, and all the right. Let's go forward. Let's leave this completely degraded system, corrupt system, a system that cannot help but go corrupt, and get ourselves out of it, because there's nothing to go back to. There is no good times. This whole system is based on the feudal system. There's no time that you can go back where you're in a position for the first time in history, really, that you have this so-called freedom, which again is a franchise, to actually do something, but that's on par with the nobles, the feudal lords and things, right? There's the first time in history that, I'm starting to realize that we're allowing them to use all these tools, and we're not doing it ourselves. It's open to us as well. Like I said, this is the only way, in my opinion, that we can actually fight the evil, is to start utilizing these things that they've been using against us, that they use to protect their criminal activity. Well, we need to use it to protect our God-given rights.
Yeah, and that's why I try to demonstrate for people all the time, because a lot of people will say, well, so-and-so or such court doesn't have jurisdiction over me because it's a corporation and I have rights in the Constitution, blah, blah, blah. And look, we had rights before the Constitution was there. The Constitution doesn't give you the rights, it only describes it.
Well, it's also very important. In fact, it's the first thing that someone actually made a bumper sticker, because I made a blog, and it says, "I am not the people, and neither are you. I am not. We are not the people. Persons, first of all, are not people. Right? People is plural. Persons is plural. There's no mixing the real and the artificial. The people are the states, represented by the senators, the congressmen, right? So there is no people. Like when you think of people, you think individual people as one body politic. But it's the body politic, the corporation, if you will, of those people, the full body that we call a state, that is the people. We, the states, in order to form a more perfect union. Well, do you know what perfect actually means?
What's that?
What do you do when you perfect something?
No, it's
That's
complete,
a
right?
financial. You're actually, what that means is we're bringing the United States in order to form a more perfect union. That means they're bringing it into the international body. That's what that means. We're perfecting our debts. We're perfecting our credit. That's what the word perfect means. Oh, well, it's so romantic. They just wanted to make a more perfect union. No, that's a legal term. It has nothing to do with like spiritual or whatever perfection. No, it
Right.
actually is a term of the legalese that means put it into the international body. Remember, they're creating a nation state just like they did around the world to take over all countries.
Yeah.
So look, the other aspect that I think is really important, and I've done a lot of, my whole first season of my show was geared a lot on this, which is that look, you essentially live, because one of the questions I get a lot is, well, okay, well, the Libra Code says that we can, the conquering government, as prisoners of war, we are under these uh, this code of how to treat internal prisoners of war, right? How do you treat your own people? Well, the conquering government will keep the same government going. So it appears that you won the war, and yet it also says, but it can change that government and that law at any time. So at any time, things can change, right? So I want you to understand we live in a lawless society. We can say, oh, it's Constitution and all these their Constitution is pretty much it's suspended. And I just want to read a few quotes so that we understand. Okay, this was a congressional document, and these are congressional quotes, right? In 1933, right? This is when everybody says we went bankrupt.
Right.
Congress, this is what Congress voluntarily made this law, which gave the office of the president, the executive, from that point forward, basically dictatorial powers. Gave him the power to create what you might call a suspension of law, but in that, law. The Act of March 9th, 1933, Title I, Section 1, Congress. The action is, I want you to really listen to what this says. The actions, regulations, rules, licenses, orders, and proclamations, right? That's presidential orders, presidential proclamations, heretofore and hereafter taken, promulgated, made, or issued by the President of the United States or the Secretary of Treasury since March the 4th, 1933, pursuant to the authority conferred as of 1917, are amended, are hereby approved and confirmed. Now, what does that say? It says all orders, like executive orders, presidential proclamations and directives, regulations, rules, licenses, the actions of, right, heretofore or hereafter, that's before and after, promulgated, made, or issued by the President of the United States, the executive of the corporation, right, or the Secretary of Treasury under the President, since 1933, are approved and confirmed. Now we think, okay, the lawmakers, well, Congress is the lawmaker. Congress doesn't make law. They're a bunch of idiots who basically approve laws. They don't even read them, as we know, right? So, man, you got to think about this. If everything that the president does, as far as orders, executive orders, and all, that's why you always hear about these executive orders. Well, why can the president send troops into a country without a declaration of war, which we've done 50 times? It's
Right.
because the president's a dictator. Congress made him a dictator. They voluntarily did this. They can stop this at any time, but they don't. This is current U.S. code, okay? Title I, Section 1. It's U.S. Code Title 1295B is the section, War and the National Defense, right? Now, the other thing you need to know in 1933, where this sort of usurpation of powers came about, this is James Beck speaking in his congressional record. I think of all the damnable heresies that have ever been suggested in connection with the Constitution, the doctrine of emergency is the worst. You understand a declaration of emergency. They did it for 9/11. They did it for the flu. They did it for the COVID. They did it for, you can do it for anything, because the declaration of emergency is the same as a declaration of war under the law of necessity, and it suspends everything. Here's what he says. It means that when the doctrine of emergency is the worst, it means that when Congress declares an emergency, there is no Constitution. This means it's death. It is the very doctrine that the German Chancellor, Hitler, is invoking today in the dying hours of the parliamentary body of the German Republic, namely that because of an emergency, it should grant to the German Chancellor absolute power to pass any law, even though the law contradicts the Constitution of the German Republic. Hitler is at least frank about it. We pay the Constitution lip service, but the result is the same. The Constitution of the United States, as a restraining influence in keeping the federal government within carefully prescribed channels of power, is moribund, if not dead. We are witnessing its death agonies, for when this bill becomes law, and it will become law, there is no longer any workable Constitution to keep Congress within the limits of its constitutional powers. The vast range of powers taken together confer enough authority to rule the country without reference to normal constitutional processes, right? Under the powers delegated by these statutes, the president may, and he's actually reading from the laws of the United States. The laws of the United States actually say, the Communist Manifesto was alive and well in the United States. Under these powers, under a declaration of emergency, an executive order, under the powers delegated by these statutes, the president may. Now, I want you to listen to this. This is your so-called freedom. This is your so-called constitutional society. There is no constitution. If a constitution can be suspended, there is no constitution, because it can be suspended like that at the drop of a hat. Under the powers delegated by these statutes, the president may seize property, organize and control the means of production, seize commodities, assign military forces abroad, institute martial law, seize and control all transportation and communication, regulate the operation of private enterprise, restrict travel, and in a plethora of particular ways control the lives of all American citizens. That is the truth. That is coming straight from a congressional document. Now, there's another document that says this as well. I want people to read this. Okay, write this down. Senate Report 93-549. Entitled, that's Senate Report 93-549, commissioned by the Special Committee on the termination of the national emergency. So the Congress got together. Should we terminate the No, we shouldn't, was the rule. And here's what the report's introduction says. Since March the 9th, 1933, again, this is the year that everybody says the bankruptcy happens. Well,
right.
You could say the moral bankruptcy, sure. The political bankruptcy, absolutely. Financial? No, these guys have more money than you can possibly imagine.
Yeah.
Okay? The United States, since March 9th, 1933, the United States has been in a state of declared national emergency. So since 93, we've been under a national emergency, which means the Constitution has been suspended since. This was in 73, this report. A majority of the people of the United States have lived all their lives under emergency rule. For 40 years, freedoms and governmental procedures granted by the Constitution have in varying degrees been abridged by the laws brought into force by states of national emergency. And in the United States, actions taken by the government in times of great crisis have, from at least the Civil War, which when the nation state took over, defeated all the so-called southern states,
Right.
right, in important ways shape the present phenomenon of a permanent state of national emergency. This has not changed, folks.
Yeah.
This is the world and the nation, corporation basically that we live in. You can quote the Constitution all you want. However, Congress is telling you it's suspended. Anytime the president acts under these, again, anything the president does is already approved by Congress. The show that they have, let's impeach Donald Trump, it's a show.
Right.
They're not, Congress can't even do anything because they've already approved anything the president does. This is why the office of president seems so whacked, right? So crazy. So this is the truth. This is the world we live in. This is the source documentation that you can look up yourself and start to understand, because if you don't understand it, you're never going to figure out why you can't be free. You're never going to understand when we say you're a prisoner of war, you're a prisoner of emergency. You're a prisoner of a dictatorship declared by Congress in 1933. You want to call that a bankruptcy? I guess you can, right? But this is what we mean when we say you are a prisoner of war. Now, you've been offered you've been given a legal system that is traditional, and you're either going to utilize it or you're not, or you're going to pretend this false patriotism. You're going to pretend that the Constitution still governs government, which Congress has told you that it doesn't, right? The courts tell you that they are the lawmakers, that they are the ones that say whether a law, is good or not, and they change it. Nothing. The whole Justice Department, right? When you're talking about courts, where is the Department of Justice? Oh, well, it's a separate entity. It's one of the three branches of government. No, it's not. The entire Department of Justice was moved into the executive branch by Congress. There is no judicial. The only judicial left, I think, is the Supreme Court, if I'm not mistaken. Everything else, everything you're going to do, right? That's why the Supreme Court won't hear us. Everything you're going to do is the Department of Justice. It is an executive, artificial justice system. This is one of the reasons we want you to start embracing equity, because equity doesn't really exist. It's like the moral compass of the legal system. Equity is like a softener for the harshness of the law, right? It's the if there is such a thing, it's the moral, concept of, okay, the law is very, 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 very bad. We need to, lessen it. So that's where trusts lie, is in this sort of what is left of this system of equity. So I really just wanted to get that out. I'm sorry to take up so much time on it, but you have to understand your disposition. Right. Stop calling yourself free. Stop saying you're the people. Stop saying there's a constitution.
Right.
That was defeated. It's gone. One other thing, just to be clear, every state constitution, every state had to rewrite their constitutions, resubmit it to be approved by the United States, to be a state of the union, because they're all conquered. And every state in the union did this as the same paragraph in every state, and that is that the people of the state give up all public lands to the federal government, all rights and title to public lands. When you hear that 83 or 87% of Nevada, for instance, 50-something% of California, 80-something% of Utah, and on and on and on, is federal lands, right? Public lands. That's because the states were, as conquered states, conquered people, right? They were forced to, in their constitutions, assign the public lands to the federal government. Yeah. And the federal government is not giving those up. Okay? That is the real world. So we're trying to get you to act privately, not in the public, not in those areas that are federal. So that, to me, just puts a complete It takes a giant crap on the entire patriot movement, if you ask me.
It really does, and all the facets that encumber in that. And you know, a lot of times I see, because I read IRS cases all the time, and you can even go on the IRS website, go on the frivolous, what do they call it? The frivolous claim section, something like that, frivolous arguments section, and in there, because a lot of people, especially in the truth movement, will say, "Well, I'm not subject to paying taxes because of the Constitution. It's unconstitutional." Well, go look in the IRS website on the frivolous section, and they'll say that that's been proven wrong time and time again in case law. And because, like Clint said, we don't like that the IRS has police power, of course, but and they're the counting function of the U.S. and they have the police power because they have the DOJ giving them that police power. And so, like Clint said, the DOJ, they're executive. They're not even a branch of government. And so,
I mean, you have to stop thinking of yourself, really.
right.
I'm a sovereign. Well, you know, that's comparing yourself to a god, right?
Uh-huh.
You are all powerful. We have to come down off of that pedestal that we've put ourselves on. Think about all the other countries out there. Nobody has that opinion, right? The gurus do in other countries, and they're tricking people in other countries to do this. But it's the same basic business model: rip off people, tell them to do the paperwork, but I mean, if you were to proclaim this in most countries in the world, you'd be executed. You'd be made a public spectacle. If you'd be in jail, you'd be. Slow down a minute. Whatever romantic idea you have, as soon as you stop believing in history, man, everything changes. I'll just put it to you that way. I don't believe in the Constitution. I have fealty to the founding fathers or their sons and daughters. I don't believe any of that, right? So I can see things for how they really are. They're a conquering, tyrannical royal family that has taken over the world through the nation-state model.
Yeah.
It's practically, I mean, if you look for it, you can find it. But why would you look for that if you think you're free and that the Constitution protects you because you're one of the people? Again, you are not the people. United States citizens are not even part of the people. They're not even part of the states. They reside in the states, but their domicile is the United States, which is Washington, D.C. That's not the States United. That's not the people in a union, a spiritual union. No. So come off of your high horse, forget this patriot mythology nonsense, and again, look at how things really are and what is available to you. And that's, again, I'm putting a lot of faith and trust in this particular gentleman, because for the first guy that actually understands this, and is coming from this other perspective, with the perspective that basically everything we've learned is false. We need to utilize what's available to us, or we can just remain in denial and keep following these gurus who's every single one of them is basically telling you that you're God, you're a sovereign, and that's their foundation. Well, we're here telling you what you don't want to hear. You're a prisoner of freaking war, and therefore you're very limited in what you can actually do.
Yeah, it's best to acknowledge it. And when he said that, they call you sovereign as a god. That's what the cults do, whether it's Masonry or the other similar branches. They all tell you, the higher you go into the organization, that you're a god, and that when you die, you'll get your own planet ruled, that you rule as a god. That's what they all tell you. And so it's just an exact replica. It's just a different brand under the Patriot brand.
You're forgetting the 72 virgins.
Oh,
I don't know where all those virgins are going to come from, but don't forget those.
Yeah. From the spirit world, supposedly. So yeah, and so we're setting the foundation because this is a very important foundation to work off of before we get any further into this secret trust thing. And we're gonna bust more of that. And I'm sure we'll mention UCC and what's the other thing called? Accepted for value.
Oh,
Yeah. So I'm gonna share my screen, guys. I want guys to look at some websites. So I pulled this up. I'm just looking for websites that talk about the SQV trust. And I thought this one was funny. It's called The Real Truth, revealing unbiased truth to the world. So I thought that's funny. So yeah, I mean, and guys, these guys just copy and paste, basically their little fake history of.
exactly.
So the
Buy a,
SQV trust
buy a
is.
sweatshirt. Then you can
Oh,
say, then you can
wait.
have the real truth on your lapel.
So I'm confused. How come these guys are selling these courses and services and selling sweatshirts if they can access the trust money?
I know, right?
If this thing was real and I accessed the trust money, let's say the millions of dollars, I would keep this private. I wouldn't tell anyone.
I mean, isn't that the truth, right? Isn't that the whole private sector is secretive about. I, I, I suppose that's probably the thing that bothers me the most is where's the proof? Where have
Exactly.
any of these guys who are telling you what to do ever shown you their proof that they've
No.
done it, that they've got some, you know, besides the fact that they wrote a letter and that no one responded. That's their proof.
Right.
No,
Right.
sorry, that's not how it works.
Yeah, and we'll show some of those fraudulent documents later. A, a follower of mine actually sent me some and thought it'd be funny for us to present. So shout out to her. But yeah, so anyways, so this website, again, they're copy and pasting what everyone else says. Bankruptcy of 1933 and seizing of the citizens' gold and silver and other assets as collateral. This account contains millions of dollars in your name. The only
See, there's
problem
that,
is,
there's that 1933, right?
there it is. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That was when the Banking Act and the Farm Bill is really
Ah,
what the big thing was.
right.
So
So the whole thing's confused. And so again, you're worth millions of dollars, your name. The only problem is the government and legal system failed to inform you about it and how to access your money. In the meantime, they're drawing down on it for their own personal use. And as payment to the Vatican and the English crown, I hear about the Vatican and English crown all the time.
mm.
There's so much mythology about those two things. I mean, that's a whole nother show. So it's the funds contained in this SQV that the judge, clerk, and county prosecutor are really after or interested in. Oh, it's not because you committed a crime or caused controversy to put yourself in that courtroom, right? It's because the judge wants to access your money. So this trust actually pays all of your debts, but nobody tells you because the elite consider those assets to be their property, and the Federal Reserve System is responsible for the management of those investments.
So you're telling me that instead of just making an appropriation, meaning creating money out of thin air by a legislative bill, you're telling me that the power of government that has its own bank, it is the
Mhm.
banker, it's the only banker in the that is the product of the United States, is its
Right.
money, right?
Yeah.
You're telling me that it goes through this elaborate process of this instead of just saying, hey, Treasury, hey, we're gonna just print $2 trillion. We'll charge it to the public. They don't care. They're gonna charge it. They're just gonna let it go to their kids. Why would you go through this much trouble when you could just print the freaking money anytime you want to,
And that's what they do. I mean, look what happened
or
in
write
20.
it off?
Yeah, look what happened in after the 28 financial crisis. They implemented quantitative easing, which was trillions of dollars, the money creation. What happened in 2020? Again, another wave of QE, the quantitative easing. And so that involved, creating the dollars. The What was it? I think it was 30 to 40% of the US money supply was created in that second QE period.
Well, if you want to really understand where the the money itself is merely a tool of control, right?
Right.
The amount of money that's circulated for us is specifically limited to keep us
Hmm.
limited. If you want to know where the real wealth lies, it's in debt. This is why they always buy
Yeah.
debt, because it's a promise to pay, but also in this thing called derivatives.
Right.
We're talking we're talking quadrillions,
Hmm.
a number you can't even imagine.
Yeah.
Uh,
MBSs.
and whatever the next thing level is after quad, right? You're talking about so much artificially created money, a derivative of the money system, something that
Right.
doesn't actually exist. It is so much that, and it was so much 10 years ago, right? That it's not even fathomable. So
Yeah.
they're not going to create money to rob everything. They create what's
Yeah.
called derivatives and all these special financial tools that are essentially debts that'll never be paid.
Right.
This whole Sestikuve thing would be, I mean, just applying logic to it
Hmm.
would be, I mean, it just would be
It'd be
so,
economically disastrous.
it would be pointless. You
Yeah.
have all this power, you have ultimate sovereign power, and you're going to do that? No, you don't need these dramatic schemes. All you got to do is have
Right.
a massive investment portfolio, use pension funds to create globalism, invest all over the world, build these
Yeah.
countries, China, Russia up, and you've got control over all the corporations because you own all the stock. Why do you need this Sestikuve thing? It's
Right.
completely irrational. It's, I don't know what to say. It's just use your logic, guys.
Yeah. It's ignoring basic economics, but also too, even the advanced economics is ignoring banking functions in mechanics. And so the people that purport this kind of thing, they don't have that sophisticated knowledge. To go back to derivatives, I mean, trillions, over 3 trillion a day on the US stock market alone are traded in derivatives every day, changing hands constantly every day, trillions. And I participate in that. I trade futures and option derivatives, which is different than the mortgage-backed security derivatives. That's traded in a market, secondary market. And those derivatives are, a lot of them were created, behind closed doors, but really managed by people like Larry Fink. And Larry Fink, he's not the grand brain behind it. He's just the useful idiot. So he gets all the liability if anything, controversial comes out of that. Now he's the face of that. Meanwhile, the real people behind it, you don't know their names,
And you
but
blame the dummy corporation.
you blame the dummy corporation, which is BlackRock or Vanguard.
But I mean, essentially, isn't that kind of what we're trying to say you can do too?
I'm always trying to show people that because a lot of
Yeah.
people, when I tell them we can do what they're doing on a macro scale and a micro scale for ourselves, a lot of people in the alternative space, when I tell them about the dummy corporation or the LLC that we create, a lot of them get scared of that and they think, oh, it's evil for me to use a company that's playing their game. And it's just like, okay, but you don't
No,
understand.
it's
They gave
evil to
us
act in person. I can give you 50 verses from the Bible that says, do not respect these things.
exactly. See it for what it is. I see it as a tool. The LLC is a tool. Money is a tool. It's not it's not what saves us, but it's what
It's more of that. It's that you can't use the tool without the vessel, right? I mean,
correct.
you can't have a bank account without a company or a person. You can't have this. You
Yeah.
can't do this without the monopoly piece, right? The game board.
Yeah.
You have to have that, and to make yourself surety and in bond to it through personhood is really, it was a great scheme and it worked, and we all registered our children through our children. But it's time to stop that. Stop that cycle of voluntary servitude and start protecting ourselves like they do with their own assets. And for that matter, stop being indebted to them. I mean, stop being debtors.
Yeah,
And that's another reason, by the way, why the United States also cannot be bankrupt. It's not a debtor.
right. Exactly right. So speaking of debt, now these gurus will continue to say that Social Security, SSI, SSD, Medicare, and Medicaid, they're all financed by the secret trust. The government
No.
makes you pay taxes, and a portion of your wages supposedly pay for these services, which they can borrow at any time for any reason, since they cannot access the SQV trust to finance their wars or bail out Wall Street and their patriarch. You don't. Wall Street does not need bailing out. You don't understand. They don't need to access the SQV's trust to do that.
And Wall Street is a couple corporations. That's all Wall Street
Right.
actually is. It's trading companies. They're,
Yeah.
you know, it's not like Wall Street is no, it's a few companies that handle trading. It's not as
Right.
dramatic as you think,
It's a private association as well. And
right?
so, okay, so here we go. You may receive a monthly statement from a mortgage company, loan company, or utility company, which usually has already been paid by the trust, the secret trust. Almost all of these corporate businesses double dip. Oh, I've heard this a lot. And hope that
Yeah.
you have been conditioned well enough by their credit scams to pay them a second time. Instead of paying that statement next time, sign it, approved, and mail it back to them. Oh, again, it's like you can fix everything through the mail. So if they then contact you about payment, ask them to send you a true bill instead of a statement, and you will gladly pay it. A statement documents which was due and paid, whereas a true bill represents only what is due. Banks and utility companies have direct access into these SQV trusts, and all they needed was your name, SSN, and signature.
I remember this one. This is the one where they say take your bill
Yeah.
and do something to it to make it a check, and then go cash the bill for the amount that they're charging you for. And of
Right.
course, oh, how did you spend that money on cigarettes in jail?
Yeah, because I mean, we've seen time and time again where that leads you, and that is jail. Um, so yeah, again, this guy's just repeating the same nonsense. Here's another website. I don't think it's just going to say the same stuff. And so, look, this SQV, it was a real historical thing, and so I want to go through what it actually was.
Well, no. Well, before you do that, technically, because we were talking about how a trust works, where there's the
Oh yeah,
trustee and the beneficiary, that the one with the use of the land is not necessarily the owner, and
right,
therefore it is a dead use. In other words,
correct,
so they still do call the what is it the beneficiary assessed to QV, right? Because you don't actually, the beneficiary hasn't acquired it yet, and therefore,
right.
yeah. So that's assessed to QV in its basic kind of form.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case we're applying this, well, the queen, right, the corporation of the crown, you're out of this, what is it, out to sea or whatever,
Lost at
beyond the
sea,
sea,
yeah.
beyond the sea. Right. So, and the sea is of course the Vatican spiritual jurisdiction, and it just goes on and on and on. But really the proper use of the Sesquivoe is, like, if you have a mortgage, a dead pledge mortgage, well,
Right,
then you're in a Sesquivoe situation, right? Because
correct.
so you're the eventual beneficiary of something that you don't own at the moment. Is that a good way of saying it?
That is, and I'm glad you said that, because that also blows out the narrative that these people purport, that oh, well, you're the beneficiary of this SQV, and so therefore you can access the benefits right now.
Oh, well, I'm going to call up the Queen and the Pope and say, hey,
Yeah,
let's expedite the process.
right. And then the funny thing is that people believe this trust exists. Show me the trust documents. And no one can show me the trust documents.
Well, I mean, how do you go back to 1960s or 16? What is it?
1666,
1666,
yeah, right.
right? I mean, it's probably it's in the Vatican vaults, so we can't access
Oh,
it.
that's right. That's right.
Right, right.
Yeah. Yeah. So again, the SQV was a historical thing. So I want to cover that before we go any further, because I do want to present some case law on some funny stuff. But yes, SQV translates in French to he who lives. It's a legal term for an individual who's the beneficiary of a trust or an insurance policy with rights to property and the income and profits that the property provides. A SQV trust is the person entitled to an equitable rather than legal trust in the estate assets. And so I won't need to read that. It just kind of goes on. History. Okay, here we go. As a legal concept that dates back to the medieval period, specifically England, during this time, the owners of farms or other properties could be absent for extended periods of time as they traveled, whether for business or religious purposes. And it became important to ensure that family members, business partners, or tenants could use the property without fear of being exploited by feudal lords. While the individual was away, a trustee took care of the land, but did not retain legal ownership over the property. Right. And so the trust often relied on good faith understanding between the parties. And so, when this happened historically, you really had to trust the trustee in order to have this kind of deal. And a lot of times during this time period, they would have an old man that they trusted. Typically, it was like their neighbor that they trusted, and they would just let this guy be the trustee. And
Or a
so,
completely neutral party like an attorney. This would
yeah,
be an example where you could use an actual bar attorney.
right. And sometimes they are useful for that kind of stuff, where it's, a
Well, they'd
neutral
actually be
party.
regulated. They'd actually have a code and a so-called ethic and honor among thieves to their canons and that kind of thing. So at least there's
Right.
that. But like you said, this is they don't say it's not called a trust for that's not a colloquialism. You really do have to be in a position of trust with the people you're doing commerce business with.
Right. And this SQV, I mean, it's only relevant in English law. And I already hear some people say, well, we're under an English law. And okay, I mean, well, good luck saying that in the court. I mean, it's just, you're going to be laughed at. And we did
Well,
adopt
I
a
mean,
lot of the English law, but
yeah,
we
and
made it our own.
we adopted the Bible as the foundation of our common law. So
Right.
you better get on. You better get reading.
Yeah, it's a pretty good manual. And so, okay, and it goes on. So talks about Henry VIII, how he allowed descendants to reside and enjoy the estates, right? And Thomas Cromwell, Thomas More, they attempted to invalidate this SQV trust, a process that still continued, though, under the English Reformation. Okay. So, that's the basic synopsis of the history. And, some of the websites like these, they go into the, let's say, the Patriot version of that history, right? It sounds good to anyone that kind of doubts government, right? But again, it gets into some woo-woo stuff. And so, all right. So now I want to show you guys some case law. This is actually a pretty recent case last year. I pulled this one up. Well, actually, I'm going to show you guys a PDF because I highlighted some stuff. So yeah, so this guy, he was using this method that a lot of these gurus will tell you to do if you ever have to go to court. They'll tell you to get around the ruling, the jurisdiction by claiming this SQV trust. Okay. And This is funny. And this made it all the way to the Court of Federal Claims. It's funny how they called this guy. Well, first they say lack of jurisdiction, sovereign citizen allegations. So I thought that was funny. So here we go. So Marcel James Lamar Wood, he was seeking declaratory or unspecified monetary relief arising from the United States. And again, he's using this SQV thing and saying that they misappropriated his estate. And so, and then they say the legal fiction underlying plaintiff's claim is insufficient to establish jurisdiction in this court. Therefore, the court dismisses plaintiff's complaint. And so this guy, he alleges that, and he said this in court, and he submitted documents saying this. United States was and is acting as the custodian of his estate because pursuant to the SQV Act of 1666, and again, this whole 1666 thing was in England, not in the U.S. But anyways,
what makes them think that act of the crown
yeah,
applies to the United? Why would a judge? Oh
right,
well, I mean that would mean you'd have to look at what else, all the other documents from the crown. It doesn't make sense.
right.
Although the Patriot mythology is that the crown owns, yeah. So I
I was
guess
just gonna
maybe
say, yeah.
does make a little bit of sense in
Oh,
that.
and they claim the Magna Carta is the only true lawful
Well, I
document.
mean, go back to that first statement, the legal fiction underlying the Platon's claim. They're basically saying that, look, dude, you've got the wrong fiction. We're
Right.
legal fiction. You're talking about, again, what we call the Patriot mythology.
Yeah.
You're in that's the wrong fiction for any jurisdiction. I mean, you've made up a complete 100% untrue story with using historical facts to make it sound reasonable.
Right. And so it goes on to say, because of this act that he's citing, it presumes that he's dead or abandoned in his estate. And it goes back to that history that a lot of these gurus teach is that because of this act of 1666, you're still considered dead, lost at sea, or abandonment of your estate. And so this guy, he further alleges that neither presumption is accurate. He's alive and he has not abandoned his estate. He represents to support his allegations. He attached this complaint evidence of, okay, so it goes on. So this first document that he submits to the court is called Notice and Warning to Utility Companies. And so the key allegation in this document is a reference to the bankruptcy. Oh, sounds familiar, doesn't it? Of the United States that purportedly occurred in 1933. And it goes on, it was passed in 1933. We only had debt because all property and gold were seized by the government as collateral in the bankruptcy of the United States. So you see, it's the same jargon that this guy is repeating. This means there is no money. It further means that since there's no money, American signatures are used as the credit to run this country. That in turn means that it is the American people who are the creditors, not the debtors, as the banks and utility companies would like everyone to believe. Verbatim what I just read earlier. And so,
oh my God, it is.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Every judge,
parents.
Yeah. It's bad. Every judge and attorney in America, this is what this guy's saying, especially those who hold positions with several direct connections to utility companies, bank accounts, and acting as attorneys for the banks, most presumably in all other countries as well. Since they got their instructions from England, where do you see that? Anyways, the same place that all the banks get their instructions through the comptroller of the currency headquarters in London, England.
Yeah, I'm sure he means the city of London, but he didn't say.
I was just going to say that's completely different than London.
Right. It's not even part of London.
It's not even a part of the UK.
Right. It's just like DC is not a state.
Just like the Vatican. It's not part of Italy. So each knowing the above incorporated to be true, and it goes on, again, it cites the U.S. bankruptcy of 1933.
Oh, the bankruptcy. Well, I mean, that's instant failure right there when you say the bankruptcy.
We've covered that. Operates under English law, though it's supposed to be a well-kept secret. So, okay. So these
Means there
guys,
is no money.
yeah, there is no money because we've been
Well,
bankrupt.
I mean, it's one thing to say, the value of money doesn't exist. To say there is no money, that's like doubting existence. That's like nihilism. How do you
Yeah,
how do you make that kind of statement without
right.
without clarifying?
Well, if there's no money, Clint, how did he pay the fees to submit these documents into the court?
Well, the real question is, if I am able to say there is no money, how did I know that money is even a word? How do I know how? Because see, the
Right.
the the Hegelian dialectic is all about the negative reinforcements, and so you're
Yeah.
always saying something doesn't exist, even though you know it does, right? So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah. And like you said, I mean, it would make more sense to question the real intrinsic value of the money since we went off the gold standard and whatnot. But even then, it's still backed by oil, which it has this utility, actually. A lot of people, especially these gold bugs, they scoff at the fact we went off the gold standard, but really it was actually more efficient for us to go on the oil standard. Um, and that's a whole
well,
nother episode, but
this is a case where again we should not be confusing legal or inherent things with market things, okay?
mhm.
If you go to either the federal CAFR or the Federal Reserve CAFR, once again, the audit, you will see that the gold that is held, yes, it is held in Fort Knox. It hasn't been stolen. It hasn't. It's in
Right.
several. It's actually in several different vaults,
Yeah,
according to the audit.
a lot in New
Right? If
York.
if you read that, it's going to tell you. Think about it this way: if you're going to start a country, right? You're going to start anything. You're going to start a corporation, right? Are you going to start that corporation knowing that on a commodity that could go up or down at the drop of a hat, could go to zero at the drop of a hat, or no?
Right.
They create any country that holds gold, creates or inducts that gold as it's not collateral, it's the other word because it doesn't actually collateralize the dollar, but they actually have a statutory for
Mhm.
all you people who think the market price of gold means anything, right? The statutory price of the millions of troy ounces of gold that are held by the Federal Reserve, or excuse me, held in the vaults, the certificates of them are held by, I want to say, Federal Reserve or the government. Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve then uses those certificates at market value to commit crime, right? To
Right.
invest. But the gold itself in both audits is statutorily at the time of its induction was priced and has never changed at, I want to say, $29.02 or 99 29.99 29.922222222. Okay, that is the actual
Yeah.
value of the gold that is held by. That's what everything is based on. All the other
Mhm.
gold, all the other, none of that matters. The gold that's held by the United States has a specific price, and it is $29 and
Yeah.
0.2222, so 2 ninths basically.
And it's been that way for
That's the
decades.
price of gold. No, it's not going to change. It's the statutory price. Every
Yeah.
country is the same way because you're not going to base your whole economy on something that's controlled by the gold fixing in the Rothschild Bank in the city of London, where we
Right.
have an office and we all get together and decide what the price of gold's going to be. No,
Yeah.
no, that would be ridiculous. So we, for some reason, that information is not made
Hmm.
privy to most people. And so when I gold, that gold coin is worth $1,800 or whatever it is, right? But
Yeah.
you got to realize that completely artificially inflated price, and then the Federal
Yeah.
Reserve uses those certificates at that price to do its trading. So I mean, it's just more organized crime. But
Yeah.
you want to know? You want to know? In my opinion, if you're holding on to gold, and people say it's going to go to 100,000, it's going to 10.
Right.
Well, that means the value of the dollar is going to go, and you're gonna have a gold coin that's worth $10,000, which you if you burn it, it'll probably be the best use of it because that gold is only worth. It's going to go, if anything, it's going to go back to its statutory price and never
Mhm.
under. Right? So
Yeah.
the whole again, completely false market used by the elites,
Right.
not only to fool you, but to get an artificial value that they can then trade as a derivative. I mean, it's everything is false. Like it's shocking.
Oh, but in the Patriot circles and even other circles, it said, Clint, that these elites, they drive and manipulate the gold price down when it's actually the opposite. They actually drive it up. And so, again, these gold bugs, that's a whole nother religion, the gold lovers. I used to invest heavily in gold, but then I sold it all when I realized it's not working for me. That money,
Gold, it's, as an investment, it serves one purpose. And look, again, you have to know your place. In the Bible, what do? They build a golden calf, right? They
right.
offered that golden calf to because they knew their civilization, their kingdom was ending, and therefore their
Yeah.
status within the kingdom was also, and their property was going to end. So they put it all in gold in order to carry what they had in the old system into the new system. That gold is an offering to the king to get their status back and their property, right? The new king, same as the old king, right? It's the same family, same whatever. So
Yeah.
gold is a hedge against, but even that is really,
It's not.
yeah. I mean, in reality, it's kind of not, because again, if your gold is suddenly worth five, however much they're saying it's going to be, that means that the dollar itself is going to be, worthless. So yeah,
Yeah.
great. It's You're not going to eat it. You're not going to plant it. You're not going to wipe your butt with it.
Yeah.
You don't need gold. You're not going to have enough. You're not going to trade with it. I'm going to guarantee no one's going to want gold. They're going to want toilet paper, alcohol, cigarettes, and whatever else they can. Food. How about food?
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, it's just the whole thing. Again, more, but remember, it's what the advertising, and it's what GCN, where Alex Jones and what's his name is. They are a gold trading company. You want to ask me, probably one of the number one people behind the rise in the price of gold was that particular outfit. Alex Jones, and those guys constantly promoting gold. Go, guess what? They invested in the gold long ago when it was a couple hundred or less, and watched it climb. That's why these organizations have that much money, because you got to keep in mind. I mean, this obviously. When companies, or when you see an ad, or someone comes along and says, "Hey, there's this penny stock I want you to buy,"
Oh, geez.
and all of a sudden all these people buy it. Well, guess what?
It's a
The
pump and
price
dump.
went up. But that guy bought it when it was even lower, so he just made all kinds of money by a bunch of stupid people going and buy a penny stock that they know nothing about.
It's the
Right?
classic.
That's how the whole system works. Gold is no exception.
Yeah, it's the classic pump and dump scheme. And when you're the sucker buying into that penny stock, that guy, he's using you as liquidity to get out.
Using you as a tool.
Right. Useful tool. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
And we've all been tools. Like I said, this is why I'm so interested in this, because we've been tools long enough. It's time to stop being tools.
Yeah. Yeah, and I talk about this subject of gold and the investment purpose of it and all that kind of stuff, how it's not really the best investment, in my 401k video on my YouTube. It's the 401k video is titled how to stop your 401k from turning to a 101k. And so a lot of people that call me, they think that the best solution from opting out of the 401k to switching over to a self-directed gold IRA, that's even worse, because then you're stuck in one asset class, gold, and you know, you're subject to the volatility of that one asset class. That's never smart. I'm not saying you should diversify into 50 different stocks. That's not really true diversification. You really want to allocate yourself into different types of assets. But anyways, that's a whole nother conversation. So, okay, to get back to this. So and again, I see this a lot where these gurus will tell you to submit this document called schedule of fees. Which again, the schedule of fees, it is a thing in a trust, but only the grantor or the settler, sometimes the grantor is called the settler, can create this schedule of fees. It's not the beneficiary that does that. The beneficiary cannot control the schedule of fees. That makes zero sense. So anyways, they tell you to submit this document. So this is what this guy did. And the plaintiff thinks that this is going to establish specific monetary penalties for various infractions related to the trust, which owns the copyright, trademark, and trade name Marcel James Lamar Wood trademark. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is
How
bad.
many times have you heard of that same thing? Well, a cop pulled me over, right? A municipal police officer who knows really nothing about anything pulled me over, and I handed him I'm going to charge you $400,000 for every half hour. And sure enough, that officer was like, "Okay, have a nice day, sir."
Right, like that. Like, yeah.
Really? Did anybody ever get paid their $400,000 or whatever they're charging, $1 million? No, because it's completely illegitimate.
That's not how that works. Yeah. And
oh, by the way, Brandon, I'm charging you for doing this show $1 million a minute.
Oh, okay. Well,
I expect payment. I'm going to send you my schedule of. Oh, I haven't sent you my schedule of fees.
Well, listen, I'll have my trust pay for it. Okay, my secret trust. So, yeah. So, anyways, this guy, oh, look at this, a $10,000 infraction for using my driver's license number or even my name.
Mine. It's not your name.
Exactly. It goes back to that. And you required a signature under threat and duress or crazy. Oh man.
$1 million. $1 million fraction, right? Oh, I'm sure they're just cowering, Oh my gosh, he's gonna charge us $1 million.
So who's gonna enforce that? And anyways, that boggles my mind, because for anyone to enforce that, that would be the court, right? And if the court doesn't have jurisdiction over you.
Well, that's a good point, because the answer to most of these statements is, yeah, you and what army? Because who are you appealing to that's going to back your claim, right?
Right. That's the whole thing. So now the third document, first will and testament of the grantor. Again, in a trust, the grantor creates these documents, not the beneficiary. And so,
okay, let me just say something here, because I remember seeing these things. This is nothing new. The reason I think, okay, I'll just use myself as the perfect example. I was completely ignorant of trusts and trust law. I didn't even want to have anything to do with them, because I just thought they were bad. I thought they were, it's what the bad guys use. I don't want to have anything to do with what the bad guys use. Well, I've changed my tune now. I understand that the tool is not evil. It's the intent, right? So I would look at something like that, and I would be like, gosh, that's so interesting. It's like reading Chinese, because I don't know what the grantor is. I don't know what the will and testament. Hey, that's like biblical, So I could look at these terms as an ignorant person and say, yeah, that. Wow, that sounds so sophisticated, and so he's using language that I'm really not familiar with, and therefore it must be true. It must be accurate, and he's using it in such a way that it makes it sound legitimate. Well, yeah, once you learn it, then and what these words actually mean, and the responsibility of the grantor and the trustee and
Yeah.
it's not how, first of all, it's not how the law works that governs this.
Yeah.
Not to mention the terms themselves, which again sound all sophisticated, but
Mhm.
sophistication is not a good thing, folks. Sophistication is a very bad thing.
Mhm.
Look it up. Look up the word sophisticated. You'll understand what I mean.
Some word magic. So, and yeah, so it's completely ignoring how trust law works. And you know what's funny? These guys, they'll claim to be the grantor and the beneficiary. Well, if you're all of those parties, that's not a trust. That's classic trust law. I mean, look, we've seen that
That's
over and over.
fraud.
That's an illegitimate trust. That's not even a trust. And so, yeah, it is fraud. And I've presented.
But to be clear, that's the same thing as saying I'm. They use the same model for the so-called secured party creditor,
Right.
right? Where you're the beneficiary and I can't remember the terminology at the moment, but you can't be the creditor and the debtor. It just doesn't
Exactly.
work that way. You can't be a debtor to yourself, essentially.
Yeah, and I always tell people that, believe in that secured party thing. It's like you don't understand banking functions. There's always going to be a debit to a credit or the other way around. It's a
Well, it's not meant for us. It's not meant for good people. It's meant for
exactly.
corporations to deal across borders and international law, uniform laws, UNIDROIT, all these different voluntary laws, as they call them, that you accept, arbitration, all these concepts in the UCC. UCC is commercial code. You're
Mhm.
saying I want to be free and I had a, out of commerce, and you're saying you're going to use UCC, something be created by a bunch of lawyers and
Lawyers.
right? You're going to this completely criminal system that also created CPS and all these other horrible things. You're
Yeah.
going to use UCC to be somehow, as an individual, not a corporation, right?
Right.
Somehow, and yet, it's all listed as,
Oh,
again, it's a
but
lot of the stuff
Clint,
is fraud. It's against the law.
but my name is in all caps, so I'm a corporation, so I can use it.
Okay,
And
Styles.
yeah,
Styles.
you had a good video on this whole thing. I suggest you guys watch it on his Red Pill Sunday School YouTube channel. It's one of his recent videos, so I highly suggest you guys watch that. So, anyways, this guy, he uses his mom in this case to claim that she was involved in this whole thing in this secret trust. And so that probably goes back to, okay, well, because she signed your birth certificate and all that, she's involved in the secret trust, right? So, okay. And then I hear this a lot too, that, oh, well, I can obtain the power of attorney over this secret trust and the trust security. Wait, a trust and a security are two different things. Anyways. So, all right. In the next document, affidavit of correction. Oh, I'm so sick of these affidavits. Like, as if they do anything. Anyone can file any affidavit anywhere. It doesn't give any
Yes,
actual.
but if they don't respond,
Oh, it becomes law.
that's when you know the affidavit had took effect.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Show me where that has worked. I mean, yeah, if people give this affidavit like it's a superpower in the legal realm. So, anyways, he is correcting an error on his birth certificate because the name on the birth certificate is in all capital letters, which must be considered a fictitious name, whereas the proper form should be written in undercase. All right.
What? Okay. I, I, okay. Just to be clear, these are legal terms I'm going to tell you. You find these in the legal dictionaries. They're in my book, which I copied straight from the legal dictionaries.
Yeah.
Okay. There are two kinds of existence, artificial and real, okay? Yes, you have the man and you have the person. The man uses the person as a vessel in commerce. Very simple. If you are in using a vessel in commerce, you are considered to be spiritually dead. Okay,
Yeah.
that is a legal term. You can look that up. But if you are not, and you're acting in privately foreign from that, then you're considered what's the other term? Spiritually dead and uh politically dead.
Hmm.
Okay? That means that they're looking at me as being not alive in their system, right? So
Yeah.
if I'm spiritually dead, then I'm not being guided by the higher law and I'm participating. But if I'm politically dead, to them, they can't see me. I'm private. I'm foreign from them. Right? So
Yeah.
these are the only two things that really apply to this kind of statement. Has nothing to do I can use my name any way I choose to use my name. I'd be
Right.
a fool to use my name when dealing with public things. And this all goes back to the rule that we all have to remember: stop trying to act privately in a public forum. You don't go to a public forum and say, I'm private. If they come to you, you say, I'm private, but you don't
Right.
go to court and try to prove your privacy. You've already gone there because the person was summoned.
I mean, that's as public as a forum can get, is a courthouse. And so, this guy shows up when they called the supposed dead person. He says that he's not. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He shows up. So it doesn't make any sense. How are you here then?
Well,
If
and
you're,
aren't you just admitting that you're property of the crown? I mean,
oh, that's true.
that you're
Yeah.
out. I mean, out of its borders, but you're going to go back someday and claim your property. I don't get it.
Right.
Ugh.
Uh-oh. He's got another document, Clint. It's called Knowledge of Facts and another of Life. Sometimes we
What?
see this. It's like some gurus will call it the nativity of birth or something like that, or the certification of live birth that they try to correct. And anyways, these documents are just woo-woo that say the plaintiff is indeed alive. And it references again the SQB Act of 1666. Oh, and then the plaintiff presents a declaration of trust. And he
Now,
identifies.
can I simply declare that a trust exists and therefore it does?
I mean,
It sounds like these people are, again, a trust. You can't really be an individual in a trust, but it sounds like these people are saying there's a trust and I am it. Like I
yeah,
trust myself. Who are you trusting? Who are you and
right.
who's being entrusted? I don't get it.
That it doesn't make any sense. And you can present a declaration of trust. Anyone can do that, but again, that doesn't. That's not how trusts work. And so, anyways,
Yeah, how do you even comment?
I can't even comment on that. It's just so left field. And so the
Well,
final,
I'm assuming that this guy didn't write any of these, or if he did, he just filled in the blanks, right?
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And nor did he title them himself. He didn't say, "This is my last will and testament." I just thought of that out of thin air. See, none of your thoughts are your own. That's the problem. You're hey, buy my paperwork.
Well,
Right?
here's the thing too. I mean, he's claiming this trust already exists, right? So for him to submit the declaration of trust for that supposed existing trust, you wouldn't be able to access that declaration of trust because you didn't create that. The government did, like this guy's saying. So that doesn't add up. And so and then he submits the last will and testament of Marcel James Lamar Wood. Okay. And so
You know
the
what sucks about this?
uh,
What really sucks is that I can go and I can look up all these terms, right?
yeah,
So the gurus are choosing terms that if you go and you look it up, sort of match what they're saying in a way, but not really, but yeah, in a
Yeah,
way, right?
right.
And so there's no way just by looking up the terms to say, well, that's not right. You actually, again, you have to apply logic and reason, and you have to understand the entirety of
Mhm.
which is impossible, the entirety of the law, right? But you have and how these things apply. But what sucks about this is that they're not they're not using terms that make it obvious that it's fraud, right? It
Right.
really is. I mean, I just want to stop here and give these guys, whoever started this, give them a little bit of credit for applying such inventive, imaginary, concepts to otherwise kind of boring words, right? That
Yeah.
have a specific meaning and a specific use. They really have done a clever thing here, but at some point you do have to wake up to it and say, well, it's just not only does it not make sense, it's not logical, especially if you're going to mix patriot mythologies. We're free people because we fought the English and won the war against the crown, but yet the crown controls. And have you heard that the crown changes our social security?
Yeah, yeah.
Right, I read that document. You know what it was? It was an agreement between the United States and England that people who moved to England would pay Social Security to America. It had nothing to do with actually, the Queen controlling Social Security. It was purely a business arrangement between two sovereign nations. So again, and I pointed that out to the person who sent it to me. I said, look, I've come across this before. I read it, and this is what it says, and I highlighted that. Oh no, 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 no! You can't go against the mythology, no, because then everything starts falling down. So you have to believe in everything they tell you, or you kind of have to believe in nothing they tell you. And I'm telling you guys, believe in nothing they are telling you. What we are telling you is coming from source documented materials. If you want to doubt us, and I invite anybody out there to come and please argue and say yes. But there's one caveat to that: evidence.
Right, right.
Show us what you've accomplished. Show us your sister can be trusted. Show us that show us the check. Show us anything that proves any of this to be factual besides nothing, which is really
Yeah.
what they're. You don't want a response, because if you get a response, well, that's bad, right? But if you get no response, then you've won. No, that's not proof.
Right.
So I invite anybody to dispute what we're saying here, but bring the proof, bring the source, bring
Right.
anything that is substantial other than your own clever paperwork.
Yeah. We don't want rhetoric. We don't want repeating the same rhetoric that your guru told you to say or what he said. Because again, we hear the same thing from dozens of gurus out there, and everyone else just, like he said earlier, copies them like a parrot. And this guy, he's doing the exact same thing on the websites that we looked at. And so, yeah, I have these conversations all the time with people, and I get the curiosity. Look, I understand that. I've looked into these things before too. I'm not innocent from that. Yeah. It's attractive to anyone who is in the alternative space, but everyone always tells me, well, I know a guy, or I know a guy who knows a guy, and they told me that they've done this.
Well, it boils down to one and only one thing. It's what we said in the beginning. You're looking for redemption, and you're looking in all the wrong places, right?
Yeah.
Your redemption is one and only one thing. Eventually you're going to have to figure out that redemption requires following the law of nature. Stop respecting all these artificial things, persons, flattering titles. That is your redemption. That is when you are redeemed, is when you start following the law of God, basically.
Yeah.
You're reborn into nature and its law. That is when you will be redeemed. Okay. None of this. All this is doing is pulling you further and further down into what you need to be redeemed from. And
Yeah.
look, I'll be honest with you, man. That includes your stock trading and includes all this shit. The reason I'm doing this is because I actually, I want to be able to trade in all my worldly stuff so that I can find some land and be private on it, right? That I
Yeah.
can't do that without. I spent this whole time doing everything for free because I thought that was the right way to do it, and it was.
Mm.
It was for me and my journey and learning. It kept me neutral. It kept me on track. I never got tempted. I never found false redemption. Because I wasn't looking for money, right?
Yeah.
Now that I have figured it out, that's the now I'm going to be a hypocrite to people because now I'm like, well, okay, I can't do anything unless I can pay for it, right? I have to have
Right.
some consideration, but so now that's where I'm gotten. That's why, you know, I've already been canceled from the public, so I got to start a private membership association myself. That's where I'm going to have all my stuff. We're doing some businesses that we're not going to talk about for a while,
Right.
and yeah, I mean
Yeah.
it's this is a liberation. Like I can't tell you. I mean, to the things we're talking about and have planned in the future that will benefit everybody. Oh
Yeah.
my God! I mean, I just can't. But to get there, I can't keep operating in this ridiculous mode of being impoverished, un unhealthy because I don't have the money to eat right. Uh, in order to give people shit for free that they don't even appreciate, right? And they're going to call me a hypocrite when I need to. I'm done with that, right? I've done it, and now it's time to do things the right way. So, and I hope
Yeah.
that I can teach other people to do it the right way as well. So,
Yeah. And that's my whole point of doing this because I've kept a lot of my processes and techniques private for years because I didn't have to share it with anyone. I didn't need to make money out of it, but it's got to a point where it's like society needs to use these tools that we talk about. And I'm again, all this talk that we're doing, I'm not poo-pooing trust. Again, in Safe Haven, we use trust. I'm not poo-pooing using a company. Like a lot of these gurus will, they get people so irate at corporations, right? And then it makes people think that all corporations are evil. Um, but guys, I mean, you gotta you gotta earn cash flow somehow. What, you gonna work as a W-2 employee the rest of your life? That's not what I want.
men are good or men are evil.
Yeah,
Okay, the tools, all of these things we're talking about are specifically neutral.
yeah,
They're not. I mean, it's like saying that the thimble on the Monopoly board is inherently evil.
right.
No, it's the intent of who's using it, right? So
Yeah,
you can't say that persons or corporations are evil because behind the person that is the corporation is a bunch of men acting horribly evil.
yeah,
And that's where I say the public, you can't do anything against these guys in the public, right? They're
absolutely.
protected. So,
Yeah, and you know, these people that focus on the sacred trust, they they don't ever think, well, wait a second, why don't I start my own trust? Which we all can, but why don't you look into that instead of going down this rabbit hole, which doesn't even work as we demonstrate. So yeah, anyways, get back to this case. Uh, now this is what the court's saying about this guy. The complaint has all the hallmarks of a sovereign citizen suit. The plaintiff relies on a legal fiction to support a monetary claim that has no basis in the laws of the United States. And yeah, I have to agree with these guys. And this guy's a pro se plaintiff. Pro se just means you're representing yourself. And so when you're pro se, you're held to a lower standard rather than you being represented in court. So you can say all sorts of wrong things, and the court will give you some leniency. But when you start acting like this, though, like this guy, Lamar or Marcel, they're going to be like, okay, this like this says this guy has no basis in the law. And so Now it goes on because this guy's tried to challenge their jurisdiction like all these people do. It's ridiculous. And so the United States, as sovereign, is immune from suit, save it as consent to be sued. United States versus Sherwood. So I thought that was interesting. You know, so these people trying to sue the United States, I mean, good luck with that, man. That's not going to work. And so,
Yeah, it's like it's no different than saying I can sue the king.
right, yeah, it's just, and so you want sovereign immunity, like these gurus claim that they can give you. Well, here's the only way you can get sovereign immunity is being the United States.
And I'll give you an example. The people, because they think they're the people, all the citizens, the U.S. citizens that are inhabiting the political public space of Nevada, or was it Nevada or Arizona? Nevada, right? They voted to take their public lands back, right? Go against the Constitution, take the public lands back, and so that Constitution sits there today and it has two statements. One was the original that all public lands and interest and right to them are seceded or ceded to the United States. And the second one says the people take back that right right, and it says that Congress, after 17 years or something like that, has still not agreed to this frivolous vote, right? Because again, those citizens actually think that they are the people, that they are the state. They are, it's, no, this is not how things work. Constitution suspended, all of that stuff that we talked about. So Congress will ultimately decide whether, I mean, if you think about it, that's almost like a lawsuit. It's almost like a, hey, we demand we the majority demand our public lands back. They will decide whether they want to. If it's in the best interest of Congress, yeah, they'd do it, but it wouldn't be because they voted for it, right?
Yeah.
So the same way with, and the Congress, when Congress is the United States, I mean, for all intents and purposes. So it's not like the state congressman came to the Congress and said, I appeal on behalf of my people to give back the public lands. That's not what happened, see? Because he is the people.
Yeah. And, you know, the court goes on to state, you know, how they do have jurisdiction, contrary to what this guy's saying. You know, we won't go through that. It's kind of boring. But anyways, to determine whether it has jurisdiction, the court discerns the true nature of the claim in the complaint is not constrained by the plaintiff's characterization of the claim. They cite some more case law. So that's what these courts do. They always cite case law, right? And it's like none of these guys can actually do that.
In that sentence, they just said this guy's full of crap, basically.
That's exactly what they said. And guys, I don't mean to sound pompous or arrogant. It's just I always get comments and emails and messages from people who are just so nasty to me, saying I don't know anything, and they claim all this stuff this guy's trying to do, and you know, other stuff like the websites say, and it's like, so to me, this is just like, really, finally, I get a long format where I can show the actual basis of the things I present, because all these guys say in the comments or messages is just nasty rhetoric that doesn't mean anything, and it's so annoying. So guys, stop messaging me this BS. It's a waste of my time. It's a waste of your time.
Unless you have proof, which none of them do.
Right. Show me the case where you actually won using this technique. I'm waiting. Give me the case number.
Show me the money.
Right. So plaintiff's claim, as best the court can discern, is premised on his interpretation on his status. Interesting. As a person who's alive and who may have been presumed dead. His contention that his birth certificate does not accurately reflect his existence, and his assertion that his estate, Marcel James, blah, 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 requires him to be compensated by the United States. These are sovereign citizen type arguments where such plaintiffs attempt to convince courts that their status as sovereign citizens differ from the status of the fictional individuals. And again, I already hear people saying, well, it's because he claimed to be a sovereign citizen. Look, they're just using that as a general umbrella to describe this guy. not all the guys claim to be sovereign citizens. And I understand that's the whole oxymoron of itself, but anyways. So yeah, these people will argue that his or her birth certificate evidences a trust, and that he or she has the right to collect the funds in the trust. And this reports another case, Davenport versus United States, where this has failed. And so, it goes on and talks more about this. Here, another lawsuit, Rivera versus United States, where this guy claimed, "Oh, I have control over the individual trust account, and I claim this funds, and I'm going to sue you guys," just like this guy's doing. So, yeah, and again, they basically say, this guy, he's basing this whole thing off of 1933, which again, obviously incorrect. And so, yeah, this guy, he tries to assert that the court has no power over him. And someone tried this earlier, Ammon versus United States. In the alleged SQV trust account as United States Treasury, appeal dismissed. He was presumed dead. The United States became the custodian of the estate and now owes him the interest of the estate.
Interest? What?
Right.
When was that established?
Yeah.
What rate? What's the rate of interest?
Right. Exactly. Show me the amortization rate, and show me the documents that show the amortization.
So, I mean, basically what they're saying is that they owe him the lost equity of the estate.
Basically, yeah. I think that's what he's trying to say, but he doesn't even know how to say that, right? But yeah, and again, they cite the SQV Black's Law Dictionary definition of SQV. It's the person whose life measures the duration of a trust, gift, estate, or assurance contract. And so, because he's citing British law, they say foreign law is not among the money mandating sources of law that fall within the ambit of the Tucker Act's waiver of sovereign immunity. And so the SQV Act of 1666 and English law cannot support Tucker Act jurisdiction for a claim in this court. And so sovereign citizens typically believe that when they use the proper capitalization of their names, they can redeem the funds held by the secret trust. And he's entitled to the interest of the estate. And so the legal fiction presented by plaintiff in the complaint is not based in law, but in the fantasies of the sovereign citizen movement. There is no jurisdiction in this court for the fictitious claims. More case law, Boeing Company versus United States. Allegations of such subject matter jurisdiction to suffice must satisfy a relatively low standard, but also noting that essentially fictitious claims do not meet the standard. Quoting Shapiro versus McManus. So plaintiff's claim must be dismissed for lack of jurisdiction. Conclusion, the clerk's office is directed to dismiss the complaint for lack of jurisdiction. So there you go, guys.
I wish they would have been more honest with their conclusion.
I know.
I'm like,
they're being nice to this guy.
This batshit crazy person needs to be arrested, and so he doesn't infect others with the misinformation. Let me give you a definition here, because this is what you have to understand. The concept of sovereign citizen. I know a lot of people have finally come to understand that that's not a very good term to use, but they do use that for a reason. The reason, let me give you the understanding of why they say the sovereign citizen movement, because you have to understand, we put the concept of citizenship very high, even though it's the lowest form of status you can have. Okay, it actually comes from the Roman law or English, common law. And I'm going to read from the 1828 dictionary of Webster here.
Okay.
In England, and this is for the word denizen. So when you think of a citizen, the third definition of denizen is a citizen. Okay? This is the third definition. A citizen is a denizen. A denizen is to make a denizen to admit to residence with certain rights and privileges, or, as I've been saying, to enfranchise. Okay?
Mm.
Remember, to be enfranchised, to be incorporated. That's what they did with the slaves. They made a national status of voluntary servitude, voluntary slavery. Let me read you the first couple, and then you'll understand why sovereignty and citizenship cannot go hand in hand. A denizen in England was an alien who is made a, so in other words, someone that's foreign, someone that cannot have a lien put upon them. Okay, a lien, a unalienable. It's what that means. No liens. An
Yeah.
alien who is made a subject. What is a U.S. citizen? A subject. Okay, so an alien who is made a subject by the king's letters patent, holding a middle state. This is where it's really important to understand the difference between the private people, private property in the states, and a public U.S. citizen that is a national citizenship, not part of the states. We are not Americans. We're not part of the states. We're not part of the States United. We are in a foreign jurisdiction, foreign district. Okay? So you hold a middle state between an alien, someone with no rights, and a natural born subject. So we are not natural born subjects as U.S. persons, but we're also not aliens. We're somewhere in between. That's why they say it's a denizen, right? A denizen of hell, basically. He may take land by purchase or device, which an alien cannot do, but he cannot take by inheritance. Why? What do we keep telling you a trust creates? A trust creates a family. A trust creates a blood relationship where the property is passed from one to the next, an inheritance. Okay, persons of the United States are not inheritable, an inheritable bloodline. They're not. There's no blood in persons. Okay. Second definition: a stranger admitted to residence and certain rights in a foreign country. Okay, what have I been saying? A birth certificate creates domicile in the United States, takes you out of the state, out of the United States, and puts you in that district, Washington, D.C., which is a corporation called a nation state called the United States. A stranger, so you're born in the state, admitted to residence and certain rights in a foreign country. United States is a foreign country, a private corporation to the states. The states are all several or private from each other. So we're we're admitted, right? Admitted. Think about what that means. To residence, in other words, domicile in the United States, taken out of our states, plucked from the very thing that would give us all those rights we so desire. Ye gods, natives, or denizens of blessed abodes. So that tells you what citizenship is. So when they say, and they smirk, and they say you're part of that sovereign citizen, it's a complete, those two terms are so oxymoronic to one another. They're so opposed to one another. That's why they use the notion of a sovereign citizen, because it's an impossibility. You can't be both. It would be, and so you need to understand denizensship, especially for slaves. When slaves were incorporated, i.e., enfranchised into, again, to admit to residence with certain rights and privileges, or to enfranchise. I did a whole section on enfranchisement in my videos. That's what emancipation was. The slaves were freed from the state private holders and incorporated into the city on the hill, the nation, right? The Washington, D.C. They got a national status of personhood, plucked, and that's where they existed as far as their law and their jurisdiction. Now they had this protection on them that they couldn't get. You could no longer lynch a guy because he had no status, no protective status. That's basically what now he's owned by the nation state, and that's what our parents put us into, basically, through the birth certificate process. That you have to understand that to go to court and make these dualistic as well as completely separate claims using both sovereignty and citizenship, right? Denizenship. In other words, fealty to a master and sovereignty where you are the master, and they're mixing these things in court. Of course you're going to lose. I mean, it doesn't even make, it makes no sense to claim to be both. But that's what they're doing with their claims, because you're saying I'm a master and yet I'm under the laws of this master. It you can't. If you're the master, you got no law. That's a maximum of law. The king is not under any law.
Yeah. Yeah, so I pulled up your UCC strawman bond video up because I wanted to show like some stills from that video. Where did you, what website, is this the New York Fed website that you got this on?
Oh, it's a bunch. It's the FBI website,
Okay.
or it could be the Fed, the Treasury Direct site. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll show you guys the Treasury Direct site that he pulled up later, but I'm pretty sure this is from the New York Fed website that you had on this video. So yeah, it goes exactly what we were talking about. Proponents of this scheme claim that the U.S. government or the Treasury Department control bank accounts, often referred to as usury Treasury Direct bonds for all U.S. citizens that can be accessed by submitting paperwork with state and it goes on. So the scheme, like we said, it's called redemption, acceptance for value, the straw man, the secret trust, the SQV. Traders and websites will often charge large fees for kits that teach individuals how to perpetuate this fraud. And so, they'll tell you, hey, you can get these bills of exchange, promissory bonds, indemnity bonds, offset bonds. I'll show you guys what these look like here later. Comptroller's warrants. Wow, that's really bold. In addition, other official documents are used outside their intended purposes, like IRS Form 1099A, 1099 OID, and 8300. So they really do believe, these gurus, that, or at least they teach, because I don't think a lot of them actually believe this stuff. The gurus teach that you can use their own forms, the IRS forms like the 1099A, and turn that into money. Anyways, so they tell you to just look out for this fraud. And let's see, I want to show the other. This is from the Treasury Direct website now. The next.
Excuse me.
So it kind of goes into the same thing, and they talk about how these people will tell you the United States went off the gold standard in 1933, somehow went bankrupt again. Difference between insolvency and bankruptcy. You can't go bankrupt when you are the bank. With the help of the Federal Reserve, government converted the bodies of its citizens into a capital value, just like we went over. So it goes on. Basically, everything that we've covered. It's just these are on
filing UCC
Oh,
documents.
There it is. With either the Secretary of State or of the person's residence or another state that'll accept the filings. Each citizen is entitled to
remember what I said about it has to be an agency that will accept the filings, that cannot say, hey boss, I got another fraud here. No, they have to process them. That's why they have you send them to these specific places.
Yeah, exactly. It's their, just because they filed something doesn't make your claim right. Some of these offices have to file everything, even when they know it's fraud. So yeah, it's just and it goes on. I mean, they talk about how the reality is. I mean, if you try to draft these things, that's fraud. And I've listed the different counts of frauds earlier. There's like 6 different counts of fraud that you're committing. So I want to pull up these instruments, these fraudulent instruments that they share with people to use. So give me 1 second to pull that up. Are you guys having fun though? I hope this is, I hope not to really I hope not to
burst your bubbles.
Yeah. And look, guys, we're not trying to be doom and gloom. We're just trying to give you a way out of the potential criminal charges.
you'd think people would appreciate it, especially when but I mean, in my entire time doing this, I'm like, doesn't it occur to you that every source I'm using is primary, right? Doesn't it occur to you that you should listen not to me, but to the source,
Yeah.
and not to someone who gives you this false kind of hope kind of thing? Doesn't
Yeah.
that make a little more sense? But no, it boils down to a religious sense of religious following, essentially cult-like behavior.
It does. And I'm not disparaging anyone because, a lot of my clients, they
We went through it. We both have gone through it. I mean, it's understandable. It's just at some point, you can't hear us say this and just somehow forget that you heard it. And you're always going to
yeah.
know it's fraud.
Oh yeah. Um I get it. I fell for this stuff before. And so we got someone in the chat saying, please stop whispering secret trust. LOL. It makes it more believable.
Notice it's a secret trust instead of a private trust too.
Oh, right. Yeah. Very informative. For thoroughly enjoying the content. I almost went the revocation of election route to avoid taxes. So he's talking about Form 56 with the IRS. And I'm sure glad I didn't do it. And that's good because let me tell you guys, these same gurus that teach you this kind of stuff, the redemption stuff, they also tell you they can get out of being a taxpayer by filling out Form 56. And let me tell you guys, after reading a lot of case law on people trying to do this, that it goes bad. If the IRS made it that easy to opt out of taxes, I assure you that we would know by now that was actually legit. And another thing, I assure you they don't make it that easy to opt out of being a taxpayer with one simple form, guys. It's all about just stopping receiving wages, right? And not owning stuff. That's how you mitigate, your tax treatment. But I'm never going to tell someone I can get you completely out of the tax.
Trusts.
That
was me in your ear.
Oh my God, yeah.
The only difference between the gurus and you and me and everyone listening is that they're salesmen.
Right.
They're spin doctors. They're not just hearing it. They're not hearing it and wanting to do it. They're hearing it and wanting to make money from it. They're hearing it and wanting to absolutely harm other people, knowingly harm or allow other people to harm themselves. That's the difference between most of the people that fall for this, and I include myself, right? I could have gone down any of these routes, right?
Yeah.
But I waited. I wanted to know. Everything I do, I like to get to the bottom of everything before I even attempt, which is why I waited this long. And I'm glad I did because, I mean, look. So the only difference between these guys and the people that fall for it is really, it's a form of victimhood. It's a form of predatory behavior that I think most people aren't capable. Most good people aren't capable of.
Yeah. And I get looking into this stuff is really boring, honestly. And that's the whole point of these gurus' techniques. They want you to not look into these things because it is drab, it is boring. There's a lot of different, I mean, it's hours and hours of research. And so they keep you busy over here doing other stuff, avoiding you from doing the actual due diligence. Okay, someone else in the chat says, fraud sounds like a bad time. Yeah, it does, man. I don't want to ever go to the court. Again, stay out of the public. So, okay, I'm going to pull up these fraudulent instruments for you guys to look at. They're pretty comical. So yeah, thanks to one of my followers. She sent me these, thought they'd be funny to share with you guys. And guys, we'll have Q&A later if you guys have any questions.
So what is this?
So this is an indemnity bond. Yeah. Yeah. Your indemnity bond. That's what it like that's an actual class of bond. Okay. Let's see if I can zoom in. Here we go. It's so blurry, but Little John Stewart, That's a funny name. Oh man, I don't mean to show this guy's SSN, but I mean he shared it on TikTok, so it's not like I'm breaking any confidentiality here. So yeah, he shows that guys, this is a fraudulent financial instrument. Do not do this. I mean,
What is it? I don't get it.
well, it's a
Deadly.
bond that you can turn
So
in for
are you saying
money.
he's trying to put them on? He's trying to trap them somehow,
Yeah,
put a bond on them to pay him.
yeah, he's sending it through registered
Oh
mail.
man. See
And
now that is, I mean, this guy's jailbait. This
yeah,
is highly, highly fraudulent.
300 million United States dollars this bond is worth, supposedly. Wow, that's a lot, man. That's a lot.
I like how they printed it on what looks like bank paper.
I know,
You know,
right? And yeah, and who knows if it's actual commercial paper, but they at least made it try to look like it was. And here's another one. Private registered offset and discharge bond, non-negotiable. Ooh, he got him. He really got him with that. Little John Stewart again to add it. Registered mail. Oh, geez. Again, another 300 million.
it's funny that he put his social security number.
I know.
That
Maybe it's a
kind of,
fake one, but
I mean, that's again saying I'm Little John Sovereign with subject number. Like it doesn't make sense.
here's a promissory note. Guys,
Wait, what does the comment say? And did this TikTok
take
friend sent
see this 100.
bond paper and it worked,
Oh, with Wells Fargo.
and it
All right.
worked.
Okay.
How do we know it worked?
Yeah.
Why are you sending this instead of the evidence that it worked?
Well, Clint, it's a faceless guy on TikTok. He's telling the truth.
Oh, faceless guy in China.
Yeah, right. Ooh, look at this instrument ID number. Yeah, look at it. Secured, negotiable, transferable instrument, meeting all
Oh, wait, wait,
requirements.
wait. You're missing the greatest part. World citizens of the solar mon. What
Oh,
what does that say? Mon. I'm not even familiar with that word. Monmatian.
Monmatia.
Huh.
It must be from the Moors.
International promissory note. A promissory note?
You can't make this stuff up, man. Ancestral
Un.
convention.
Wow.
Any
It
alteration
worked.
or erasure voids the certificate. Oh, here we go. All rights reserved without prejudice. Oh, geez, how many times?
Oh, so I covered that as well.
You
That's
did.
if you want a fallacy, that's a big one. And
Yeah,
you can just type it in and find that that's not what that the purpose of that is not what gurus tell you.
it's completely different than what. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't give you any protection. It actually, in a lot of cases, gives
It
you
can
liability.
harm you. It can
Yeah,
harm you.
it's
Yeah.
gonna fire back on you because you don't know what you're doing. So yeah, so look at this. Meets all the requirements of UCC Article 3. So many Article 3 people out there. And again, look, guys,
Article 3 of what?
oh, they don't even say.
Well, this thing, Article 3 of what? You know how many articles there are in how many documents? I mean, what
Right.
document is it?
Oh, look at this. Republic for United States of America.
Okay, again, United States is not a republic. The states were turned into republics, but the United States is a nation state. It's not a republic.
Right. Even if it was a republic, so what?
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing special. Like Clint says all the time, Russia's a republic, China's a republic. Doesn't make you any special. Anyways. So yeah, that's pretty. Oh, mandatory by law. Look at that. Oh,
Mm.
principles. Oh man, this is just so deep in woo-woo land. So I thought that was funny, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that other document said. What was the word they used to explain it? Improbable, or just ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, in the court docket. Yeah. But yeah, guys, look, I mean, look on the look on the DOJ website and look up bond fraud, see what pulls up. You're going to see case after case, where this is going to go wrong. And hey, maybe it'll take them a year or two, or maybe 5 years for them to catch up on their paperwork. But when they do, man, you're in their sights. So, anything else you want to add to this, Clint?
Well, we were going to do a section on how the world is essentially run by private associations.
Well, I think that should be an entirely different episode
Okay.
because that's an extensive subject. And we don't want to tire these guys out. Their brains have had enough. But let's do that next week.
All right. We can do that.
All right. So, all right, guys, you got any questions? Feel free to unmute yourself and shoot your shot. If you got any questions or proof that this stuff works.
Proof, God, I would be so excited to see proof of it.
I would love
it
to,
would
yeah.
be, my God, it would be just something after so many disappointments.
I know.
I mean, not so many, after complete and 100% disappointment. And come getting to the bottom of the frauds, straight from the FBI website.
Right. Yeah, guys. I mean, it's on all of these government websites pretty much that it talks about this exact same thing that, these guys teach.
I do want to say one thing, and I've said it. I've tried to. Anytime I talk about this on the radio, I really try to get this out, which is that, look, this is a time period is very volatile, where there's a lot of people out there, a lot of gurus looking for something to sell, anything, right?
Yeah.
Spin doctors. And I would invite people to have some patience. I would invite people to not try to do this on their own. Not, obviously don't fall for this crazy stuff that we're talking about.
Right.
But as far as the PMA model, the trust model, have some patience, have some self-control, and do not go try to do this yourself, or do not try to go to one of these guys who makes all these empty promises, especially if it's some kind of redemption and anything where you're getting some reward or whatever.
Yeah.
Give us some time, give us your faith and your patience, because we both are, the reason that we're working together behind the scenes is to create a sort of unified front, or a unified private association, if you will, that really allows people to do it right in the first place, and to share their experiences and do it the right way. Because right now, I couldn't point you to somewhere that would do it the right way. I mean, I at this point, there's not one person that, unless it's a public, family type of, or a medical trust or that kind of thing that you do with a lawyer in the public, right?
Right.
I cannot point to anybody right now in the private that is doing this, and I think the reason for that is because they keep it private. Like we said, you don't find information on this. You don't find, because it's not made public. So I'm just, what I'm asking people is to have a little patience, have a little faith that we're trying to work in your best interest, and that eventually we're going to try to get a site together where we can all do this together, not together, but together, right? Separate, but not separate. It's kind of hard to explain that way, but that definition we read the other day about privacy, being both individual and you have to have someone to do it with, group. Do it. Just hold your horses. Hold your. It's great to be excited about it, but just don't fall for the gimmicks, right?
Yeah.
Hold, trust. Have some trust in the very singular people who are exposing a major fraudulent effort by a lot of people, and I can't really point to anybody and say they're not acting fraud and trying to get you to do something fraudulent. So
Yeah.
please allow us to help you and let us to do it. We don't want to make money from you. We want you to not go to jail for doing something completely idiotic in
Right.
hindsight, right?
Yeah.
So,
And it's funny too, because in the PMA space, a lot of these guys will just hand you a PMA contract and they'll leave you to it. But it's not just a contract. I mean, it gets much more bigger than that. But anyways, and yeah, some of you guys that are in here, you're already clients of mine. So you guys already in the process of getting the setup, or you already have the setup. So we got a question. Band Life Bear's got his hand up.
Hey guys, thank you for your time. Great presentation as always. Had a question for Clint. You had mentioned that a lot of the courts and laws are based off of the Bible, and was just wondering what, personally for me, I struggled even reading through the Bible. So I was wondering if you had any recommendations or any books specifically that would give a little bit more insight into what the laws that the courts are based off of.
well, that's what my book is about. You can download that for free and go through it. It's a living dictionary basically, and it goes through the Bible terms. What I found when I was doing research is that all the legal terms, especially when it came to Webster and his early dictionary when he was still alive, was that I found that there were all these biblical references. Um, and then I started looking at the maxims of law. And when I found why maxims or principles are so important is because depending on the jurisdiction, depending on what you've done to screw yourself, which is to enter into contract, right? All the maxims of law have that are protective of the man of God or the man following the law of nature, essentially. You don't have to. The Bible's not it's not religion. It's a book of law. It's throw away the religion. Throw away religions, and know that the Bible is your guide to not get entangled or untangle yourself from the legal system. What I found is that all words in the legal realm would be completely opposite to what the Bible. So all the concepts of the legal are always opposed to what's in the Bible. The most important rule is that the Bible tells you you shall not. Do not do this. Do not be surety. Do not respect persons. Do not respect flattering titles. Do not do this. Do not participate in usury or contract. Do not do, right? These are not religious things. These are avoidances of the legal trap, the legal web. So I found that for every legal thing that would trap you in the contract, there was a biblical law that said, do not do that. Do not become in bond and surety. Do not do, right? So then I looked at these maxims of law. There's a site called Ecclesia dot something.org, and they had all these maxims of law, and next to them they had the Bible verse. And so I noticed that all the maxims of law that are biblical um, would protect the man from the pitfalls of contract, the pitfalls of entering into the legal system. And most of them, again, they're negative. The law of God, as they say, is negative. Do not do this. Whereas the positive law, that's why they call it positive, because you're adding to what already exists, right? You're adding fiction, art, artificial to the real. So you're you're positively saying, do this. In order to be part of this system, you must do this, which is always what the Bible tells you not to do. Right? Again, take religion out of the picture. That's what's stopping you. Whether you love religion or hate religion, you're going to hate the Bible, because religion's going to steer you away from the Bible and teach you, the New Age, because they don't want you to know this. They don't want you to know that the Bible is the foundation. You can go to, I don't know if it's in my first book or not, but there's a great definition. I did a whole show around it, in the 1889 version of W.C. Anderson's Dictionary of Law, and it's the definition of Christianity. And it explains the whole thing, that, and it has the citations, the common law. The Bible is still common law in Pennsylvania. You can't really go against that. Oh, no, it's not. The Bible's this crazy document written by a bunch of... No, it's a book of law, and it's copyrighted by the freaking crown, right? So we took that common law system, including the Bible, and its principles are maxims of law. So again, the maxims of law that protect you all come from the Bible. The maxims of law that subject you to the legal system, to the crown, to all this legal stuff, legal meaning, it essentially carries the meaning of anti-God or anti-nature, anti-truth, right? Fiction. All the things, all the principles that are post-contract come from the legal side, but all the maxims that, so if I'm a judge, I say, well, is he in contract? Because the maxim is that the contract makes the law. Uh-oh. So all of a sudden, God doesn't make the law, nature, right? The self-evidence. Now the contract makes the law. Now you're screwed. So have you gotten into a contract? If so, then I consider these maxims of law. If you're not in contract, well, then I consider these. And that's what defines your jurisdiction. It's what defines everything. So most judges at this point don't even use these previous maxims, because they're dealing with citizens who are already in essentially a contractual situation through the use of the person. So hopefully that answers your question. The Bible is not at all what anybody thinks it is. And that's why I wrote the first book, and I've got 3 more books I'm going to release on the subject, because it's fascinating. The Bible is so much more than you could ever possibly imagine.
Yeah, no, that was a great response. And another question I had was, is it, based off of your research, is it even worth acquiring old dictionaries like Black's Law Dictionary, the Maxims? So, and if yes, I'm saying you're not yes. Any, where would I go even about finding those older versions, and
as a writer, I've got a wall of stuff that I never really touch, because of course everything's online. I like to get a physical copy of the dictionaries that's online, that you can actually, it's been manipulated so you can actually copy the words. That way, the copy is, it's obviously a copy because it's off center or it's whatever. But, since everything's online, it's much easier for me, instead of typing out every definition, just to copy and paste. But yeah, you go to thrift stores, you can go to, I think most of my stuff, a friend of mine actually was generous enough to send me an entire set of the Encyclopedia Judaica, which was really cool. Fascinating stuff in there. I've got a Blacks, I've got all kinds of stuff over here, but I find the easiest thing to do for the Bible is to go to Blue Letter Bible, blb.org. And because there you have access to all the lexicons, the concordances, all the ancient terms and the meanings. And you'd be shocked at some of the things that are in there that you never would have considered, that everything's a metaphor, right? You can't take the Bible literally in any way. Christ is the personification, or the law, the Word made flesh. You're not supposed to follow Christ. You're supposed, or excuse me, worship Christ. You're supposed to follow Christ because Christ is the personification of the law, the Word, right? But they don't teach that in church. They teach that you're supposed to worship this false god, Christ, even though the first commandment says you should only worship Jehovah, right? So it's crazy what you learn when you actually apply yourselves and forget all the things you think you know, forget all the things that people have told you, forget religion, and read the Bible for what it is. And every word. I mean, I literally looked up every word in the Bible, in the concordances and the lexicons, which are dictionaries. Webster's dictionary is great for that. Webster's 1828, I highly recommend. But as far as most dictionaries, the reason online versions are great is because you can search them. You don't have to turn the page and it says see this word. Spend a minute looking. But yeah, I mean, it's great to have the reference. I wrote my book as both a reference with a an index, and also it's sort of a dictionary that it's like the story of the dictionary. It's almost it's hard to explain, but it is the difference between, it is how the legal system and the Bible are 100% in every way opposed to each other, and that's the purpose of both, right? That's the reason for the creation of both, is to oppose each other. Everything exists with an opposition to something else. Everything has its opposite or its opposing force, right? Well, of course, you're not going to write the law of nature down, in a work, unless you have something that it opposes, right? So otherwise, it's a worthless document, right? It has to have something to oppose, and you find that in the concordances and the lexicons, it's exactly what it is. It's the saving grace for someone trying to both avoid and break out of the legal system. I will say that we're in a time that with technology and everything, that's a hell of a lot more difficult than it ever has been in history, obviously. So, which is why, that's what led me to, after all this time, to this concept of the trust and the PMA and everything, notion of private. I've been teaching, the Bible teaches you how to be private, essentially.
Thank you. Appreciate the information.
Mm-hmm.
Great question. Any other questions for you guys? I know you guys are interested in trust and whatnot, so.
Secret trust.
Oh, yeah. It's not about the secret trust, it's about the private trust.
It cracks me up.
That you create.
Stop saying that.
Oh, gosh. Yeah. Oh, man. All right, guys. Well, looks like nobody has any other questions, so we'll wrap this up. Another great session. And, I try to do this weekly, guys. Next week I want to talk about how private associations around the world. And I do want to have another meeting after that about, how the standard way of how an LLC is set up is actually to give you liability. And so I'm going to demonstrate for you guys what that looks like. Not only in the filing, but in the operating agreement. And this is the way that lawyers set LLCs up typically. And so I'm going to walk through what that looks like and, a better way to do it. Because that's, if used correctly, an LLC can absolutely be a pass-through entity. But a lot of times they're designed by the attorney to give you liability, because the attorneys, they're trained to give you liability no matter what. If we're talking about LLCs or anything else. So yeah, we'll go through that in probably 2 weeks from now. But all right, guys. Well, thanks for joining. Thanks Thanks for joining, Clint. And as always fun to communicate with you guys. And for those of you that don't know, join my Telegram. It's Safe Haven, PMA. That's where I post all the recordings. Some of it I don't post on YouTube if we get into, some controversial stuff. And then, my website, safe-havenco.com. Hey guys, it's Brandon Sterling here, and we're going to talk about the bank run PSYOP. That's right, everyone. It's a PSYOP, and a lot of people fell for it, and they played into exactly what the banking families, the elites, wanted. And so we're going to discuss how, contrary to what you're seeing in the mainstream and the alternative news, this is not a financial collapse, contrary to what everyone else is telling you. So sit back, relax, and breathe. And another thing too that we're going to address is the state national shooting that happened recently in Farmington, Utah. I believe it was last week. So both of these things are being used for grifting purposes. And we got Clint Richardson joining us. Guys, if you don't already know, he is the most censored man in the world. He has been screaming from the rooftops for decades what now some people are finally starting to catch on to in the health, political, and geopolitical side of things, and in the law realm. He is a brain trust of information. So the first thing we're going to address is the state national shooting. So we had a young man in Utah get shot by the police. And this young man named Chase, he got pulled over and he refused to present ID to the police. And I'm actually going to share a video with you guys showing where the whole state national strategy and concepts and procedures do not work. And here's proof. And unfortunately, it took this tragic situation to display this. And I won't show the actual shooting, but we'll show what leads up to it.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good, I'm Officer Farmington Police. Reason for the stop today is there's no registration on your vehicle.
I don't need registration and I don't answer questions.
Alrighty. Davis, Fox 21, can you have a couple more heading my way? Is this back window roll down?
Why do you need to know that?
I just want to make sure that you're the only one in the vehicle. So here's the deal, man. I'm stopping you because there's no registration on your vehicle, and I'm requesting your identification. Okay? You are detained at this time, and you are not free to leave. Are you going to provide me your identification?
I don't answer questions.
Okay, so I'm going to take that as a no, that you're not going to provide me your identification. Is that the route we're going? Or would you like to provide your identification to me, and we can have a conversation, we can discuss the laws that you're breaking, and then we can go from there.
If you want my identification, it will be under duress, and you accept surety and trusteeship over it. Meaning you will be responsible for it.
So here it goes. Yeah, I mean, he's starting this sovereign state national rhetoric. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, and this is going to be a perfect example of how this stuff doesn't work. We've seen videos like this time and time again where it fails over and over and over, yet people still try to do it. So let's continue.
Any debts that you're trying to incur here?
Okay, so I'm not trying to incur any debts or anything. I'm trying to investigate why your vehicle doesn't have any registration.
1692, you are trying to incur a debt and legal action for something
Okay.
that's not allowed.
Okay.
And under
So,
Title 18, Section
here's-
245, traveling is a federally protected activity. in which
I understand what you're saying.
involved in.
I understand what you're saying. And what I'm telling you is that you do not have an option to identify yourself.
I do.
You are lawfully required to identify yourself. So you can provide your identification to me, and we can have a conversation about the laws that you've broken, or you can fail to identify to me, and we can go that route too. I'm perfectly okay with either way you want to go, but the direction that this encounter goes is 100% in your hands.
Sir, Utah Code, United States Code,
Okay.
is a corporate policy
Okay.
which you have to be contracted and to be required to follow.
Oh, geez. Again, with the United States as a corporation thing that these guys are obsessed with. And,
Well-
and look, there is certain truth in it. Go ahead.
I think, again, if we go back to our foundation, we always have to go back to what is our disposition? This would be like a guard coming to my prison cell and asking for my prisoner ID or name, and me saying, I'm not a prisoner.
Right.
I mean, this really. I mean, I really want to get people to understand. We are in under military code, okay, where this close. The marshals of law can be called at any time. Martial law, in other words. Do not think, as he said, you don't have a choice, right? There's no. He's not offering you a choice.
Right.
He's trying to be. I will be honest. When a police officer pulls me over, okay, I become the dumbest, nicest, most complimentary
Exactly.
person you will ever meet, and
Yep.
I get off with a warning, or I get off with thank you for your cooperation, or
Yeah.
I get off. Sometimes I'll get a ticket, but they're saying, well, you were going 55 and a 40. I'm going to write you for 45. That way it won't hit your insurance. Because why? Because I treated the guy with respect. He's doing his job.
Right.
He doesn't know the freaking law. If I quote a code to him, he's not going to know what it is because it doesn't apply to him. He's a municipal officer over the Roman municeps. That's us. Citizens, denizens, people who are not even the people. We are prisoners of war. Get over it.
Yeah, and that's funny you say that because that's always been my strategy too, with being pulled over, which never really happens with me. But in the times that I have, I've always gotten off because I do what similar to what Clint says. I mean, I put on the act, right?
When in Rome.
Yeah, right. And I understand. I see it for what it is. It's just them doing commerce, okay? And I'll just pay the fine if there is one, but usually I get let off.
And I
So
think
it's not a big deal.
it's the level of this is so low on it's probably the lowest thing you can be fighting because
It
it's the lowest form of law. It's municipal stuff that's happening, right? They're not there to protect and serve us. They're there to protect and serve the municipality.
Right.
This does not make sense to pursue this in such mass quantities as we do. Just get over this whole traffic thing. No, you don't have the right to travel.
Right.
You're in prison. The right to travel, that goes back to days where you didn't have cars, trains, and automobiles.
Exactly.
These things they're ancient types of things. Now, the concept of it, the right to travel, sure, you can even find laws in certain states where it says you don't need a license if you're a private traveler. But you got to know what that means. What does it mean to be? You can't just say I'm a man, and
Which this
that's
guy
going to
does.
solve everything. Yeah, it's just God.
Yeah.
People get over this patriot mythology because it's never going to work.
Yeah, and this kid, and I say kid, he's not really a kid. He's like 25. Mind you, you need some context before this all happened because people are acting like this kid is innocent. He isn't. He's actually had been causing problems in his town long before this whole incident. His mom was, she's into the state national thing too. She's caused a ruckus both of them have caused ruckus in the court. He got thrown out of the court. He's been arrested. I mean,
And we read on air what the court thinks about Anna Von Reitz, the fake judge.
right.
I mean, you don't want to quote that woman.
And these two are actually followers of David Strait.
God.
So yeah, I mean, see where that leads you. I do want to talk about the bank run psyop because a lot of people are freaked out when they shouldn't be. So all right, let's continue.
Unless you provide me a contract with my wet ink signature on it saying that I'm required to follow it,
Okay.
then there's
So do you
I'm
want
obligated-
to identify yourself to me, or do you want to go a different route? Wonderful. Do you have a driver license as well?
I am not within your jurisdiction.
Okay.
Do not stop. Do not detain. You are not allowed to stop me.
Let me see
Not
that.
detained.
I didn't see what you just tried to show me. Can you show that to me again? What's this?
This is the passport. It says do not stay.
So if you guys don't already know, these state nationals think they have a special passport. And because of this special passport that they supposedly have, if it's ever scanned by law enforcement or some type of agency, when the passport is scanned, they believe that it shows on the agency screen that it gives them a notice that says, do not detain this state national. Which, by the way, is only a tall story told by gurus like David Strait, Anna Von Reitz. There's never any evidence of this because that doesn't exist. Of course, I mean, how ridiculous is that to believe? But anyways, here's a guy who really believes this.
Do not detain. If you go on the first page,
Okay.
it says the United States hereby requests all humane concerns.
Okay.
to permit citizens
Here's what I'm telling you.
of the United States nature and
Here's what I'm telling you.
without delay or hindrance.
Okay.
You are
Will you hand that to me so I can read it? You want me to look at it through this tiny crack in your window?
I'm not handing it to you.
You're not going to hand it to me?
If I hand this to you, you accept trusteeship and surety, and you are obligated.
Sure, I'll accept trustingship if you just hand me the document so I can identify who you are because you're required by state law.
I am not
Thank you
required
so
to
much,
identify
Mr. Chase
myself.
Allen.
That is not me. That is a piece of plastic paper.
So you have a fraudulent passport?
No. that is a
Wonderful.
piece of paper.
That's what I'm hearing. Okay, step out of the car for me.
No.
Sir, step out of the vehicle
No.
right now.
I mean, look how this escalated just because this Chase guy was just being right off the bat combative, right? Instead of what we were talking about earlier, just,
Oh yeah, this guy's a reasonable police officer. He's obviously been through this before.
right.
You could have got out of this so simply.
Yeah. And the state national thing, it's huge in Utah. It's probably the biggest state that this phenomenon goes on for some reason.
I'm not required to.
Step out of this vehicle right now.
And we're going to have an issue where
Step out of the car right now.
Step out of the car. We're gonna break the window and pull you out. Step out of the car.
Gun.
All right. So the guy didn't comply. They end up opening his door and they pull him out. And Chase had a gun on him. And so when they saw the gun, because he had it in his hand, from what it appeared at least, I would have to double check the video, but I don't want to play for you guys because, the cops end up lighting up the kid, unfortunately. But, this is what happens when you try to go at a traffic stop like this and you're so arrogant and
Keep in mind too that police, when they pull you over, their main objective is to see, do you have any outstanding warrants? That's what they take your ID, they go back and they check to see if there's some reason that you should not be free. When I
Right.
say free, should you be disenfranchised? Should you be taken into custody that's what they're really doing, right?
Yeah.
The traffic stop itself is a technicality, and it's a way to make money, and it's your right to be extorted, so you really can't complain. You agree to it.
yeah. So, it's really tragic what happened. And, I would say the cops are in the wrong for shooting him over 43
Abso-freaking-lutely.
times.
I don't think anybody in say Nazi Germany was saying you're wrong before they got shot.
Right.
You don't. This is not what you do to tyrants. This is not what you do to people who have flattering titles that make themselves appear and feel powerful. You kiss. I'm sorry, but you kiss their feet. You treat them with respect. That's all they really want, because you recognize their power over you, even if you don't believe it. You pretend, and you're going to get out. You're going to have way more luck with that than you are with anything coming from this false redemption movement.
Right. Yeah. So as I was saying earlier, Chase and his mom, they've been causing problems in this town. There's a video I was going to show you guys. They actually got taken down by the host of the video. It was basically his mom was in court over, I think it was just another traffic thing, right? And she was trying to do all the same stuff. Say she's out of their jurisdiction, she's a state national, living woman, blah, blah, blah. And Chase is in the courtroom causing a ruckus. And because he caused a ruckus, it was actually found out by the cops in the courtroom that he had a warrant out for his arrest before going into the court. So they ended up arresting Chase in the court while his mom's there. And so his mom sees this happening. She's freaking out and she wants to leave. And, the judge says, well, if you leave, you're vacating this case right now. We're going to continue in your absence. So she does that anyways. And, she says all this stuff like, oh, well, this is battery and assault on my son. I have to leave, blah, blah, blah. I'm not in your jurisdiction, which again, the judge just ignores and continues. So in her absence, they just turn him and the prosecutor, they go ahead and charge this woman. So, yeah. So, again, these state nationals, a lot of times they do stuff like this. And like I was saying earlier, they're both big believers of David Straight. They think he is their savior. So you can clearly see that this is more evidence that the whole state national thing is a fraud that's being sold for grifts by these gurus. And we've never seen any of their procedures or people walk away with success. In fact, we've only seen failures after failure. And this is the most blatant, I hate to say it, but the most blatant failure that we have in front of us at this time. So, yeah, I mean, it's sad that this whole movement is literally costing people's lives.
I mean, what do you say? There's nothing to say here except you people got to stop this. I mean, like, even organized criminals, right? Who the police know full well are committing crimes, make friends with the police, right? I mean,
right.
You got to be smart about these things. Jeez, what are you thinking?
Yeah.
Well, you got to know what a cop is too. They power trip. And the last thing you want to do is get into it with somebody that's already on a power trip,
Right.
That is not a good plan.
But I think the same thing can be said about these people. They're on a power trip. They insist that they are something, and it's two egos going against one the other.
Yeah, and they always fail to realize might makes right. They have a license to kill. You do not.
Right.
So, Clint and I have discussed this whole state national thing in depth in our past videos. So I think that's that. I mean, that's really all we need to say on that subject. If you got anything else?
They killed this boy?
They did. Yeah. They shot him like probably over 30 times.
Oh my God.
So yeah, it was really excessive. And, there's something off about this whole thing. You guys got to realize Utah is a hotbed of CIA activity. And there's a couple of reasons why. One of the reasons is, many of the people here are very compartmentalized by nature, just based on their religion. So it's very easy for them to be co-opted into certain agendas and operations that intelligence agencies want to run. And Utah has one of the biggest NSA plants in the country here, not too far from where Chase was shot. They call it the inhaler because it sucks in so much data from the country. But then you got the CIA recruiting grounds here at the Mormon College, BYU. It's very well known that it's anyone who applies for the CIA at BYU is going to get accepted because the CIA knows that these people are compartmentalized. So who knows? I don't have any evidence of this, but
it's pretty well known around here. Sounds to me like they've either dealt with him before, judging by his attitude, or they're dealing with this more frequently than like they almost expected.
I think they did,
I
yeah.
don't think they expected the idiot to pull out a gun, but
Right. They expected problems because he's, had many interactions with the police before this. So yeah, so no, I wanted to move on to the bank run psyop. Anything else you want to say, Clint, before we move on?
I mean, unless you want that to happen to you, just like I said, just all I can say is like I said, respect will get you so much farther than
Right.
and
Exactly.
pretending that this is a legitimate system as much as you pretend it's legitimate while you're in prison, because that's really what you are. And if you
Yeah.
get that, once you get that you're not free people, that you're not even the people, right? Then you can, Constitution doesn't have anything to do with you,
Right.
right? Most people that came here, whether slaves or indentured, right, prisoners, whatever. You just, Australia is another example. It's like a prison colony. It's
Yeah.
kind of a known thing that it's a prison colony.
Right.
So it's just that we don't realize we have this mythology, and it works, and we think we're free, and therefore we'll fight for our freedom. And you got to stop and just realize that's not true. None of this is true, and you need to use not only the tools available to you, but you got to realize that this whole system, this whole matrix that's set up, is very much the legal system is there for people who cannot self-govern. What
Yeah.
we're trying to teach you is that you have the power, and the power is afforded to you to be self-governing, to be private. If you're not doing anything against that system, then there is no reason for that system to be governing over you. You can act privately from it, but you must understand first what the system is, what your place is in it, and that even what we're talking about, privacy, is still part of the system, right? It's still
Right.
being part of the system. It's just that you're sort of going back to what it should have been, right? You're kind of going back to the state as opposed to the federal area, the federal jurisdiction. But you're never going to be outside of the federal jurisdiction when it comes to this sort of thing. If someone asks you for your damn ID, give them your ID. Why
Right.
would you not?
And especially when you're using their public easements like a road or a highway, right?
Yeah.
You are agreeing by being on that road or highway to be under the commercial code. So,
Well, yeah. If you really want to put it in terms that you can really understand, again, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. You are, by using the roads, you're not going to, if you go to another country, you try to fit into the culture. You don't, well, Americans are kind of idiots, but you don't stand out. You don't try to,
right.
you don't say, hey, you conform to me. No, you conform. When you're going into a public place, like a road, you conform to that set of rules. That's how you stay anonymous. That's how you
Exactly.
stay private. You don't go out of your way to do everything you can to say, I'm not part of your system, when you are. Okay, you're on their roads. They built the roads. They make the rules. I don't
Right.
know what else to say. I know that goes against a lot of again the spirit of the patriot mythology, but
Yeah.
it's just the truth, and we're only here to tell you the truth. If you can't
Exactly.
handle the truth, well, then this is what's going to happen.
And like I always say, I mean, everything I do, my strategies and whatnot, it's always to blend in. You start doing stuff like this, you're going to stick out because I value my privacy. Privacy is my property that I respect. But when you start acting like this, you are losing all privacy. So the chat says, the state national is like recycling. It's constantly being disproved, yet more and more people believe in it. Yeah. Yeah, that's very well said. Yeah.
Good point.
Brandon,
Oh, man.
Brandon, can you say more about why you think it might be a psyop?
Well, yeah, I mean, really, if you want to break it down, I mean, we've Clint and I have done plenty of content on how it is a psyop, but why are they? And when I say they, it could be anything. Let's just say intelligence, government. Why are they wanting people to fall for this? Because it gives them more money, it gives them more revenue in the courts, it gives them something to, because people, they know people are discontent with the current state of things, right? So they give you an option, or actually an array of options to be distracted with, to co-opt into that they control. So the state national thing is one of those things. So you're
It's
not
also that the Hegelian, dialectic is one
yes.
is one of you can include the Flat Earth Society. You can include anything that is the virus deniers. These are all the Hegelian dialectic where you don't have an argument except that what is known to exist doesn't exist. That is
Yeah,
so even an argument against God, right? It is assumed that God exists. In fact, God is existence, but that's
yeah,
beside the point. To not believe in God is to not believe in existence, the
right,
definition, right? But the point is, you're you're being conned. I mean, you're actually conned into telling a police officer that he's essentially not a police officer. I mean, you're
right,
conned into denying what is right in front of you. And that is a big, big part of that dialectic. And it is also a great way because, look, I can speak from experience, even people that are close to me that know that I'm big into this so called movement or was. Um, you know, they're always, if anything like this happens, they're like, did you hear about the thing that happened over there in the sovereign citizen? And
right.
I'm like, and I have to go and explain, look, that's I have to tell them what that means and why that's no, I don't promote that. I've been exposing it for years and years and years.
Yeah,
And that mostly all I do now is debunk everything in the so-called patriot or truth movement
yeah.
because it is mostly debunkable.
Hmm.
So people are getting the idea that even myself, people like me, and people like you, and anybody that participates in this, we're conspiracy theorists that will pull a gun on you. So
Right.
now police are more afraid, and now everybody. Basically, what they're doing is they're taking otherwise the only people I think that are really have the capability of fighting the system, right? The
Hmm.
people that are truly have any kind of patriotic blood in them because they have some delusion about how things are supposed to be.
Yeah,
All right, they're making you into the enemy by having this type of thing, putting
yeah,
this into your head. I think, and Brandon thinks, I think I can speak for Brandon, that people like Straight and people like Von Wrights are absolutely agents of them.
yeah.
They're
Absolutely.
there for controlled opposition to make us do stupid things, to discredit us. I've dealt with so many handlers and people, what do you call them? Provocateurs, agent
Yeah,
provocateurs. We have exposed people left and right who come and join your group and disrupt it and break it up. It's happened so often to me that it's really hard to get one past me anymore. So you gotta see through this type of stuff, and like Brandon is really trying to tell you, stop trying to stand out.
right.
You don't want to even you don't even want to say I'm private if you
Yeah,
can. I mean, no, you
yeah.
don't want to have to prove. You don't want to make any claims because with a claim you have to show proof of the claim.
Exactly.
So just use that thing, right? Pay the small fees because trust me when I say it's going to be so much more worth it in the end and value oriented in the end to have that and to fit in rather than to stand out. Because if you stand out, that's when they're going to target you. And that's when you're going to,
Yeah.
I mean, I still have people say, they thank me. And I really don't know what to say because they go to jail and and I've had a lot of people do this. Because I talk about it and I've interviewed people about it. You go to jail, you sit there for days, you don't eat, you don't give them your name, you don't allow them you never identify yourself, and they eventually let you go, expunge the record as if you were never there.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Because you didn't use the benefits.
Or I could show a little card that I'm never going to use any other time in my life because the rest of the time I'm private. But in that one instance,
Right.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm not going to choose this as my battle. My battle is spiritually elsewhere, not with the DM freaking V or the police.
Yeah.
Because they're lawless.
Right.
Like it or not.
Clearly.
That's what a license to kill is.
Exactly. So, yeah, and you're speaking of the Hegelian dialectic. Here in that video is playing, Chase shows the cop his passport. And then when the cop takes the passport and reads, "Oh, so you're Chase Allen," then the kid says, "Oh, no, not that guy," even though he said that exact passport that was assigned to him gave him the power to be sovereign, right? So that's a perfect example of what Clint is talking about with the Hegelian dialectic. And as many Hegelian dialectics layered on top of each other in this particular psyop. So, yeah, I mean, I think, if you guys want to, watch more proof on how this whole thing is a psyop, I'd recommend you watch our past videos, because this thing that they claim gives them sovereignty, like the passport, that's a U.S. possession, right? That's only for a citizen. Meanwhile, they say that they're not a citizen. So yeah, there's so many traps that they are susceptible
in
to.
fact, they're lying on their paperwork to get
They are.
that passport, which would ordinarily only go to someone, say, from Guam or, that wasn't made a citizen. So
Exactly.
it's actually fraud, and they say as much on the FBI website. So just
And the cop knew that, and that's why he said, "Oh, so you have a fraudulent passport," because it is fraudulent. So
yeah, you committed fraud in order to obtain that passport. Not that the passport is anything special.
No, it never is.
I mean, it doesn't mean what
it's
what
a liability.
It's for people in the possessions of the United States, like Guam, Puerto Rico, those kind of places. They used to be nationals, but not citizens. So you're not a citizen of the United States in Puerto Rico, right? So they've changed that now, and there's just a very few people left who can get and qualify. And of course, you don't want to go read the law which tells you who qualifies for that kind of passport. It's not worshippers of Anna von Reitz. I can tell you that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so let's get into the next segment here about the bank run psyop, because I think this is the most important. So, like I was saying, this is not the end of the world. This is not a macroeconomic collapse like everyone wants you to believe. You see, the elite, they're using your fear. The elite, they're using your fear for their liquidity and their gains. Like I was saying in my Telegram on Monday, everyone needs to calm down. You should only be worried if you're involved with crypto exchanges or banks that are crypto friendly. And most people shouldn't be worried because most people are involved in that, especially my people. So anyone telling you to pull your money out has no real macroeconomic or banking knowledge. They are repeating rhetoric and fear porn. You see, this is nothing more than crypto Ponzi schemes blowing up. And these Ponzi schemes were spearheaded by woke millennials. And I say that, but really it was intelligence operations behind the scenes trying to siphon dollars out of the money supply. So I warned about this in my macroeconomic outlook video over 2 months ago, and here we are. And the people, the influencers telling you to pull your money out of the bank because a bank run is coming. You got to realize them broadcasting that and people taking action from that creates the bank run itself. You see, if you participate in this, you fell for a psyop and played into a rich man's game. You see, these people in the alternative media in places like Telegram, they're armchair economists. They do not have contacts in Wall Street. They do not have contacts at real hedge funds or anything like that, like I do. In fact, they're pitching fear, so you buy their affiliate links for gold, silver, or crypto.
It would be safe to say that very much like what we're talking about, true economists, first of all, would have an inside track. They'd be working for government, they'd be working for the pension funds, they'd be really high up, and they would not be public.
Exactly.
So any true economic forecast that you get is going to be a psyop. It's going to
Yeah.
come from the news. It's going to come from Alex Jones. It's going to come from some idiot who knows nothing or does know something and is lying to you.
Exactly.
You do not. If I want to make a bunch of money on a penny stock, right? What do? I buy a bunch of it while it's really, really low. I get it for 2 cents, and then I send out massive propaganda email, and I tell everybody, buy this penny stock. It's going to be huge. It's going to
Yep.
go up to $2, and you're going to make millions.
Right.
And by everybody going in and buying, it goes up 2 or 3 cents, and I make $1 million because I have all these stocks that I bought. Right now, when Alex Jones started and the GCN, the company that is a gold trading company that owns the GCN, right? They've been advertising since. They bought gold when it was very, very low in 1990 whatever.
Yeah.
And then they started promoting this notion of buy gold, gold.
Right.
And the price went up. Where do you think they got all that funny? They made out like bandits because you people are buying gold. 2 things on that. One, any gold that matters is statutorily priced. Okay, this is in the audit of government. It's statutorily priced at $29.29.
Yep.
Okay, it's never going to change. That is the law of all the gold that is held as essentially collateral for the dollar. Okay, so that's the statutory price of gold. Every country sets a statutory price. That's the real value of gold. Okay, when you look at the market price, you're looking at what's called the London fixing.
Yeah.
London, you can look that up on whatever, in Wikipedia. It'll tell you the London fixing happens in the city of London at the Bank of Rothschild. There's a U.S. Treasury office and there's a UK Treasury office right there. They all go to the Bank of Rothschild and decide what the hell the price of gold is going to be.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Using COMEX. Yeah.
Right. Do you think that people with that kind of knowledge aren't going to then put or tell their friends or put futures, or do you think that do you not see that this whole thing is rigged? Okay, most stock is owned by government anyway, through mutual funds, pension funds, etc.
Yeah.
If you're in a pension fund, you made a mistake. You said pull all your money out of the right. They're telling you to pull all your money. It's not your money.
Yours,
It was never your money.
Yeah.
They can confiscate it at any time. They can devalue it at any time. They can cancel it at any time. Well, guess what? As a pensioner, now Samuel Johnson said that pensioners are traitors to their own people, their own country. Why? Well, it's no different than a soldier. Soldiers at one time were militia, right? They fought on behalf of the family, the people of the state, against any kind of federalism, against any kind of central government, against kings and army. Oh, but now you have soldiers who work literally for the king. They're mercenary. They're paid hirelings who get a license to kill, right? They're mercenaries. There is no difference between a soldier and a pensioner. A pensioner is someone who works for the corporation. Corporation was the spiritual nation or the spiritual state, the spiritual people. Now it's a corporation. Now it's a nation state. Now it's a state, right? A municipality, a corporation. And you're working for them. What you don't even know as a pensioner It's not your money. You are contributing your money to the pension fund like buying a ticket to ride a bus. And you hope that that bus goes to its destination before it declares bankruptcy, and they will declare bankruptcy. You got to understand, you've given your money. You have no right to that money. They can close that pension fund anytime, just like any other corporate account. And someone like my mom, unfortunately, who's caught up in the pension system, she's been paying for long-term care insurance from CalPERS. And they've sent her several letters in the mail that says you must agree to getting less benefits and paying more.
Yeah.
So eventually her long-term care has turned into like, hardly anything, and she's paying more for it, right?
Yep.
Because if she doesn't, then they just get, she doesn't have any equity in the system, is my point. You have
Right.
no equity in your pension. You can pull it out now. If you were smart, you would. You'd pull out
Right.
everything you'd put in there, because that's what you can do. Take the hit, take the penalties for the money you're never going to get.
Right.
But you once that pension fund is the state or whatever is bankrupt, I'm sorry, it's
There's
gone.
nothing. Yeah.
The state doesn't. I mean, the state's not bankrupt, but the system, the corporations in it are. So the other thing is, you got to understand, like, banks are just corporations. They have stock. That stock is owned by government. Okay.
Right.
What is the stock exchange? What is this thing we call Wall Street, or what is this thing we call the stock market? Well, it's 4 corporations. CME Group,
Oh,
based
yeah.
in Chicago.
I use them a lot.
Chicago Mercantile Exchange,
Yeah.
Chicago Board of Trade, New York Mercantile
And they
Exchange.
specialize in derivatives, by the way.
This is a corporation, okay? It's and if you look at stock investments, you're going to find CMA Group, and who owns the stock, right? It's mostly institutional investors, in other words, governments and corporations. Deutsche Börse, or NYSE Euronext. Okay, that's Frankfurt and New York City, New York Stock Exchange, Frankfurt Stock Exchange, Eurex, and the LIFFE. Okay, these are, we call them markets, but we have no idea that in Hong Kong Exchanges and Clearing, of course, Hong Kong Futures, Hong Kong Securities. It's a clearing company.
Which is a British front.
Sure, sure.
And when I say
And then
British, not really British, but the city of London.
Right.
But yeah, it's
the final one is BM&F, Bovespa,
yeah,
based in Sao Paulo, Brazil,
yeah,
and that's their exchange, Brazilian Mercantile and Futures Brazil. That the owners of the stock, which is mostly government, are who elect the board of directors, who do corporate governance. In other words, the governance of the corporation is by the stockholders. Government pools its collective votes, and therefore most companies out there, the board of directors are hired by the stock owner, which is government collectively around the world. Globalism happened because of pension funds. It's all your
right.
Everybody who's a pensioner, you're the cause of globalism, because through globalism, they were able to reach out. You look at your pension fund, it's going to have every bank in China. It's going to have every corporation in China and Russia.
Mm-hmm.
The reason those countries were built up is because of these pension funds. And
yeah,
so I don't know. At this point, you've through pensions, through all this, you've allowed the government basically to, through your contributions, to grab up every corporation in the world. They own it all. Yeah. At this point, I found out this, man, I was pissed when I found this out. Like senators, congressmen,
mm-hmm.
higher up people. See, this is kind of the stuff that we're trying to teach people, but to use it for good. But these people are evil, so they're using it for evil. Again, it's just a tool. They open up a dummy corporation. Right? Say we go to Zimbabwe and we open a dummy corporation, right? Exchange rate's really good there. So I go and I put my, I go put money in the corporation. I buy $1 million worth of stock. And over here in America, I short. Or I short the market over here, knowing that the price is going to go up or down.
Right.
And over here, I use public money, right? Not my own, but public money to invest in the stock. Knowing that the public money is going bye-bye, the question is, where is it going bye-bye? Well, it's going to my dummy corporation, because over here, knowing that the market is going to short, knowing that it's going to go down or up, and I put a futures bet, knowing the outcome, which they do,
Oh, yeah.
trust me, that corporation just brought in $1 million. No one has ever heard of this corporation. It's offshore. What do? Well, I take that money out. I close my dummy corporation. My name was never attached to it in the first place.
Right.
And I go invest in real estate in some other country. Never bring it back to America. No, these guys, these senators, they own condos, they own stuff in other countries you wouldn't believe. This is absolutely normal in if you understand the way the game works.
Yeah. And that's why if you are going to invest in the stock market, you got to make sure you have someone like me that can do quantitative studies and really study the financial health of the company.
Don't get me wrong. If you're going to play the game, find a player, right? I mean, I'm not saying not play the game.
Yeah.
I'm saying understand the game so that you can play it correctly.
Yeah. And, with all that said, and I talk about this quite extensively in my macroeconomic outlook video about 2 months ago on my YouTube, where we can hedge out our own portfolio. Well, first of all, you can pull out of your pension or 401k. You don't need them. In fact, you're overpaying for underperformance. And so you can pull out, even if you get penalized, you're still going to end up in a better situation just having a trust account that's going to get the exact same benefits and more than a pension, by the way, as far as tax treatment.
Not to mention peace of mind.
You have peace of mind, you have full control. And the way I set people up in a trust account for a stock account, you're going to be hedged out for a market downside risk. And so when that market downside does happen, you have an offsetting position that monetizes on that. Meanwhile, you're still long the market, but you have that hedge in place just in case black swan events happens, like Ukraine or the scamdemic, or this whole bank run scare. Which so yeah, let's talk about that more. So
what you're talking about is called reinsurance.
Right.
Basically.
It is an insurance, yeah.
Right. So
not a literal insurance policy, but we're using a hedge position to act as insurance.
This is how, again, in the hidden realm, this is how they make all their money, because they put an insurance policy out. But if that insurance policy, if they pay for the insurance and the insurance never pays, well, that's why you have another insurance policy against the insurance policy. It's called reinsurance. Because that insurance policy never paid, they're betting that it doesn't pay, and they get paid anyway. It's a rigged game. And again, all you're doing is, I hate to say it, but you're in Rome. Well, why would you try to be successful in the stock market and not do what the pension funds do, not do what the criminal element does, right? As long as you're not doing anything illegal, you'd be a fool just to go in and make a worthless, pointless, unknowledgeable, uninstructed, unresearched bet in the stock market. That's all you're doing is betting. So you are essentially offering something that's, you're even offering that's why people should buy gold and silver in the first place, because it's a hedge against the devaluation of the dollar. It's nothing else. It's not going to make you rich.
Right. Well, and that evens in a myth, though, because it's not a hedge against the dollar. If you really look at it, I've talked about in my past video. I won't brush on it again, but especially silver. Silver is one of the worst investments you could ever make, as far as returns go. So, and realize when you are in a pension or 401k, you're actually paying for their insurance. You see, so Yeah, so I demonstrate for people that, you don't need these people. In fact, you have all the tools in place for yourself, and I show people how to use those. So back to this bank run thing. You see, you see the elite, they had already shorted the stocks in the banking sector well before all of this news of crypto-friendly banks failing, like Silicon Valley Bank and Silvergate, and even Credit Suisse. They all shorted the banking sector by buying put options and index futures.
So, in other words, let's explain that in layman's terms.
Sorry, I guess I gotta roll back.
We're putting a bet that says in 2 weeks' time, the stock market is going to go down by 100 points. And
Right.
if that happens, then my put option or my futures bet will pay off. If it doesn't, it's very volatile. I lose everything.
Well, that's only for futures. Now, in options, you have very limited downside and in some cases unlimited upside.
Yeah.
But futures is the other. You have unlimited downside. So there's even a way to hedge that out, though, using another set of futures. But anyway, that's another conversation.
But not if you're an inside player. That's
right. Well, that's the thing.
Yeah, I can take all the risk I want if I know ahead of time what the market's going to do.
Right. And by the way, we can do the same things ourselves. And I do show people how to do that to manage risk, because that's really what it's all about. But anyways, so they shorted the banking sector by buying these contracts. And the people participating in the artificial bank run provided these guys even bigger gains in liquidity on their derivative contracts. And so this is nothing more than big banks taking out the competition in the crypto space and even the banking sector. Now, a lot of smaller banks had to liquidate assets, and the big players like Bank of America, Chase, Goldman Sachs, they're buying up the assets on a fire sale right now. You see, this is a giant wealth transfer happening amongst the banks again, like we see over and over. And so some regional banks took on crypto clients. And when I say regional banks, it's likely not your guys' banks, okay? But these banks, they were gullible enough to believe that these crypto projects were the future of money, when the whole time, like the FTX Ponzi scheme, were Ponzi schemes. Even Goldman Sachs, one of the biggest players in the bank space, had 350 million in exposure on this SVB bank failure. And I have inside contacts that told me this. Now, I talked about the economic situation, and in particular that the crypto schemes were going to be exposed later as this year rolled out. A couple of months ago, I told you guys about this. Now, with all that said, keep in mind, let's say worst case scenario, your bank is involved with these high-risk crypto projects, which is not likely, by the way. The bank capital requirements are risk-based, and they need to be kept above 4% to be adequately capitalized. And so in layman's terms, only the shareholders of the banks can be affected by loan failures and not you guys, the depositors. And so different asset classes have different risk weights. And again, this is done to keep depositors safe. And so safe assets.
FDIC.
Right, exactly. FDIC insurance. So safe assets that meet regulation are bonds, and that meets the 4% capital requirement. And a bank that makes a lot of mortgage and business loans, they might have a capital requirement of around 8%. And assets like crypto have 100% capital requirement, meaning that the bank needs $100 of the capital for every $100 of crypto-related assets on its books. So Silvergate and SBF, they didn't meet the capital requirements, and they had to sell assets. And so you see, the crypto boom was only possible because of the low interest rate stimulus quantitative easing environment we were in up to the early 2020s. And so these crypto projects are going to be, of course, very exposed to interest rate hike risk. And so the assets, the bonds being collateralized for the debt, are interest rate sensitive. And when rates hike up, the assets like the crypto and bonds fall in value. And so the hiking rates caused by the deposits to disappear. And at the same time, the assets backing those assets fell in value. And so you see these woke millennials and in the crypto projects, they had laughable risk management. I mean, really, they didn't have any at all. And if it wasn't a Ponzi scheme and they were serious risk managers, they would have hedged themselves out for the interest rate hikes that were announced well before they're implemented by Powell at the Federal Reserve. I mean, they told us months in advance before they're actually going to do it. And people still didn't believe it.
So, one other thing to mention here is when the news constantly says that a certain group of banks or one individual bank that's huge or whatever is set to fail, and even if it does fail, this is very much, again, like making a dummy corporation, putting all your bad debt into that bank or corporation, and then letting the corporation purposely fail.
Right.
Meanwhile, you're taking all of your. Let's take Bayer, who bought. Was it Bayer who bought Monsanto, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the perfect example. Everybody wanted Monsanto dead, and so they played that beautifully. They crashed the company. So all those debts and all those obligations and all the harm that it did, it's gone now.
Mm-hmm.
So Bayer was able to take the good and ditch the bad, right?
Yep.
Well, what do you think they're doing when a bank closes? It was pre-planned to close. It was made.
Exactly.
Lehman Brothers. It was made to close. It was
Right.
never. It had never had any other purpose than to make money, and then all the toxic debt that they made their money off just fails. Right? It's just
Right.
it's the perfect Ponzi scheme, and until we come around and see the same thing happening over and over, the dummy corporations that they create, build up. And, for no reason, these companies get built up. They get all this power for absolutely no reason.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they're failing because of situations like this. Well, that's just their tool of wealth making.
Right.
Again, that the money has to be liquidated out of the artificial inflation, right? You can't, once it's there, it exists, and that money can be then handed out. But, if it goes down, we got a problem. So you want that money to be trickling into your own pockets if you're the controllers. It's that simple. And all these things are just tools for that. So to think that even if one or two, if 10 banks close, the thought that is even a splinter of anything to worry about when it comes to this,
Right.
because these guys aren't going to let this beautiful, beautiful Ponzi scheme that they've created that's perpetual, right? They're not going to let that just go away just because there's some, I don't even, what's after quadrillion?
Quintillions.
Quintillion? What's after quintillion? We're getting
I don't
there.
even know.
I know, right? So
Gigtillions? I don't know.
We're approaching a Google here.
So, again, I mean, these crypto projects like FTX, the SBV, the Silvergate, like Clint said, they were designed to launder money and extract wealth. And that's why they didn't have risk managers in the first place to hedge themselves out for interest rate hikes, which were obvious. And so I'm a risk manager. And so if you have portfolios that I've worked on for you guys, you have nothing to worry about. And when I say portfolios, investment portfolios. And so if I've worked with you, you've been hedged for downside tail risk, like you always will be using my system. And so I've had many talks with clients and other people about this whole panic. And I've had to give them a reality check on all of the stuff I mentioned just now. 98% of banks are still operating like business as usual, taking in deposits at normal rates, even though the stocks are getting beat up because of the derivatives manipulation that we're talking about with the futures and put options. So this is the elite playing chicken with many, many people. So you got to see it for what it is. This is not a financial crisis. And so if you're worried, calm down. If I had less than 250K in each bank account, I wouldn't be sweating at all. If I had over 250K in one bank, which is never a good idea, then you should be sweating in any time.
That's because that's the FDIC limit.
That's why I said that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I guess some things are just so obvious to me, but yeah, good thing to clarify on that. So yeah, I mean, just see it for what it is, guys. This is just crypto Ponzi schemes being exposed, and they're caught with no clothes on when the tide is away.
It's true. And I just remind you that it's their money, right? They are the monopoly game. All the money goes back to them in the end, no matter what you do. Whatever you do, it can be taken away from you. So, if that is, you're acting in a person of the United States, right? That's the catch-all. Is that's where the bond and surety comes in. So,
Yep.
but I just want to give you guys an idea, because I've been thinking about this a lot lately. Because we're talking about, again, what Brandon is talking about is public sector, right? All this stock and all these investments and all that stuff. So to be clear, what Brandon is talking about is again, taking your own monopoly piece, putting it on the board for a while, and using it without actually being in bondage and surety to it like you are with the U.S. person. So an LLC, whatever you're using, the trust situation, that is all inside the matrix. Now, the question becomes, how do you... I hope I can make this clear, right? How do you then live a life in, say, a society or a community that you set up, build yourself from the ground up, where you have crops and you have everything you need so that you never even have to leave your land, right? You never have to, you have chickens and eggs and everything you could possibly need, right? You've set up your little private community, okay? That's my goal, my little monastery. I'll admit it. Right? I'm not talking about communitarianism. I'm not talking about anything like that. I'm talking about the real thing here. So the question then, how do you use the fact that you've got this artificial wealth, right? Everything's fiction. Let's not forget it. It's all fiction, right? In the Monopoly game, how do you then transfer that wealth over here into the real, right? Now, a lot of people, a lot of towns, a lot of places have created their own currencies. It's iffy. It's against the law, you know.
Right. Yeah.
Some people have gone so far as to print their own silver coins and been dumb enough to put the American flag on it, which
That's
is
very illegal. Yeah.
which is very illegal. Yeah. So what I'm here to tell you is, remember that money, we got to remember the foundation. Money doesn't exist. Money is what you say it is. Money has the value that you say it does in your private arena. Now, just because it takes $10 to buy a carton of eggs out there in the public, does that mean it's going to take $10 to buy a carton of eggs in your own little purview, in your own little group?
Right.
What if I were to tell you that because the dollar is considered legal tender both public and private, it says so right on the bill,
Yeah.
right, for all public and private debts, what if I were to tell you that, or what if we were to agree privately that we are going to revalue, not devalue, revalue the dollar for our purposes, right? We are using it for private purposes in order to, as a method of purely exchange. There's no usury. There's nothing. There's no grocery. What is grocery? Grocery used to be a crime. You go to your friendly neighborhood grocer. Why? You don't know. But gross, to engross, or to commit gross behavior, as they used to say, would be to bundle up everything and charge exorbitant prices. That's exactly what you're doing in everything out there. Everybody's a grocer. Because the value of the dollar is strictly faith-based, right? I mean, I can read you the Federal Reserve opinion from its money mechanics that the dollar has a value because you have faith in it. You believe it, you use it, you believe in its value. What I'm trying to tell you is in your own little group, you can do anything you want in the private as long as you follow a strict moral code and you're not looking to gain. You're not looking to do anything but use the money, quote unquote, as a true medium of exchange. No one, as the Bible says, no man should be wealthy unless all men are wealthy. This is how you do it. You're perfecting the system here, and then over here where it's imperfect, imagine the surplus you're going to have because you've valued the money in a different way. I don't know if that makes sense, but
Yeah, well, and that's that touches on something I want to talk about in another call, where we don't even need the grocery store, even if you live in the suburbs. In fact, I'll demonstrate how you guys could do this. Kind of like what Clint was talking about, how we wouldn't even need to buy food. We could actually just exchange it.
it doesn't need, we don't even need to live in a group. It's not the point. The point is,
Right.
yeah, it's just easier that way to explain.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that at some point. All right, guys. Well, yeah, thanks for joining this week, and we will see you next time.
All right, man.
All right, guys. Take
See ya.
care.